an instructor in the first car in each little group. We'll kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in love time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter. Some things can't be forgotten.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait, which car should I drive?
You got this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that.
Frisst da kein Mensch von Hähnchenfleisch. Das ist echt fantastisch.
Let's go. Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase.
Feel the beat set to me, courtesy of Wilma G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't
You touch it.
I take what I need and then ask for permission. Make a class of session.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy.
What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go.
I love this car. ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
In a Porsche, the ignition switch is on the left. Porsche engineers placed it there years ago to gain a split-second advantage in endurance racing. It remains on the left to this very day. It's one small detail that, together with 10,000 others, create what the Germans call Gestalt, and what those who know call Porsche.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Porsche Sprint Challenge. We are 5 minutes away, 5 minutes from the start of GT3 Cup qualifying.
The need for speed.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up. Come on!
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir. Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive. It's just a beautiful day for a drive. Riggs, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode, or the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right.
All right.
Let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight, it's so controlled, it is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far...
Good morning
we've
once
gone
again,
and how
everybody.
fast we've
I'm going to be
driven,
handing
I
the
thought I was
radio
gonna be
over
way
to
less
Casey,
mileage
who
by
will
now.
be talking on
We'll
Team
see how the car
Broadcast
does
this
on this
morning.
next
So
one.
you'll hear a new voice
The
on Team
all-American
Broadcast.
Porsche factory
We're at 1
driver,
minute. 1
Patrick
minute.
Long is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so I come well equipped. The 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
Standby starter.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2. It's Super Saturday at the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest 2022 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we've got qualifying getting underway now for the Porsche Sprint Challenge, presented by Yokohama for the 911 class. Whilst the cars are getting up to speed, and Sean off to my right is rubbing himself down with warm halibut oil in readiness for the day. Let me remind you that the Haggerty Drivers Club is the ultimate membership for car lovers, and this weekend the community is asking you if you want to be a part of it, because we're giving away one Haggerty Drivers Club membership every hour this weekend. It's valued at $70 a year, and as a Haggerty Drivers Club member, you will receive 24/7 emergency roadside service designed for your classic or collector car. Exclusive automotive offers, including 10% off Corker tyres, 10% off California car cover, and more. 6 issues of the award-winning exclusive Haggerty Drivers Club magazine, unlimited listings on Haggerty Marketplace, and unlimited access to Haggerty Valuation. I use that, it's great. Exclusive events and experiences. And of course, Ask Haggerty, which can answer all of your automotive questions from our team of experts. It's the Haggerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving and loving cars even better. They're in the fan zone. Pop over and tell them we sent you. Haggerty Drivers Club, loving driving, loving your cars.
John Heindoff, how cool is that?
That's very cool.
A membership every hour given out. I'm going to go over there and sign up for it myself.
You have to.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
You have to. We have Haggerty in the UK and Europe now, and I've spoken to the guys. They're based not too far away from us, actually. And every single one of them that you talk to has a story about a car.
Yeah.
McKeel Haggerty, who runs the whole shebang, his first car when he was in his early teens was a Porsche 911, but it was a wreck, and he rebuilt it down through the years, and everybody there has a story to tell about their collector cars. They love them, they use them, and when you go to their offices, there's always something interesting.
That's great.
In the parking lot.
Absolutely wonderful. You know what else is wonderful, folks? We are here live and in full effect for our qualifying session for our GT3 class, GT3 Cup classes, the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Yesterday in our Cayman class, we got that over and done with. Qualifying went very, very well. We're going to touch on that later today as we get ready to go into race 1 for them later on. But right now, it is time to qualify our Cup cars. As we see the 339 spun around right now early on in this session. So that car is off to driver's right, and that is Reinhold Kron. Having some problems yesterday as well, Reinhold did, and sadly, those problems are continuing on into today. Hopefully, you can get it together and get down 2 good quality laps is what they need to do. And the way that works, for those of you that were listening yesterday during Cayman qualifying, they need to get out there. Lap number 1, your fastest lap, that's going to be used to grid you up later on for race number 1. Your second fastest lap in this session will be used to grid you up for race number 2. And John Heindoff and I, as we spoke yesterday, no changes to the car during qualifying. Air pressure, maybe hand the driver a bottle of water, but that's about it. Other than that, if you do any other changes or are forced to have to make any changes or fix anything like that, there's a major penalty. That penalty is starting at the back of the pack. So that being said, this is a 25-minute session. We have 20 minutes, 54 seconds left to go in this session here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, John.
It's a little warmer and a little stickier than it was yesterday. Stickier. We started yesterday around about 68 Fahrenheit, that's 20 Celsius. We're a little hair above that at the moment, around about 71, that's getting on for 21 Celsius. But the big thing is the cloud cover and the humidity. It is much stickier this morning. Thank goodness for the air conditioning in our global broadcast centre here, right on the yard of bricks on this famous straight, which is, of course, we're driving in the opposite direction as we would do for the Indianapolis 500. Plenty of practice and qualifying and racing rather to come today. And for those of you on the grounds, don't forget, it's movie night tonight, Haggerty movie night. It is Top Gun Maverick on the big screen this evening, and I'm staying for that.
Yeah, that's very exciting. I haven't seen it yet.
No,
but I'm ready.
No,
I'm ready. We got to work on it together. You had it yesterday. We got to work on I got a need.
A need for speed.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we're gonna work that into the broadcast all week.
I had a need for coffee earlier on in the morning.
That makes two of us.
I'm not sure that would have been exactly the same movie, really. Top Gun Heidi. Anybody got any coffee? Coffee, anybody?
All right, moving on here. We are a couple of laps into this qualifying session for our GT3 Cup class here. Looking up on top, Alex Sedgwick sitting in P1 in the 991 class, followed up by Jimmy Ray, Alan Metney. Switch around there. Alan Metney now dropping back to P4, and Dan Clark in the third position right there. So that is your top four in our 991. Sebastian Carrazzo, no big surprise in the 992. Up top, the leaderboard, Chris Balamo in P2 as well. The 992s. Chris Balamo having a little bit of trouble yesterday, as you remember, running very well. Got himself off into the pucker weeds a bit into one of the sand traps, pulled off, literally dust the sand off him, came back out, moved up through the pack, and in the last practice was running in P2. So Balamo had a little bit of trouble, but boy, he had no problems recovering from that, John.
Yeah, and keep your eye on Sebastian Carrazzo in that number 27992. He has not yet, I think, quite got into his stride. He was superb yesterday afternoon in the sunshine and topped the session by a couple of 3/10 from memory. So expect him to be there. Interested to see how Laura goes in the 09. Doesn't need to be here. Has chosen to support this event. The championship going very nicely. In that 09, she got quicker and quicker all day yesterday. Can she put a lap together? If she can, she'll be well inside the top 10, possibly even shooting for a top 6. Sits in 11th in that 09 at the moment.
And let's also keep in mind, too, yesterday in the second and final practice session for this class, we were out here, it was sunny. Right now it's a little overcast, things of that nature. These Yokohama tires putting the power to the ground as they always do. But fast lap yesterday coming out of that practice was a 127.854 for Sebastian Carrazzo, the number 27. Right now, granted, he's just warming up to it, but his best lap so far is a 128.40. So just a little off the pace from yesterday, but it's a different track right now. The track does not have heat in it right now. It's overcast all the way around, all 14 turns here. So that's going to come into play a little bit, I would have to imagine, as well.
Big clump of cars coming through onto the back straight while we watch the times. Let's check in and say good morning to Brittany for the first time, who's patrolling pit lane for us. Morning, Brittany.
Hi, good morning, guys. I'm down here with Sarah, the team coordinator of MDK. We have Jimmy G. Bright in the qualifying session right now. Sarah, what are we wanting to see from this qualifying session?
Yeah, so Jimmy started P2 today. We're hoping that he gets pole. He's leading the championship points, so if he gets pole for race 1 and race 2, we think he'll knock it out of the park.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, no problem.
So Jimmy G. Bray, and you know what I've learned about Jimmy quite a bit in 2022, actually. He will a race car. He really is very, very talented. And wow, let's take a look at this move. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye earlier.
Alex Vogel, I think, in the 143. Yes, it was. The man from Upperville, MRS, one of the MRS racing cars. She's got a little bit too excitable on the right-hand pedal. Spun up the Yokohamas, but a good catch. He was in that little group of cars. I'm not sure whether you want to be on your own or when you want to be catching a draft here in these early stages. Still 16 minutes to go, so plenty of time if you haven't quite put one together. But all the time, you're taking performance out of your Yokohama tires.
Right. Absolutely, that is absolutely true. And what I was talking about right there, the 89 of Jimmy G. Bray, great driver, very, very impressive the way he can get the car around the track, and he and his team, they are really on top of their game. But other than that, he's a jokester. He loves to have a good time, and he has been messing with Brittany Kroll and I all year long. We didn't even know ahead of time. He had a whole birthday party set up. We got him cake and everything at Road America. His birthday isn't until this winter. They went to dinner the whole night. So Jimmy G. Bray having a great time, having an awful lot of fun.
Moving slowly.
Hearing that on the back straight, Laura Eli is moving slowly in the back. Black Sheep Racing 991 car, very distinctive livery on that car.
You see right now she's sitting in P12 at the time, so she had a little bit of problems there. And Laura Eli, we didn't see exactly what happened. Maybe she spun, maybe she had a bit of an issue. Don't count her out. No. She will continue to dig all weekend long. She proved to me the race one in our sister series, which is Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West, also by Yokohama Tires, early on this year at WeatherTech Raceway, who is also a wonderful partner of the series as well, that, yes, she will make a mistake once in a while. We all do. But it's how you recover from that mistake. Do you let it stir you up? She doesn't. When she makes a mistake, she's right back down, focused on what the job is, what the task is, and she'll just keep on digging. So do not count out Laura Eli and that Black Sheep Racing team, because she is a contender every time she gets that helmet on.
Heading down to turn one now and turning right into that tricky little complex down there. Right, left, right, left, right. That's the first. I'm not teaching you how to do the tango there, Sean. That's the first. That's the first complex of corners that takes you out onto the back straight. Laura was at the head of a little group of cars there, so whether she was just easing back to try and find a gap, because there was a good piece of real estate in front of her, which she's now being able to use to her advantage. Here's Robert Todd coming up onto the Speedway banking and about to go by us in the blue car with the very dark blue rear end on that car. Very good looking car, that number 52.
It absolutely is. And, we were talking yesterday too, and for those of you that did not have an opportunity being Friday yesterday to tune in with us, the road course here, it's quite tricky. And each section of each sector has, kind of starts off real tough. You get through it properly, it gives you a little bit of a reward at the end. So you go into sector one, go into turn one. One sets you up all the way through 5. You get 5 right coming out. 6 almost is non-existent within reason. Then it gives you you get a nice reward there. You get a little bit of a breathing time down into 7, very fast section. But then once again, you start sector 2, an immediate 90-degree left-hand turn. And that's where you see trouble going through 7, 8, 9, 10. A lot of cars spinning late out of 10 as well. And then you got to get around 11, 12, and then start the next sector again, where we start seeing some troubles coming into 14. So every one of the 3 sectors has some highlights and lowlights, if you will, and you got to put it together for 2 good laps in this session.
Just about a dozen minutes left, a little more than that, and we're seeing quite a lot of people coming into the pit lane. Speedy Dan Clark in the black and red Tag Heuer 641, right in front of our booth. Makes his home in Indianapolis now, originally from the UK. Very competitive driver, followed his career down through the years on both sides of the Atlantic, and that was just bleeding a little bit of pressure out of the tyres, just as the temps and therefore the pressures are coming up on his Yokohamas. He's going back out again. He'll do a prep lap and then he'll get into full attack mode. Kyle Washington coming to the turn 1 complex as well, and he's got a huge group of cars in front of him that might just slow him down a bit. Excuse me, he's coming to the end of the lap. That was turn 12 and 13, and coming out onto the high banks with 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, including, I noticed, 2 team cars together there. Now, was that a little bit of drafting, trying to get a wee bit of a time back going down to turn 1?
It certainly seemed like it was a little bit of teamwork right there. Ronald Cran, we've seen him throughout the weekend have some highlights and lowlights as well, working there with his teammate, a little bit of draft down the straight. Now, as we were saying earlier, 2 good laps you got to get in here. A lot of times it's not back-to-back laps. And here's the thing, if you have a decent lap and you come out and you mess something up around 12 or 13 at the end, like, yeah, that lap's gone as well. Well, that means that your next lap's no good either, because you've got to carry your speed out of 13, your proper exit speed out of 14. So if you're putting down a banger and all of a sudden you're around 12, 13 or so, or 14, you make a mistake, well, now the lap you're just on, that's no good. The next lap coming up, that's no good either. So that's got to be very frustrating. And we saw that yesterday as well in some of our practice sessions early on in the Career Cup as well. We know Michael McCarthy had a couple problems with that as well. It was very upsetting. So, Brittany Kroll, you got some action down in pit lane. Tell me what's going on.
Yes, guys, I'm down here with ACI Motorsports. I'm here with Jimmy. He's the engineer of the team. We have William Talley sitting middle of the pack today. Do you think we'll see that podium finish from him?
We'll see. It's a long weekend. He's kind of mid-pack right now, but we're trying to improve with every lap. So we got a lot of racing to do. It's it's early in the weekend, like I said. So anything can happen. We might see some rain, and rain's a great equalizer here at the racetrack. So anything can happen.
Good luck. Thank you.
Well, not wrong there. Anything can happen, and in Porsche racing often does. To be honest, if this is your first experience, well, first of all, welcome along to 2022 Sports Car Together Fest. That's the hashtag as well. Hashtag Sports Car Together Fest. Dan Clark back in, and that red and white helmet is has been taken off. He doesn't feel he can improve quite clearly.
Yeah, you know,
it's fifth at the moment.
It's hard to say exactly.
Waving yellow for an impact in turn 6.
We've had an impact down in turn 6 for the number 3,
Reinhold
39, Reinhold. He's had an eventful morning. The grass just showing a little bit of moisture on the top surface of it from the overnight dew. And Reinhold just getting a little bit greedy, I think, on the turn 6 curbs. Ripped off the little piece of rubber that's right on the front of the front spoiler, the splitter. And that was already off before he hit the build tyre stacks there. That is, if you lose that in a race, that's goodbye to your front tyres.
You're all done.
Yeah, it's a piece of rubber that literally just, it's an interference fit on the front end of the car, and on particularly the 991.2s, you lose that, your race is done. You're just not going to get any turning at all. Reinhold's left his team, I think, with a little bit of work there before he's back out later on.
Now we see here, we're down to about 8.5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, and some of the cars starting to pull in, a couple of them here and there, going to be happy with their laps. Some of them are not. Some of them still looking to get 2 solid laps in. But what I will say, they have gotten faster. Let's just go off of Sebastian Carrazzo. Yesterday, his best time was a 1:27.854. Right now, Carrazzo's putting down a 1:27.415. So a considerably better lap there. And we can also talk about a little bit the same. Alex Sedgwick yesterday. His fastest time coming out was a 1:28.869. He's sitting at a 1:27.368. That's a big jump.
Red flag, teams.
Red flag out on the circuit. Race control feeling that Reinhold Krein's car is in a dangerous place.
Red flag to retrieve.
And that car will be retrieved. 7.5 to go. And of course, the moment the red flag comes out, Reinhold fires it back up again. It's looking a little sorry for itself. He basically went straight to the scene of the impact there.
Yeah.
And so not sure whether he had made a mistake or whether it was a failure of something.
I will say the 339 has had a far more eventful weekend.
Yes.
Than some of the other competitors.
It has.
Without a doubt, and he is. Well, let's look this way. He certainly is bringing plenty of action.
He had a little spin early on, and I just wonder if the car was a little tail happy for him, because he lost the rear end earlier on in that session and managed to keep the car mostly on the grey rather than the green. But if the back end if it's been a bit lively, and sometimes in qualifying you might just do that just to get the rotation of the car, maybe he just took a little bit too much through 5 and 6.
Right.
And if it's got away from him, then it's the classic tank slapper, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
And you said it yesterday. I got it. I don't got it. Well, that's quick through there.
Yeah, it absolutely
That's quick,
is.
and things are going to happen at speed.
And with Reinhold as well, he's had some ups and downs this weekend. Is that in his head? Is that causing additional issues as well? Is he a little unsure of himself? But, it's very, very possible, as we are just inside 6 minutes left to go right now. In our 991 class, it's Alex Sedgwick, Jimmy DeRay, Alan Metney. That's your top 3. Sebastian Carrazzo, Robert Todd, and Chris Balamo. That is your top 3 in 992.
Well, we've got a little bit of a moment. Let's remind you, for those of you on the ground, it's a special opportunity today if you're here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, because we have got the Porsche Club of America Porscheplatz autograph session. Just a few hours from now, presented by the first Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Cayman Race of the Weekend, with a couple of drivers signing autographs there. NASCAR legend Jeff Gordon, Carrera Cup Championship contenders Kai von Berlo, Parker Thompson and Trenton Estep. Everyone who's got a ticket, it's open to you, 10 past 11 till 10 past 12. 11:10 till 12:10. I would say get there a wee bit earlier than that in the Porscheplatz if you want to get some merchandise or some hero cards signed. Now, we all cannot compete here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but we're all fans. So we've seen our heroes on the victory podium here. It's just to the right of our global broadcast booth here this weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If you would like a beautiful souvenir of your visit here this weekend, get up onto there. You do it by coming to the base of the pagoda and take your friends, take your family, push them off so that you're on the top step. You don't want anybody with you on the top step. You want to be number one, and get your friends and family on 2 and 3. Recreate your favourite moments in motorsport. It's absolutely free. All you have to do is come to the base of the pagoda and we'll be kicking that off in round about 1 hour's time. And as I finish that, we go back to green.
And I want to add to it, if you want to make it official, we do have Porsche RC car racing going on.
Oh, really?
In the fan zone area over here, I saw earlier. So if you want to make it official, you might not be racing on the actual track itself, but your friends at home don't know that. Like, hey, we were racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is how it went down, and we went up on the podium, and I was on top.
A little trophy. You want to go and buy a little trophy.
That's what you need to do.
That's what you need to do.
Absolutely. So we are now 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in this qualifying session for our GT3 Cup class here. Right now, sitting up on top, it is Sedgwick and Carrazzo in their respective classes in the 991s and 992s. And we've got a handful of minutes left to go, enough to get a few laps in. There's the 89 of Jimmy Gibray out there, and he has been very comfortable all season long. The majority of the time he's in the car has been going very well, and I will say the MDK Motorsports team that Mark Kwame has put together has been very impressive right out of the box here for 2022. So right now we are looking for Jimmy is wanting to move up. Of course he is a little bit. He is right behind Alex Sedgwick by class right now. His fast lap, being Alex Sedgwick, is a 1:27.368 versus a 1:27.567 for Gibray. So he's got a little work to do. Can he make it happen? I think so. He's got open track in front of him right now. Right behind him, he's got the Cinderella story as well. And he's looking down to better his time as well in the number 99. So those two cars right now doing the best they can, and I would think Scott Zdanis in the 99 is going to be like, hey, I'm going to get in tow with Gibray here right now. We know he's fast. We know he's capable. Let's try to put down a lap together.
I think that's smart, particularly at this stage of the game. You're probably going to have one more shot, maybe 2 more shots at it. It's a question of getting the right distance between the cars. You don't want to be all the way up behind your teammate. That'll take air from the front of the car. You'll get what the drivers call aero push. And then you've got to swap positions at the opportune time. And that's what they're doing now, going into turn number 9. Through goes the 89 of Jimmy Ebenett, the man from MDK Motorsports. I think that was a decent draft when he got there. The door was firmly closed on Scott Zdanis, the man from Miami Beach, in the MGM blue and white motorsport cars. They were coming through turns 8 and 9. So now down to turn 12. And has this worked for the MDK teammates? The 89 now swooping into the infield.
We got the 89 here, the MDK, and that top racing entry. The two of them working very well together. Zdanis, I thought, and I think he thought, he's like, man, I thought I was part of this program here. I thought we were working together. What'd you fellas do to me back there? So here we are inside 1 minute left to go in this qualifying session. Coming over the start-finish line. Not quite enough for Gibray to move up. Last lap going down to a 1:31.986. So not what he wants. That little bit of traffic did slow him up a little bit. Meanwhile, there's Sebastian Carrazzo, number 27, looking extremely comfortable, which is no surprise to him. And, you know, the Kelly Moss Road race team, and they put together some amazing race cars. They know how to set them up, and then you get a talent a second-generation talent, I'll say. Sebastian Carrazzo. It's extremely impressive.
He's just going to get across the line before the checkered flag came out. There was 10 seconds to go. That was his outlap from the pit lane. So this is one and done for him. Either he'll improve his best time, or he could indeed, of course, improve his second best time. So he might actually be going for a bit of a banzai lap for race 2 here, and he's got clear track ahead of him. The team have got him out pretty well onto the track. William Talley, the car in front of them, but is about halfway down the back straight as Sebastian comes onto it.
And there's another shot right there of Jimmy Gibray in the 89, and as we just saw a moment ago, Scott Zadanis looked like he had some problems, kind of got bounced around in some different traffic there. Towards the end, he just wasn't able to get clean track and make it work for him. It was just one little problem after another, and that's all you need to really kind of screw up your qualifying efforts.
Wow. One thing I'll say about Jimmy in that 89 car, his best laps are 27.5. He set last time around, he did a 27.6.
Yeah.
So that's really consistent, and that's what you want to see in these single qualifying sessions that set grid positions for 2 different races.
Absolutely.
Barely a tenth away. That's going to give him a decent start in race number 2. Spinner coming back on out of turn 14 onto the start-finish straight, and that is the 3-0 car. And that's Stephen Ayres, the second of the Black Sheep Racing cars. I don't think he's hit anything. His tail's into the wall.
He looks like the car is relatively clean.
Well, we can only see the right-hand side.
Yeah, we'll see exactly
number 14.
What happened here. If you look at the top of your screen,
that's another spin early.
Yeah, very early.
In turn 14. We talked about it yesterday during practice. It is really important to get out of there quickly and take as much speed. You
All right,
get
everyone, the following
maybe
cars,
1
please report
or
to
2
pound,
miles an
please.
hour down the front straight.
In 99
At that point,
cars,
that's going to be 5 miles an hour into turn 1.
Yeah,
maybe a wee bit more.
That's really flying right there. But if I had that mistake that late, or I should say that early, going that late 13 or that early 14, I don't know if we've seen that yet this weekend. That was a different one. It's not how I thought that whole thing had gone down.
992, cars 27.
So that brings to an end as the slightly chasing driver of the number 30. That would have woken Stephen up. If he hadn't had his cup of joe this morning, that would have got the heart rate up, because at that point there's nothing but concrete around you to hit, and he didn't. So he'll be breathing pretty heavy by the time he gets back into the pit lane to say hello to the Black Sheep Racing team.
All right, well, that concludes our qualifying session here for our GT3 class here for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Congratulations and kudos goes out to Alex Sedgwick, the 991 for fast qualifier, Jimmy Gibray in P2, Alan Metney, no surprises there with your top 3, and then in our 992, Sebastian Carrazzo, Robert Todd, Chris Palamo. Once again, the cream, as we said yesterday, slowly rises to the top at the end of the weekend, and no big surprise there with those competitors.
I'm right in saying they won't split the grid, though, so it will be Alex Sedgwick and Sebastian Carrazzo on the front row of the grid. They're effectively the 2 pole sitters for the 2 categories.
Exactly right.
Okay, cool. So that's how they'll line up, with Sebastian Carrazzo in the 992 on the outside, Alex Sedgwick on the inside. Then Jimmy and Alan, Speedy Dan Clark and Robert Todd make up row 3. Row 4, Chris Paloma and Michael Levitas, and we're mixing in 991s and 992s all the way through the top 10. Shane Leathers and Kyle Washington. I don't think he'll be overly happy to be on the outside of row 5, starting in 10th position, but an opportunity to move forward from there, Sean.
Absolutely it is. So we are ready to go racing now here. A little later on, qualifying is done for this series, but we have more qualifying coming up as the morning is rolling on with our Porsche Carrera Cup. Also visit CaymanIslands.com. That'll be coming up around the corner, but a lot of Porsche racing going on all weekend long. The fan zone is amazing. The gates are open, and there's so much fun, amazing stuff to do, and there's a beautiful shot here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. A lot of great stuff to come all day long.
And if you're here at the track, don't forget that this evening, the end of racing and track action is not the end of the day, not by any stretch of the imagination, because tonight at 5:30 on the big screen, facing the fan zone on the back of the pagoda. It's movie night presented by Haggerty. This is no old midnight movie that we've dusted off. No, this is the new Top Gun Maverick. All part of your Saturday admission. Starts at 5:30. Get there early to get a spot. Tell your friends to come as well. And we'll all be settling in for that. I've not seen it. Whether you've seen it or not, what a great way to end off Super Saturday. The Haggerty movie night. And don't forget, we're giving away every hour today a Haggerty Drivers Club membership. If you don't know about the Haggerty Drivers Club, it's a community for car lovers, and it's valued at $70 a year. If you would like to subscribe, that's fine, but we are giving away a membership every single hour. It brings you 24/7 emergency roadside service, automotive offers, including 10% off Coca Tire, 10% off California car cover, and more. We have 6 issues of the award-winning exclusive Haggerty Drivers Club magazine, unlimited listing on Haggerty Marketplace when you want to buy or sell cars, and Haggerty Valuation. Now, that is the biggest database of collector and classic cars in the world. Also, exclusive events and experiences. And for me, I think one of the most important things, Ask Haggerty, a team of experts who are primed to answer all your automotive questions. It's the Haggerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving and loving cars even better. They're in the fan zone. Go down, talk to them, tell them we sent you, say hello, and find out how you can become a member. And don't forget, we're giving away one membership every hour this weekend at the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here at IMS.
Would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in love time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips are warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship.
Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter.
Some things can't be forgotten. Thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait. Which car should I drive?
You got this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go.
Please tell me you saw that.
Puppets not stopping nothing, so they mind getting hated with the can. Understand they illiterate. The truth is my.
Het Christa kan best wel eentje flash. Dat is echt fantastisch.
Let's go.
Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase.
Feel the beat, such a me, courtesy of River G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't expect your acceptance. I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class of session.
Just a little sightseeing through the forest. I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, Becca. What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go.
I love this car.
Good morning to those of you who are on the grounds here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. John Hindhaugh with you for this portion of the day. It's the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. That's your hashtag as well if you're further away as well, watching on our international TV feed. Hashtag Sports Car Together Fest. Going out now, some lucky souls from Porsche Club America. Don't ask me to pick a favourite car because there's too many of them out there that are just glorious going out to get some laps around this 2.5 mile 14 corner circuit. And while we're talking about PCA, Porsche Club America, really good set of people. And don't forget that we are running our raffle again today with Porsche Club America for hot pit and garage tours. You don't have to be a member to win it. Go and see the Porsche Club America volunteers. They're in the fan zone just behind the pagoda. Lovely set of people. Whether you've got a Porsche or you haven't got a Porsche, whether you're thinking about buying a Porsche, whether you would like to have a Porsche, go and talk to them. They're a mine of information, and the Porsche community worldwide is brought together by all of the Porsche clubs. I'm a member of Porsche Club in the United Kingdom, PCGB, Porsche Club GB, and it's a lovely, lovely atmosphere. I would say probably one of the friendliest car clubs in the world. So get yourself into the fan zone, have a chat with them, and get entered into that raffle for hot pit and garage tour. You don't have to be a member to win that. Meantime, I'm going to settle back with a cup of coffee and just start picking through these fabulous cars that are on the track for their parade laps here at Porsche Sports Car Together Fest for 2022. Well, we're just coming to the end of our Porsche Club America lap session. Checkered flag is out. If you're here on the grounds, plenty of things for you to get involved with today. And how about this for an opportunity that doesn't come along every day? Because not all of us, probably not any of us, are going to reach the historic victory lane here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway after a race. But this weekend, you can see what the champions see and take home a unique memory. The winner's circle open from about 11 o'clock today, right through till 4. Take a photo, of course. See if you can grab some of your friends to put them on the podium as well. The base of the pagoda is where you need to be from about an hour's time. Go and speak to the ladies and gentlemen down there, and they'll be happy to sort you out when the time comes along. Now, talking about really good souvenirs, our autograph session taking place again today, and that again will be in the fan zone behind the pagoda, and a special opportunity today brought to you by Porsche Club of America. 4 of the drivers that later on today will be taking part in the first Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands will be signing autographs at the Porscheplatz. NASCAR legend Jeff Gordon returns to competition after 10 years away and is reunited with his championship-winning crew chief Ray Evernham after a 23-year break. Add to that, Carrera Cup Championship contender Kai Van Berlo, Parker Thompson, Trenton Estep at a very special Porsche Club of America event open to all ticket holders. That again, just over an hour away, 10 past 11, 11:10 till 12:10. A great opportunity for you to meet the heroes of our sport. And don't forget as well, our Haggerty movie night tonight, 5:30. Don't dash away after the final checkered flag of the day. We've got action coming up for you on the track soon. Just time to grab a cup of coffee and get yourself to your favourite viewing area. Maybe wander around, take a few selfies with some of the fabulous Porsches here at the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And let's head down to the pit lane and Brittany, who's got more news for us.
Hi, guys. Come meet us down at the Esports Arena in the fan zone at 12 o'clock to witness the Esports Challenge USA Grand Finale. Over 1,000 drivers entered this competition. We are down to our final 8. The final 8 are competing for $15,000 for first place, $10,000 for second, $5,000 for third. So that is a $30,000 grand pool. Guys, we are crowning our very first Porsche Esports Challenge USA champion. You do not want to miss this.
This is why it's so
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in love time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips are warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship.
Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to some bonus coverage this weekend from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Don't always get to talk about our Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by VisitCaymanIslands.com. 30 minutes of qualifying, cars just rolling out of the pit lane. We are looking for 2 good lap times, not just one. The best lap time will set the grid for our first race of the weekend and the second for race 2. That kind of makes sense even to me. It's John and Sean back in the booth. Expect here, Sean, to see the usual runners at the front, so all of the Kelly Moss Road and Race guys. Trenton Estep will be up there, Parker Thompson will be up there, I think Demi DeMarcos will be up there, and you might see them come in between sessions, and it's not unheard of to sometimes even slap a new set of tyres on. So use brand new 2 sets of tyres for effectively 2 separate runs.
Okay, that makes sense. I was going to touch on that. This being my opportunity for our first qualifying session for the Carrera Cup. Yesterday in practice, there was a little, we thought there was a little trickery going on with the Kelly Moss team, going out there. The 3 of those cars lined up first. They did the same amount of laps. I did talk to some of those drivers and things. Main thing was they were out seating brakes. That's what they all decided to do. Yeah. Then after that, it was a separate plan of different things. We had Michael McCarthy. He took on stickers. We had some adjustments, wing adjustments and things to some other drivers. Now, in asking you, being so knowledgeable in this series, other than possibly coming and putting stickers on midway through for 2 different laps, are the teams going to work together here? Are the draft comes into play? These cars do punch a hole in the air. Is that going to be something, or are they going to be out there just kind of on their own doing their thing? And I'm curious, because I don't know. It's my first opportunity to be a part of the qualifying.
It's an interesting question, because, of course, you think of motorsport as a team sport. And, of course, it is. There's a real symbiosis between the driver and everybody behind the scenes. And whilst there are 3 Kelly Moss road and race cars likely to be at the sharp end of the field here, effectively those drivers are all driving for themselves and all driving for the big prize.
Certainly.
And particularly with Kai van Berlo and challenging at the sharp end of the field, he's going to want to beat Riley Dickinson. And Michael's in there as well. There's a lot at stake here. I think we'll see them breaking up a little bit and trying to get a run, and that's exactly what we're doing at the moment. Here's Kai van Berlo across the start-finish line, down towards turn 1, all the way from 165, 170 miles an hour, down to second gear through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They come up very quickly indeed, not using the carousel opt to the right. So it's the fast chicane, the right-left chicane, and onto the back straight.
See there, Kelly Rosberg racing. And as you were saying, you pointed out yesterday, when they come around, 3, 4, and into 5, if they get that just right, 6 is almost non-existent. You're seeing, you can see, as Kai did as well with the number 3 car, very, very important. But this track, it's rather abrupt in certain areas. And as far as qualifying goes, as you mentioned yesterday, look at them really pushing the limits of getting everything out of the car. But here in qualifying, we saw them really pushing it in practice. But it's key to make sure that you have a good lap all the way around, because you can mess up 2 laps easy.
Oh,
here.
easily.
Absolutely, very, very quickly. And actually, Mr. McCarthy, Michael's father, told me a little bit about that yesterday. He was they were a little frustrated. Michael was kind of like, well, it is what it is, but more than one time kind of made a mistake and you mess up 2 laps, and that's very upsetting in such a short session.
Van Berlo across the line was right out near the grass at turn 10, and he set a couple of good sectors, the middle sector best of anybody, but Parker Thompson's gone through just behind him and gone to provisional pole position, 125.1. That's not going to be enough, I'll tell you that now. We're going to shave a good second off that, I would think. It's a little different conditions to what we saw yesterday. Slightly more overcast, a little more humid, but that's great for the Michelin tyres, and in some ways for the flat 6 4-litre normally aspirated engines that might make make their power a little easier. Around about 510 horsepower driving through the paddle shift racing gearbox. So at the moment it's Thompson, Van Berlo, S-Step, Dickinson, McCarthy, Lee King for 311 RS in the red and black car. That's the number 12. Then it's Travis Wiley, Dimitri Demakos in the other 311 RS. That's the black car with the red on the front of it. Van Berlo starting another lap. So he's gone straight in to another couple of laps. We can check his sector times. And Riley Dickinson's just gone very quickly in the first sector. 29.1. We're going to be talking fractions here, Sean. I'll tell you that now at the sharp end of the field. And don't forget, we've got 3 classes, ladies and gentlemen. So at the moment, PJ Hyatt is leading 14th. That's a creditable run for PJ, leading Pro-Am ahead of the championship contending Metney and Castro, Allen and Efford. And in Am, it's Jeff Myshak ahead of Mark Kwame and Joe Lombardo. Joe back in the championship. So that's 29, 43 and 92 in the AM category.
And Myshak really kind of stepped up his game. Yesterday was a little bit more of a Lombardo Kwame show back and forth. Myshak really stepping up. And the thing, earlier on, just an hour ago, we had qualifying for our sister class this weekend, Sprint Challenge. And I thought with the weather being the way it is and the overcast and a little more humid, wasn't sure it's going to happen. The majority of the faster competitors in that class were able to better their lap times from practice yesterday. I see no difference why that would change for our Carrera Cup competitors here as well. And what I really enjoyed just a moment ago, looking there is Efren Castro. He is pulled off to the side, now trying to get back up to speed. But a moment ago, we had a great shot of Kai Van Berlo. And, he's been around for a while. He's won a lot of races in this series. And it just shows the traffic around him was almost non-existent. He's out there lap after lap setting him down. He puts himself, he just has, he's been around long enough. He knows what to do. And he's got a great team behind him. And he puts himself in a position where he just, it's all him. No one around him. But not everyone is able to do that.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda won the championship last year. Had one bad weekend at VIR. Didn't have great weekends here, but nobody nailed all 3 races because it was a triple header here at the Speedway last year. But a non-finish at VIR was what really did for him. Won more races. Van Berlo won more races last year than the championship winner, Sebastian Prior, the Guernseyman, a 3rd generation motor racer. Yes. But Kai wasn't expecting to be doing this. He came across to the US for his education and is down in Florida, still working through his studies. Got the opportunity last year to come into Porsche Carrera Cup North America with these 992 Cup cars. The first year of the 992 Cup cars last year, obviously he grabbed it with both hands.
Yes,
Kelly Moss
absolutely.
Road and Race, really good team. And I think he might have been slightly disappointed that he wasn't a bit closer to Seb at the end. As I say, you only need one bad weekend here for it all to go very wrong indeed. Kurt Swearingen in the what did we call that yesterday? Spearmint and grey car.
I believe he went with Spearmint.
Yeah, and the bright green wheels on that. He's going down the back straight now. Ahead of him, number change this weekend for Adam Adelson. Normally runs the 24. He has seeded that number on his Premier racing car to one Jeff Gordon, who is back in competition for the first time in around about a decade. Jeff sitting in 20th at the moment, one position ahead,
Which is
Adam Adelson. How lovely.
Which is an improvement from yesterday. And as they said, you had the opportunity, John, for the do the press conference, and they said, hey, we're just going to learn and learn and learn, get better and better. Well, day number 2, they're already improving on where they were sitting yesterday. So he and Ray Evernham and the Hendrick Performance Group, they're obviously, which is no surprise, they're moving in the right direction.
Looks like a tyre swap for Efren Castro. Thompson, Dickinson, Van Berlo all in the pit lane. Trenton Estep, I think, in the pit lane as well. Yes, so the top 4 all in the pit lane. That's the 9:53, 3 and 6 cars.
Now, John, I think you nailed it right on the head here with Efren Castro pulling the pits. He's sitting with a 1:26.499 for his best time, about a half second ahead of Matney and Swearingen. And I think it's almost like you and Efren were talking earlier. He came in, it looks like he's put some stickers on and going to maybe go out and put down another great lap in order for to get gridded up properly for race number 2. And maybe he's hoping that this time that he's got right now is going to hold up and still be one of those ones that's going to be atop the record book by the time the session's over.
I know that there are places to pass here, but this is in some ways a track position race.
Yes,
because if you're outside the top 10, you're making life hard for yourself in the overall. Castro just letting a whole run of cars go through there. That was really, really sensible, because what he doesn't want to do is go offline on his warm-up lap. He's not going to go flat out on this warm-up lap, because he's going to want to bring those Michelin tyres in gently, bring them up to pressure and temperature. As they get warmer, the pressure increases, and the skill of the engineer is to pressure the tyres in the cold of the pit lane. No tyre warmers allowed. I'm making these numbers up, but let's say they put £28 per square inch in as they roll out. Then it might be that on their fast lap they need them to be at 32, 33. So you've got to I'm making those numbers up, but there will be that kind of change, and that's why you see the guys warming these tyres up very carefully indeed. It is easy, very easy indeed, because all race tyres now give you a superb amount of grip when they're cold. But what you don't want to be doing is running over even these flat curbs. You do not want to be running over the flat curbs before they're up to temperature and pressure. Castro coming to start a lap now, and he's still weaving side to side. I think even this second lap is also a prep lap, because if you start going over curbs, you risk shoulder damage on the tyres if they're not up to temperature and pressure. 17.5 minutes to go. Here's how it stands in the classes. Mark Kwame is leading the AM Championship and leading the times in that first run from Joe Lombardo, who is back in the championship. Cherry picks his races now, Joe. I hope we'll see him at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in a few weeks' time. Bill Smith has been leading the championship, had to miss Road America with a foot injury. He's back in the bright orange 42 Kung Fu Lounge car. That's your top 3 in AM. In Pro-Am, Efren Castro in the black and purple 65 leads Alan Metney in the iFly, mostly silver car, the 99, and Kurt Swearingen in that green and dark grey black car, depending on if the sun's out or not. That's your top 3 in Pro-Am. And at the top of the shop, it's the number 9 of Parker Thompson. That's the Shell top-up car, the white, yellow and orange machine. Then it's Riley Dickinson. That's the white car with the green stripe down, the Racing for Children's Kelly Moss racing car. There are 3 that look almost identical. Riley has the orange flashes on the front and rear of the car. Then Kai van Berlo, his teammate, that's got no flashes on the front, but the same. That's the number 3. And then Trenton Estep in there as well, in the number 6 car. Trenton, the MDK Motorsport driver, the first USA driver to win a round of this championship since we went into the pro era a year ago. And he didn't just do one, he took both at Canada on the IndyCar support at Toronto.
Which is not an easy task to do. That's quite a challenging
it
track.
was.
And very similar to a lot of these road courses. There's no runoff, there's no time for mistakes. A mistake means you're in the concrete wall. And so to go there and have back-to-back wins, you're having a flawless
Shawnee
weekend.
busted. He absolutely bossed that weekend.
Yeah, at the Toronto is one of my favorite races to go to. And it always provides some great racing, but you have to be A1. You've got to be on your game to perform there. And to have back-to-back wins, I think that's really something special.
Castro then with clear track and has got that part of the run for Kelly Moss. This is another Kelly Moss car. Doesn't run in the same livery as the rest of the team. Very colourful with the black and purple on both sides of the car. Efren very proud of his heritage and has been bouncing. I mean, just snatched the championship last year at the very last round. We had 2 triple headers last year because of race cancellations. Calendars were somewhat fluid in the last couple of years, of course. And so here at IMS and at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it was 3 races for the drivers. And basically, he pulled back the points on Alan Metney and took it at virtually the last gasp. Parker Thompson going quicker again in the first sector, under 30 seconds, a 29 flat for him as he's back out on the circuit and going for another run. The number 7 back out on the circuit. That's another one. That's Mike McCarthy. That's the one with the purple, the lilac flashes on the front and rear. That's how you know that one.
And he right now, Michael McCarthy, currently in the 6th position in our pro class, a little behind a couple of his teammates there, not quite where he wants to be, but very respectable. Being a first year in this series, there certainly is, a pretty major learning curve when you come to Carrera Cup. It's a big difference to be out there in this series. And so, Mike McCarthy just coming off his first ever podium in this particular series. He did that at Road America just weeks ago, and now out here trying to qualify the best that he can. But without a doubt, it's been a little bit difficult for him. It's been a learning curve. But also another thing, too, is that his father was also saying yesterday, and I don't know if you want me to mention it, he goes, I kind of like it because he hasn't made a lot of friends necessarily in the paddock. He goes, and not because Michael's a great kid, but he goes, but I kind of like it like that. I kind of like it like that. He's just out there doing his thing, and so good on him. But when you come to Career Cup and you go into the pro class, you need to be ready for some adjustments because it's baptism by fire, to say the least.
Van Berlo just turns his fastest lap, a 1:25.0 at 9.9 and a 1:25.092 for Parker Thompson. There is 0.007 between those 2 Porsches. Wow, that is close. That is not even the width of a bumper if they were coming to the line together. 0.007 of a second.
So, very impressive run in these Kelly Moss Road race vehicles. No big surprise here. And ultimately, as we've been running through the practice sessions, it's kind of been the story so far anyways. Well, when you get to race time, things are going to be different. We know that. But the story's been slowly unfolding right in front of our very eyes here through the practice sessions, seeing the way things have gone and now into qualifying. Not super surprised with anything right now, but it's going to be different once we get into race time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Big fields here. I haven't seen Hutton McKenna's car, the McKenna Porsche, the California McKenna Porsche car, the 88, out in this session. And I have to think back now to whether I saw that yesterday. Just to note, the Nola Sport 47 car as well, that multicoloured car. I can't remember seeing that one either. So we may only have 33 cars starting. Change in arm up to 3rd. Jeff Myshak has just edged Bill Smith for 3rd spot. So they're swapping sides on on their grid. Now, again, this is going to be a complete grid. There's no split between the pros, the pro-ams and the ams. So what time you put in is where you start. I'm sure many of you are wondering where the number 24 is. Well, we can answer that question for you. Was sitting just on the top 20, still is 15th in the pro class. Adam Adelson has gone quicker. Adam has decreased his time and pushed himself up to 19th. So Jeff Gordon now in 21st overall, 15th in class.
You have to think Adam Anderson's got a big smile on his face just because that being such a fan of Jeff Gordon, and how could you not be? And then being kind enough to relinquish your number for the weekend and then be behind him in qualifying. Now all of a sudden you're up in front of him. You got to be smiling. You got to be having a good time with it. And Adam Anderson, he's a fun guy on and off the track, and I bet you he's really enjoying that.
And Jeff Gordon paying tribute to the Premier Sports team and to Adam for passing over that number for this event. Might not be the last time we see Jeff in this car in action. Ray Evernham trying to get him to enter Pikes Peak with the car. Jeff wasn't too keen on that, although he didn't rule out yesterday when we were doing the Q&A that he might come back for some more Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands.
And John, I know we're only got 9 minutes, 38 seconds left to go in this qualifying session, but talking about yesterday, Jeff Gordon and the possibility of doing Pikes Peak, you and I had a little conversation after it was over, and I had asked about it. I think it's worthy of. What was his response when you would ask him about going there?
Well, I sort of raised an eyebrow, and he looked at me, and I said, Jeff, have you got no fear or no imagination? And he said, I've got no desire to do it. That's what I've got.
I had to hear it again. I was already giggling a little bit.
Quick with the retort as he is on the track. Ooh, new set of Michelin Pilot Sport going on. Oh, I think that might be going on Kai van Berlo's car. Let's see what they're taking off. Yeah, they're off, and that's a new set of sticker tyres with 8.5 minutes to go. There's a few people stickering up in the pit lane as well at the moment. If you're here at the track or watching on our global TV feed, the pro cars have the silver wing end plates, the silver door squares, and the bright white 4 headlight dots. The Pro Am have blue mirrors, blue end plates, and blue dots in the headlights, and it's orange or yellow at least for the AM cars in those same places. Somebody spun there at turn 1 as the guys were going back out. Van Berlo just waiting for a gap in the traffic.
Yep.
As out goes the number 11 of Dimitri Demakos. That's the 311 RS Motorsport, the black car. Jeff Gordon looks like he's building up to something. The car mainly GT silver. That's the colour that they are supplied in. Jeff hoping to do a few track days with this car as well. They've laid on some satin black decals on that car for Hendrick's Performance Group. Goes down into turn 1. In behind him, the 57 is John Getz with the yellow, the gold coloured mirrors indicating the AM category. John, who had a really big accident at Toronto, and basically he was savvy, he and the team were savvy enough to get the car so that they could roll, and they got the car to the start and did the start and then basically pulled it into the pits, but because there was only a couple or 3 cars in his class, he still got the points, and that's kept him well in the championship chase. And indeed he enters this weekend second in the AM category after Road America's 2 rounds, when of course Bill Smith wasn't there. It is Mark Kwame who's leading that AM championship at the moment.
Mark Kwame right now running rather well as expected here in our AM class, sitting here on a 127.757 right now. He is in the leader in this qualifying session in the amateur class. Lombardo behind him. Kyle Washington, he kind of snuck in there, but he's in the Pro-Am class as well. And behind Lombardo is the number 29 car as well. So that's your top 3 in amateurs. And then we see Efren Castro pulling back in again, as we saw him earlier on go out with stickers, come back out again. All in all, though, I think he's going to be happy with his efforts so far here in his qualifying
He did
session.
a really good first sector, but then I think a little mistake in the middle sector has brought him back. There's quite a lot of instrumentation in these 992 Cup cars, a lot of inspiration for the interior taken from the 911 RSR, the Le Mans winning car. And the driver's been moved more to the centre. There's the access panel above the driver's head should the worst happen. A little bit of a squirrely moment on the brakes for the number 91. Yeah, that's the blue, black and silver car. Quite a lot of the liveries using silver as a base coat. That's the Matty Graham for MDK Motorsports. That is the colour that they come in. It's called GT Silver if you want your car that colour. And it is available as a street car colour. In the old days, all the Porsche race cars, whether they were single make Cup cars or any of the others, they all came in white, Carrera white, racing white effectively. This 992 has always been available as the base colour as GT Silver.
And as you saw the 91 earlier, just getting a little out of whack going in the turn right there. Not very much, but the thing is, it's so competitive in this Carrera Cup by visit CaymanIslands.com that that's all it takes. And next thing you know, you go from starting, we could be up on the pole, now you're starting 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
That's all it takes in this class because it is so competitive. The times are so close to one another, and you just need to be flawless, at least for these 2 laps, to get yourself out there. And that's not an easy task to do on a track that is tricky like this. With the 3 different sectors, as I said, going out from the front stretch, turning into 1, that's difficult, and that's where we saw a little bit of a problem earlier. The same thing again, going from 10 up onto the bank again. Late exit of 10 there, that's caused a lot of problems all weekend long, and not as much in the Carrera Cup as we saw earlier on in the Sprint Challenge, but there are some trouble coming late out of 13 and into 14, but not as much here in this class, as everyone's been relatively clean, as you see Kai Van Brille right there in the number 3, swerving back and forth a little bit. But all in all, it's very tricky here, and when there's that much talent, perfection is the name of the game.
0.007 the gap at the front. Just a quick word on Matty Graham in that number 91. Has done some Carrera Cup in the UK, but that was back in 2020 and they were still running. In fact, they've only just gone to the 992 this year. Kai van Berlo, the young Dutchman, really wants to win this championship this year and is concentrating on that. He's got this one and one more. Let's check his times. And Alan Metney's had a spin coming out of the turn number 2 into 3 and 4, but he's managed to get it pointing in the right direction. He got a little helping hand there from Trenton Estep in the black, white and gold car. Now that will be being looked at race control. In the race, I think Trenton may have had a penalty for that in a practice or qualifying session. I'm not sure how that will be seen. Really, that's going to be very interesting. I'm not going to second guess race control. They've got a hard enough job. It's the only job at a racetrack I never want to do. No, if I'm quite honest. Very interesting, but that was definitely contact between Estep in the number 6 for MDK Motorsports and Alan Metney in the iFly car.
In 2 separate classes.
A
Pro and a Pro-Am as well.
It's the end of the session. Everybody wants to get their last lap in.
Like I've said, I don't like to speculate, but Estep coming down to only a couple minutes left to go might have been a little frustrated. I said, hey, I need to get another lap in. Felt like maybe Alan was slowing him up, or maybe something along those lines. I don't know. I'm speculating a bit there, but that's 2 different classes for them to do that, and so I would not want to be making these decisions in race control right now, John.
Riley Dickinson is in the pit lane. He will be no better than 3rd when we start the first race. Inside of row 2, not necessarily the worst place to be. At the moment, he's got Matty Graham, the 26-year-old from Stamford in Northumberland, my old stomping ground. A lot of good rally drivers come from around there because the narrow roads up there and the Northumberland Moors, absolutely fantastic. Good motorcycling roads up there. But the battle for pole position is not yet over. Parker Thompson has it as he emerges from turn 14 onto the front step, past us now, crossing the yard of bricks and down into turn 1. Now he has got a huge amount of real estate in front of him, because the next car in front of him is already coming out of turn 5. So this could be, well, he might not need to finish this lap. These team will be watching the times of Kai van Berlo in the number 3 car, and I'm watching Van Berlo's splits. He's there or thereabouts. He's not super quick, Van Berlo, and this, how far round is KVB? He might get one more after this, but he's going to have to. He's coming out of turn 11 now.
Between Van Berlo and Thompson, all the pressure's on Van Berlo right now. Thompson's
Correct.
sitting
He's
on top
chasing.
of the board. Can he put down another great lap? Yes, he can. But the pressure's not on him; it's on Van Berlo. That's a lot of weight to carry.
You might be thinking, what's the difference between one side of the road and the other? Well, yes, that's a fair point in a race that's going to last just under an hour, but it's 2 points for pole position, and we've seen championships decided by that kind of margin. 25 points for a win, and pole positions will give you points as well. Well, Van Berlo's got across the line. He didn't improve that time around. He did a 25.3 as the checkered flag comes out. So Van Berlo's done one more. That's a good lap. That's a very good lap from Van Berlo to back up his 25 flat. Remember, 0.007 of a second is what he's got to try and find. Where is the Shell top-up car of Parker Thompson? He's pitted, so he wasn't improving. So there'll be nothing better than a 25.092. So it's down to Van Berlo on this last lap.
Oh, we got the 55 come around as well. That is not going to help anything at all right there, as we got Holcomb in the Pro-Am class, brings it around right down at the end of qualifying.
That's going to be a yellow flag right at the end of the lap. He got locked up. Oh, he's ruined a set of Michelin slicks there in the Mystery Machine coloured car. Fans of Scooby-Doo will have recognised that straight away. Oh, Matt. Ooh, come on. What were you thinking there, man?
So right down to the nitty-gritty. That's going to be very upsetting.
Now, where is Van Berlo? Van Berlo's still on it here, you know. He's coming through to the pit entry now. Let's see if he peels in at the exit of turn 12. No, Kai van Berlo's going to finish this lap. He must think he's got a chance to improve on either his best time or his second best time. And I'm looking across to my left. Has he peeled into the pit lane? And yes, he must have.
Because he must have. That's Michael McCarthy right there.
He's seen the checkered flag. So he is going to be 8th. Well, interesting. I'll crunch the numbers for you on second best times later on today. But Parker Thompson for JDX Racing in the Shell top-up number 9 car with a 125.092 has edged it by the smallest of margins. 0.007 of a second. 25.092, 25.099 to Van Berlo, the championship leader. Then it's Riley Dickinson making it a 2-3 for Kelly Moss in the 53 car. Matty Graham for MDK Motorsports, the young Brit in the championship here. The lad from Northumberland, Stamfordham, just north of Newcastle upon Tyne. Then Trenton Estep and MDK Motorsports number 6 and 311 RS Motorsport Lee Keane on row 3. We'll do the top 10 for you. Travis Wiley in the next position for top racing. That's position 7 and 7th in class for the number 77. That one we should be able to mention and remember. Michael McCarthy is the number 7 car in 8th. TJ Fisher, another one of the pro cars, in 9th. Grant Tolke for ACI Motorsports in 10th. In the classes, Efren Castro takes another point towards his championship charge as pole with the number 65 Kelly Moss race car in 13th overall for Pro-Am. And in the AM category, we go down to 24th position overall for the number 43. Mark Kwame is in pole position for that. Just a confirmation of what we saw out there with the top, let me see, 12 positions all filled by pro class cars, but the gaps very, very tight indeed. Efren Castro will be happy with that, just outside the top 10. I reckon he'll race into the top 10 here, Efren, and we could see that Pro-Am battle inside the top 10 between himself and Alan Metney, Kurt Swearingen. Hendrick Performance Group, Jeff Gordon, 22nd, so he pulled up a couple of positions there. He was sitting 14th, 15th in class. He stays in 15th in class. And the 33 cars we saw, no Justin Oates and no Hutton McKenna. Just remind ourselves of what happened in that session.
Yeah, you see them all rolling off, taking the initial green flag. And it all starts to unfold. Markwami running very, very well in this qualifying session. Quite happy with it, but no surprise seeing Efren Castro on top, taking the top spot in the Pro-Am class. Big thumbs up to the windshield of the windscreen after that was over with.
Well, and you know, ahead of quite a lot of the pro cars. I know that those guys in Pro-Am and Am, look at how many of the classes above that they are ahead of. Parker Thompson for JDX Shell top-up car on pole position and will take the point for that. He'll be aiming for 25 more points in the first race, and the same in race 2, as he is. Well, he has won here before. He won the middle race here last year. Well, there we are then. How tight do you like it? 0.00 second. 007, license to thrill. That's what we'll have when these cars come back for race 1 of 2 for the weekend. Qualifying's done now, so the grids are set for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by visitCaymanIslands.com. Rounds 13 and 14 of 16 this weekend. It's go time for the championship, and we'll have them all for you live here from the Sports Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, just off to our right-hand side here is the historic podium for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Indy 500, Brickyard 400, and this weekend, of course, our race winners, in fact, first, second and third, will be taking your plaudits standing on that piece of hallowed ground. You've got the opportunity to be there yourself as well, as all you have to do is come to the base of the podium. Bring your camera phones, bring your friends and family. It is open for business now, as you can see. We've got, hello, wave to us down there on the podium. Thank you very much indeed. And you can take home a unique souvenir. How many of your friends can say that they have stood on the podium at Indianapolis Motor Speedway all the way through till 4 o'clock this afternoon for your IMS podium selfie? And also, this afternoon, or this morning, should I say, in round about 20 minutes' time, a special opportunity for you to get some autographs from 4 of the drivers who've just been qualifying in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Cayman Islands Race. That will be at Porscheplatz. Jeff Gordon will be there, coming back to racing, as we've mentioned. Plus, the championship contenders this year, Kai van Berlo, Parker Thompson and Trenton Estep. It's a very special Porsche Club of America event, open to all from 11:10 to 12:10 in the Porscheplatz. And we've also got a GT3 walk around for you today. And if you want to know exactly what the specification of these fantastic race cars are, then make sure that you come into the fan zone for the GT3 walk around, which is coming up later on today. And you'll have the opportunity to be shown around the car and by one of the team members. That is the 12:40 till 1 o'clock this afternoon. If you would like to see that and one of the team members showing you round that car. All right, we're going to take a little breather. No need for you to go too far away because there's action aplenty this Super Saturday here at IMS for the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Festival.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up.
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir. Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive. It is a beautiful day for a drive. Reed, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode, or the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right.
All right.
Let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight, it's so controlled, it is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far we've gone and how fast we've driven, I thought I was going to be at way less mileage by now.
We'll see how the car does on this next detour. The only American Porsche factory driver, Patrick Long, is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so I come well equipped. The 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
It's a sweet-looking road.
Here they come. Cars are on the move. Cars are on the move.
Hill climber.
All right. Keep my eyes on those guardrails.
You got an amazing view. It's so spectacular with these things.
Woo!
Definitely a few white-knuckle moments here.
Sweet. God, the handle's good.
That's like taking a ride on motorcycles. I mean, honestly, that's like coming up a canyon on a bike.
Spider doesn't mess around either, though.
Woo! Alex.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they're called challenges. They shouldn't be. They should be called adrenaline spikes.
So, how much charge do you have left?
I've gotten some regeneration on the drive.
You have?
I'm at 48%.
You're at 48.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm at 43. So we're on the 405 heading southbound.
Yeah, we've almost made it the whole leg of the run. down to the PEC.
Hi, this is Mark Hotchkiss from the Porsche Experience Center. This is a closed course, but these are very powerful cars, so we'll be coaching and guiding them through the modules.
Are they going to put us in a skid pad? Are we going to get to go play in the water? I've got 39%. I hope I can do everything.
Roll camera. Trying to keep that Taycan right on the banking itself.
Oh, yeah.
The brake power is so strong. I love it.
The Taycan holds the world drift record for an electric vehicle with 219 revolutions. Let's see what Alex and Keanu can do out here on our drift circle.
Try not to catch the slide. You need to turn to the left. It's a little bit of understeers. Unwind the wheel, Alex, and slowly build your speed. Stab it hard. Stab that throttle.
Throttle's all the way down, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, he's going off the course. Not yet, not yet. Don't rule me out yet. Woo!
You're a natural, brother.
It's like wacky racers. Try to do some of that over by the camera first, Shane. Uh-oh. Sorry, camera. Thank you.
I'm just going to go in a circle. Da, da, da. All right.
Almost. Super close. Do that again.
I'm going full hooligan.
Build that speed. I got it. You're getting the hang of it now.
Keep it in there! Ah, come on, I can get it! I got it! I can feel it!
Try to get that rear end rotate, Keanu. You got it. Throttle, yeah!
Attention all.
There it is.
Sprint Challenge Cayman team. Just be on slight hold for now. Pulse grid is being occupied by PCA. As soon as they clear out, I will make a call when grid opens.
Can we do that again?
Again, everybody just stand down, hold tight. I'll make a
What a
announcement once
fantastic
pulse
day.
grid opens.
Amazing car.
Great experience. Just thank you so much.
Woo! Woo!
Was that a woo-hoo, Alex?
Woo!
So who belongs in Haggerty Drivers Club?
People say we have a one-track mind, but that's not true.
That's right, because we drive on a lot of tracks.
I've always been a bit sketchy. Ooh, nice lines, Chip.
Is it so bad that I want to save money on car stuff and then use that money to buy more car stuff? Hey, cool socks.
Thanks.
I may be a know-it-all, but I don't actually know it all. That's where these know-it-alls come in.
I've been accused of being a car chaser. I can't deny it. Ferrari, pull up the valuation tool.
So if you're into epic driving events,
If you want members-only offers on things like racing school, tires, or cool car socks,
If you're drawn to red-hot talent,
or if you always take your coffee with cars, then you belong with us. Join the fun. What's up, Wayne?
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is my time. Look at me now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome along to Saturday morning. Anyone familiar with the 311 RS Motorsport YouTube videos will be delighted and excited to know that you'll be able to get up close and personal with the number 12 311 RS Porsche GT3 Cup car with sports car racing champion Lee Keane. Lee also holds the indoor land speed record, 102 miles an hour in the Las Vegas Exhibition Centre in a Porsche Taycan Turbo S. Just think about that for a moment. 102 miles an hour from stationary to stationary without hitting the walls. That's remarkable. In an hour's time, Lee will be giving a personal walk around of his bright red number 12 at the 311 RS Motorsport trackside garage. We've got some lucky Porsche Club drivers out, Porsche Club America drivers out on the track at the moment, and a beautiful array of 911s. We've got 718 Boxsters and Caymans, and they look absolutely stunning, and I've got to try and decide which one I want to take home. I'm not sure that the owner would let me do that, but we'll give it a go anyway. Aisha Coker is alongside me, the Vice President of Marketing for Porsche Cars North America. First of all, welcome. Welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and congratulations on your promotion to Vice President of Marketing. You must get a fantastically satisfying feel sitting here today in the role that you occupy now, looking at the enthusiasm, the excitement as we celebrate Porsche culture here this weekend.
Oh, it's well, first of all, thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today and with all of our Porsche enthusiasts. I mean, I have to say it's a team effort for our company. We are all here. A lot of our executives are here as well, and it's an electrifying, great deal of energy and creativity goes into putting on such an event like this. But it comes with such ease because you can feel the presence of a family-orientated event. And only Porsche can do something like this.
Do you know, I had that exact conversation yesterday. Of all the car brands in the world, all the sports car brands, all the premium sports car brands in the world, I'm not sure, in fact I'm positive now, that only Porsche can do this, because there is a Porsche for everyone. There's not really a hierarchy. You can have a 30-year-old 924 or 968 or a brand new RS2 Weissach, and I'll guarantee those two owners will have something to talk about. Is that the sort of concept that was behind Porsche Sports Car Together? We're only in the second year, and yet it's already establishing itself as a really marquee event. I would have loved to have been in the meeting when it was proposed in the first place. Where did that little kernel of an idea come from?
Well, you're absolutely spot on with everything that you said. It's just a blend of we try to create something for everyone, because everyone loves their Porsche for different reasons. Some people love for the distinct color that they choose. Some people love it for the power and the engine and the exhilaration that it provides. So we also have classic restoration here. So people who are fans of the classic Porsche, you can also find that here. But at the heart of it, of course, is the racing. So we try to just have something for everyone to enjoy. And we think about that.
And racing's in Porsche's DNA.
Yes.
Dr. Ferdinand Porsche, that's how he advertised to start with. He took these small engined, strange-looking little cars for the time and went racing. How important is that backbone of Porsche motorsport history and therefore the Porsche motorsport pyramid? Because we've got a full range of street cars here, all the way up to the Carrera Cup North America. And effectively, you know, ultimately those 911 GT3 Cup cars, you can drive almost that car on the street now.
That's right, and it's always been part of our DNA. We always say that, you know, people come to an event like this to really see what our cars can do, the endurance, the power, the performance, the beauty. But what is so special about that is you can get close to that experience in the street car.
No, totally. In fact, you have to be careful.
We want to that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
Let's be safe.
Let's stay within the speed limit. But again, it's going to be a thrilling ride for anyone.
If you are just joining us, we've got Aisha Corker, the Vice President of Marketing for Porsche Cars North America in our Global Broadcast Centre, talking about the ethos behind this event. And one thing, Aisha, that I've really noticed, and just looking out onto our right-hand side, and the guys and girls who are enjoying getting their photographs taken on the podium here, the amount of families that we've got here. And, you know, all right, so Macan, Cayenne, Panamera, Taycan, they've all got more than 2 seats, so there's a Porsche for everyone, as we said. How important is that family feel here this weekend?
Well, I think our first thought was ice cream, and more ice cream. No, but seriously, I mean, we wanted to make it family friendly for people to come out and enjoy. It's Labor Day weekend, you know. We wanted to make sure that we had something for everyone. So we wanted to be relaxing, but also engaging. So there, you know, we have our fan zone, we have our Porsche Zentrum, we have our ice cream partnership with Pretty Cool Ice Cream that you definitely need to taste before you leave Sports Car Together. It's a must. And then we also have our eSports championship that's going on here as well. So again, something for everyone, something for the family, and of course the PCA has great activations in their area as well.
We've got 1.5 days still to go, and I'm really looking forward to the movie night tonight because I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick yet. So I'm hoping we can find somewhere to sit down and watch that. I don't want to sort of rush past this next day and a half, but I'm enjoying it. It's my first time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Are we coming back next year? Can I please come back and do this again?
Well, that is a great question, and we will have Sports Car Together Day again. But we have something extra special for next year, because next year Porsche will be celebrating the 75th anniversary. And because of that, it is also time for Rennsport Reunion 7.
Right.
Can you believe it? It's been 5 years.
I was at the one 5 years ago.
Yes. So that will take place in September 28th through October 1st of 2023. We are very excited. It is also going to be the 60th anniversary of the 9/11 as well.
Yes.
So we have a lot of celebrating to do, and we will make sure that that's where we do it.
And so elements of what we have here.
Oh, yes.
And what we know has been so ridiculously successful at the previous Rennsport. So we're going to have, never mind 3 days, you're going to have it for a week, aren't you? And still racing involved in it as well, because we're celebrating racing, Rennsport racing.
That's right. Yep, historic racing, and also the Carrera Cup again. I mean, it is probably Sports Car Together Day on steroids.
Yeah,
it's hard to explain, but when we say that it is Rennsport Reunion, it is truly a family reunion that you don't want to miss.
You've been with Porsche for a wee while.
Yes.
You're like I am. You're totally immersed in the brand.
Yes.
You're here in your Porsche gear now, celebrating that as well. What have been the challenges for Porsche, and looking forward, what will be the challenges, and how do you think Porsche is equipped to deal with those challenges as we move forward into another century of motoring?
Well, I would say, I'll always look for the positive in everything. So I say opportunities. And I think for Porsche, we have a lot of opportunities ahead of us. One, there are, there's so many fans and there's so many people who really want our product, and we want them to have it, right? So we're going to do the best that we can to make sure that everyone gets to drive a Porsche for the future, right?
And just going back to that racing heritage, the DNA of racing, we get Porsche prototypes back next year. They were testing this weekend at Daytona, the new 963 in IMSA competition, in the World Championship, and back at Le Mans for the 100th anniversary of Le Mans. It's all come together beautifully.
I mean, next year is going to be something to behold. That's all I have to tell you. So you just need to put your seatbelt on And get
always.
ready. And get ready.
Get ready.
Because Porsche has a lot to offer next year. It's going to be a fun year.
I have a feeling that that our Porsches are going to be doing quite a few miles around various Porsches and Porsche events and racing events, both in Europe and here in the States as well. Aisha, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This has been wonderful, and I hope everyone just has a really fun weekend, and I thank everyone for coming out and being with us in Labor Day weekend. That's very special for the brand and for Porsche.
And we know what a big team effort this has been from everybody at Porsche Cars and Porsche Motorsport North America. So pass on our thanks as enthusiasts of racing and Porsche to all of them, please.
I definitely will. Thank you so much for your time.
It's been brilliant. Thank you. And don't forget, as Aisha takes her leave from us, that you don't have to dash away at the end of what's going on today, because we are having our movie night presented by Haggerty. It is Top Gun Maverick, the latest blockbuster from... Now, there's another man as well, Tom Cruise, big Porsche fan and Porsche driver as well. 5:30 tonight in the fan zone with the huge screen on the back of the Pagoda. Get yourself there early and settle in for a proper Saturday night for the big movie night tonight. Now, you heard Aisha there just talking about the eSport Challenge, and that is a part of what we're doing this weekend. Throughout the weekend, the eSports arena in the fan zone is open. You don't have to just watch. You can actually take part in the driving of Porsche road and race cars in virtual reality on our specially developed Gran Turismo 7 driving sleds. We've got the finals of the Porsche eSport Challenge USA. This is the first eSports competition hosted by Porsche Cars North America. The winners, well, $30,000 in a prize purse, with the champion getting $15,000 of that. It's all getting very, very serious now, because the final is taking to their virtual green flag in just over an hour's time at 12:30, and will run for a couple of hours in the esports area in the fan zone. Get in there early and don't miss the podium celebration in the victory lane here to our right at 2:45. Now, if you haven't brought your Porsche with you, or you're not a PCA member and you can't get out on the track at the moment, we can sort that out for you. Might not be at Porsche speeds, but we can give you a lap of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. You can learn it corner by corner, all 14 of them, with the guidance of some motor racing experts. Today only, beginning at 12:35 and heading through till 1:30, you can take a bus tour of the track that... only minutes after you depart, we'll see the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama competing wheel to wheel. Come to the Pagoda Tower meeting point for your shot at a seat on this unique opportunity to view the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course from the road course. That's down at the Pagoda. Get yourself down there right now. Still got some lapping going on out there. Got a little overcast. I can see the headlights making slightly more difference out there. We'll be back with more action here at the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a wee while.
My colors are vibrant, this is living action. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is my time, look at me now.
Be an instructor in the first car each little group. We kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit? Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic.
iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter.
Some things can't be forgotten.
See.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'm gonna remember that.
Wait, which car should I drive?
You got this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that.
Ik lust daar kein besseres Hähnchenfleisch. Das ist echt fantastisch.
Let's go. Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase. Feel the beat set to me, courtesy of Women G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance, cause I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make class in session. Let's go.
Where you going?
Just a little sightseeing through the forest. I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy.
What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go. I love this car.
ready for me? Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
In a Porsche, the ignition switch is on the left. Porsche engineers placed it there years ago to gain a split-second advantage in endurance racing. It remains on the left to this very day. It's one small detail that, together with 10,000 others, create what the Germans call Gestalt, and what those who know call Porsche.
I feel the need for speed.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up.
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir. Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive. It is a beautiful day for a drive. Riggs, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode, or the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right.
All right.
Let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight, it's so controlled, it is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far we've gone and how fast we've driven, I thought I was going to be at way less mileage by now.
We'll see how the car does on this next detour. The only American Porsche factory driver, Patrick Long, is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so come well equipped. The 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
It's a sweet-looking road.
Here they come. Cars are on the move. Cars are on the move.
Hill climb.
All right. Keep my eyes on those guardrails.
You got an amazing view. It's so spectacular in these things.
Woo!
Definitely a few white knuckle moments here.
Sweet. God, it handles good.
That's like taking a ride on motorcycles. I mean, honestly, that's like coming up a canyon on a bike.
Spider doesn't mess around either, though.
Woo! Alex.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they're called challenges. They shouldn't be. They should be called adrenaline spikes.
So, how much charge do you have left?
I've gotten some regeneration on the drive.
You have?
I'm at 48%.
You're at 48.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm at 43. So we're on the 405 heading southbound.
Yeah, we've almost made it the whole leg of the run down to the PEC.
Hi, this is Mark Hotchkiss from the Porsche Experience Center. This is a closed course, but these are very powerful cars, so we'll be coaching and guiding them through the modules.
Are they going to put us in a skid pad? Are we going to get to go play in the water? I've got 39%. I hope I can do everything.
Roll camera. Trying to keep that Taycan right on the banking itself.
Oh, yeah.
The brake power is so strong. I love it.
The Taycan holds the world drift record for an electric vehicle with 219 revolutions. Let's see what Alex and Keanu can do out here on our drift circle.
Try not to catch the slide. You need to turn to the left. It's a little bit of understeers. Unwind the wheel, Alex, and slowly build your speed. Stab it hard. Stab that throttle.
Throttle's all the way down, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, it's going off the course.
Not yet, not yet. Don't rule me out yet. Woo!
You're a natural, brother.
It's like wacky racers. Try to do some of that over by the camera for a change. Uh-oh. Sorry, camera. Thank you.
I'm just going to go in a circle. Da, da, da. All right.
Almost. Super close. Do that again.
I'm going full hooligan.
Hold that speed. I got it. See, you're getting the hang of it now.
Keep it in there! Ah, come on, I can get it! I got it! I can feel it!
Try to get that rear end rotate, Keanu. You got it. Throttle, Keanu, yeah! Woo! There it is.
I think I'm drifting. Yes!
There it is. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome job.
Can we do that again?
What a fantastic day. Amazing car.
Great experience. Just thank you so much.
Woo! Woo!
Was that a woo-hoo, Alex?
Woo!
So who belongs in Haggerty Drivers Club?
People say we have a one-track mind, but that's not true.
That's right, because we drive on a lot of tracks.
I've always been a bit sketchy. Ooh, nice lines, Chip.
Is it so bad that I want to save money on car stuff and then use that money to buy more car stuff? Hey, cool socks.
Thanks.
I may be a know-it-all, but I don't actually know it all. That's where these know-it-alls come in.
I've been accused of being a car chaser. I can't deny it. Ferrari, pull up the valuation tool.
So if you're into epic driving events,
If you want members-only offers on things like racing school, tires, or cool car socks,
If you're drawn to red-hot talent. Or if you always take your coffee with cars, then you belong with us. Join the fun. What's up, Wayne?
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is my time. Look at me now.
Be an instructor in the first car in each little group. We kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. 1 seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm afraid that Mother Nature isn't playing fair with us today. And the good news is that we will have some racing for you in just a few moments' time. Give you the details about that. Unfortunately, because of the hold for weather, we've had to push the timetable on the track a little bit, and that means that our bus tours that we were supposed to be starting in about 20 minutes, sadly, I'm afraid they are victim of this inclement weather. So if you were booked for that, I'm afraid that's not now going to happen. I'm sure you'll understand that we've had to push the racing schedule during that rain and weather hold, so we won't have the gap on the track to be able to do those bus tours. Apologies, but as they always say, circumstances beyond our control, even beyond Porsche's control. We can't sort the weather out for you. However, the good news is we'll be going racing very shortly indeed.
right, hello and good afternoon. I would say a wet good afternoon. We got a little bit of rain here, and it's still coming down a little bit of delay, but it is nonetheless time to go racing here for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Practice is done. Qualifying has happened. It is now time to go into race number 1 for our Cayman race here. I'm Sean Sermy. Alongside of me is the most talented and knowledgeable professional assistant I could ever have in this class, Mr. John Hindhoff. And
I keep seeing things like this, and I'm wondering who you're talking about. I don't know whether I should be starting talking or not, to be honest. The potential for bad weather, and it's not just the rain, ladies and gentlemen. If you're further away from the track, it was the threat of lightning close to the circuit that meant we had to put a hold on the track, just as you would do at the airports, etc. We do race in the rain, and the good news is that Indianapolis Motor Speedway are very good indeed at getting rid of standing water. Huge amounts of it being poured into the efficient drainage systems around here from our road sweeper type vehicles. And talking to a couple of the drivers earlier on, and I've also been up to the top of the pagoda to have a look. And actually, the infield course looks pretty good. There's one or two little spots that they're working on, Sean, near to the bottom of the banking, of course. It all runs down that way, and that's where there was a little bit of standing water. But fortunately, we've got very good Yokohama wet weather treaded tyres.
Well, luckily everyone had an opportunity to get their Yokohama Advent A006 rain tires on, which is obviously going to make all the difference in the world. And that way, these tires, unlike their racing slicks, which is the Advent A005 tire, these will disperse of the water, help to assist in hydroplaning and things of that nature. And everyone, I believe, has their rain tires on.
Now, that was Elliot Ford Robinson, IMSA champion, LMS champion in 1999, going out onto the circuit. He is effectively our race director, clerk of the course, as you might say, in Europe, and he's been driven around at the moment just to have a look at where any standing water might be, because that is your problem. Wet is fine, but little rivers of water, puddles, that's where you get the aquaplaning or the hydroplaning. He's out in the GT4 at the moment, being driven. I think that's Chris that's driving him around there. And just to see how it is going in terms of safety. Because, as ever, yes, we want to go racing. Yes, we want to have entertainment and excitement and all the emotion that goes with it. But we have to have safety first. While that's going on, let's check in with Brittany down in the pit lane. Hope you've got an umbrella or you're keeping dry, Brittany.
Hi guys, I'm trying to stay dry down here, but we did change all the Yokohama tires from slick to the wet tire, the rain tires, if you can see behind me. Hopefully, we'll go racing.
Glad to see you've got your hood up there.
So
very smart.
Everyone, as you see, zooming in right there with their rain tires on. That's going to make all the difference in the world. And without those Advan A006 rain tires, it would be near impossible to get in some laps here. We haven't had a real wet race in 2022. 2021, in the inaugural season of this Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. We had a handful of them, and as you know, it gets rather interesting, to say the least. In this class, we have some competitors that have a very possible future of moving up through the ranks in the Porsche pyramid. Austin Krein's been to 119, being one of them. And actually kind of starting up front with in P1 and the 114 is Connor Horseman, and then P2 Aiden Kenny, Sean McAuliffe right next to Austin Krein's as well. These guys, they want to move up. They want to continue on. But then we've got drivers like Elias De La Torre, who's extremely fast, and a few others that I don't believe they have a lot of wet experience. And so I tell you, I guess one way to look at it is, because as you mentioned yesterday, I'm a glass half full kind of fella. Why not get that experience right here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? And so it's going to be tough. And as we've seen earlier on, you and I have talked about the transitions going off the front stretch on turn 1, dropping down off the banking, coming back up on it in 10. The same thing again coming out of 13 into 14. With a perfectly dry track that's nice and tacky, a lot of traction, we've had problems. Now we throw Mother Nature, throws a wrench in it for us. I'm very curious to see how it's going to go.
5 minutes to the formation laps.
Looks like about another 5 minutes or so before the formation laps will take place, and there will be at least a couple, because we've not had any running in practice or qualifying in wet weather, and then the regulations allow for the fact that you can have more than one formation lap. It's up to the discretion of race control as to whether that second formation lap effectively starts the timing and the lap count for the race. We'll get word from race control, I'm sure, at the moment. EFR on the right-hand side of the Python Green GT4 Cayman. He's taking the opportunity to see what the situation is. Elliot Forbes Robinson, as well as being a legendary race car driver, is a massive motorcycle enthusiast as well. And in fact, after this weekend, he's heading off to do a big motorcycle tour on his KTM. So he knows all about feeling for grip out there. And that's what he's looking at, to see if there's any areas of the track.
Well, and you know, the lucky thing is having Elliot Forbes Robinson involved here. I mean, he's been there, won that. You know, he is absolutely iconic in sports car racing. He's an icon in all road racing, multi-series champion, and he's joined the Sprint Challenge team, kind of as a competition advisor at times. And you know, when you have someone come up like Elliot Forbes Robertson to you as a driver, as a team, and gives you his opinion, the majority of them are going to listen. They're like, okay, he gets it. You know, absolutely gets it. And so to have him out there, especially have him on the track and then trying to make some decisions of how it's going to happen here and what's the best bet to go with, you know, there's no one better than Elliot Forbes Robinson to be out there and doing that, as we hope to be able to go racing sooner than later. But we still have quite a bit of standing water on the pit lane. The track, not as much, but a decision is going to be made here sooner than later.
And a little bit of housekeeping here. The Porsche Classic Restoration Story winner, which we were supposed to be announcing around about now, actually. That's been delayed. We're concentrating on the track action at the moment. At the moment, what we're hearing from race control, and you probably heard it as well, is at least in 5 minutes, this will be a time-certain race for the Caymans. And formation laps now starting in about a minute's time, and the race ending around about 3 minutes before 1. 2 formation laps, as you've just heard there, with the idea to start the GT3 Cup race on time.
Onto the circuit at the pit exit. You're going to cross the solid white line, follow the safety car directly onto the circuit.
There you hear John Maskey with race control. That is United States Auto Club, USAC. John Maskey up there making these calls.
And we are going to turn this start into a single file start. Single file start. So once you get into single file, we'll keep it that way, and we'll have the race start in the originally planned area, marked with beam tape on the walls.
So there we have it, John. That
I think that's smart.
Yeah, it needs to be done. You know, and sometimes you'll see, not all that often do you see us just hush up, because that's not what we're good at, and let you listen into race control directly here. But under circumstances such as this, and of course, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Porsche, and Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama, I've mentioned before, safety is of the utmost of importance.
Got to be.
Yeah, it has to be, and it's going to continue to be. And so that's what they're going to do. They're not going to get 2 laps early on here, and they're going to go into a single file start. Some of the drivers are going to be happy about it, some may not be. But all in all, I think it's a smart decision because of them getting all the way around turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 safely going double file start. You know, I'm going to say if I was a betting man, and I am a betting man, John, I would say that that's not going to work out very well for him.
And the thing is, it's not anybody being deliberately aggressive. It just takes a tiny mistake from somebody 2, 3, 4, 5 rows back, and
Under a minute.
You hit a puddle in the wrong place. You have to avoid someone else who's having an incident, and at that point, you're actually not in control of the car.
Absolutely.
The car's in control of you. I think this is very smart from race control. Give the drivers an opportunity to go around a couple of times. So they're going to have 5 miles to take a good look at the conditions, and then we'll release them as if they were coming out from behind a safety car. So it'll be 2 formation laps, then a start across the start-finish line. The acceleration zone is at...
All right, safety car dispatch now. Safety car dispatch now. Again, straight onto the racetrack.
All right. So
and that's the other thing that I think is really smart, by the way. They're going to get people to pull straight out onto the racetrack at the end of the pit wall and actually go through turn 1, rather than staying in the blend lane.
Look at Sean McAuliffe being one of the first cars in the inside there, just in pit lane, pushing that water. Now, granted, it's a very banked track here on the front stretch and things, so all that water is running down off the front stretch, but is kind of boundless. But the good news is, in this series, if you have to pit in a race, most likely your day's kind of done anyways.
I've never seen a flat 6 jet ski before.
No,
we just saw a few. That's great. Why aren't Porsche doing that?
Did you not go through the paperwork? They're debuting that this weekend here, which I thought was very exciting. Porsche coming out with a watercraft here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And what says water sports racing in Indianapolis?
No, absolutely love it. Absolutely love that. These cars run very low at the ground, of course, and that's the other problem. And that's why Ellie Forbes Robinson was out in the bright green safety car, just to see that these cars, if there is any deep water at all, you end up just running the bottom of the car on the ground.
Right.
And effectively, you become to all intents and purposes, the Yokohama tyres aren't...
Just a reminder, we need all lights on, please. All lights on.
The Yokohama tyre isn't the only thing that's touching the ground. If the centre of the car is touching the ground, you become a boogie board, effectively.
Absolutely.
So this is why this is all painted.
2 formation laps. 2 formation laps. Clock will start at the end of the second, which is the originally scheduled.
So you're hearing it.
So that was the decision that race control had to make. John Machke just explaining that to the teams. The teams will relay that to the drivers, and also we get the opportunity to eavesdrop, and therefore so do you. So 2
and even being
laps.
single file, we're going to use the original start zone, which begins at the pylon. It's also marked on the walls. Original start zone, which is marked on the walls.
Okay, so no changes as far as the start zone from yesterday's drivers' meeting or the briefing this morning as well. The only changes are, and they're quite major, is the track is wet. We're going single file. Everything else is as planned.
How much is Conor Horseman thanking his lucky stars that he got that super pole position lap, the 1:33.1 in, and took pole position by a couple of tenths of a second as close as. And yes, he's still got his wipers on, I noticed, because the rain is actually still falling. It's not as heavy as it was. All lights have to be on front and rear for visibility and safety purposes.
And John, I'll tell you, even if you're sitting in P2 right now, as soon as they start to get up to green, up to speed, we throw the initial green flag here, immediately you're kind of up the creek without a paddle. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying here. But your vision is gone. Now, if you're third, fourth, or farther back, it's really going to be extremely tough. And like I said, we have a handful of drivers that have not been in a race of this magnitude in wet conditions. So right off the bat, lap 1, 2, I expect it to get quite wild very quickly.
It's using the same pun, it will be a voyage of discovery in the first few laps. Expect to see people taking very unusual lines, and it's not because they've forgotten how to get round corners or where the racing line is. They'll be searching for grip. We've had 2 days of running on this circuit.
Safety car lights out. Safety car lights out. Coming to a start this time.
2 days of running on
single file.
This track, which have laid down rubber on the racing line. Now that there's water on top of that, that will be extremely slippery. So you want to be a car's width away from that if you can. You'll see people taking wide entries, not getting anywhere near the centre of the corner. You'll also see people down the straights not following right behind. They'll be pulling out, trying to see past the spray. let's quickly dive down to the pit lane. Connor Hortzman in the lead. He's got the best view, and he's got supporters down in the pit lane with Brittany.
Hi guys, I'm down here with Victoria. She's the owner of Kelly Moss Road and Racing. We got pole. We qualified pole. How are we feeling right now?
We're really excited. This is our first event with Connor, and having him qualify on pole is pretty excited. And he's not too worried about the rain. I think we're going to do just fine.
Congratulations and good luck to you and the team.
Thank you very much.
Well, Kelly Moss Road and Race, Sean, have done all they can. They've prepped the car.
Absolutely.
They've sent Connor out to do his qualifying session. He's prepared them.
Start, safety leader, let the safety car get away. Let the safety car get away.
He's prepared them with pole position, and now he leads the field. He will pace the field to the line. I can't see there being any trickery here. Connor just wants to keep a nice steady pace and build up through the start area at turn 14. Our first race of the weekend, Sean, is getting underway. Green flag is in hand and about to be waved.
And you see him starting to roll the throttle on a little bit already. Connor Hortzman going to lead us off here as the green flag is about to fly. Here for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. We are racing here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's a wet one here at the Big House.
Fantastic start from Elias Torre down the inside in the yellow car. He timed it perfectly and was just getting ahead of the car that started in front of him as they went across the line. You're not allowed to start, of course, overtake, of course, before the start line. They were broken in terms of their formation, but that was fine, I think, in these conditions. And that's, I think, net fourth position, so at least one position made up there by Elias Torre in the 29 car.
And I'll say right off the bat, as soon as they got going here, the green flag flew and the rain started coming down even harder right off the bat. The lightning has gone away, but it started raining even harder as you're out here. So far, we've gotten through the majority of lap number one. Horseman
nice job.
in 114 looking good. Austin Crines, he has raced in the rain in the past. He's in the 119 RS1 team. He moved himself into P2 around his teammate Sean McAuliffe. Sean McAuliffe drops on back one session right there. So now we are looking at Connor Hortzman and Kenny, Austin Crines and McAuliffe. And so right now, Austin Crines looking very happy. He knows right now, if you're that close to the front, it's that more important to get beyond the leader as soon as possible. Give yourself some clear sight.
And that was a perfect example of what Austin Crines did there. He got off the racing line going into 7, and it was actually a relatively easy pass. He's already on the rear bumper of the pole sitter and lead in Connor Hortzman. The blue and white car then leads from the red and black car in second, 114. From 119 up onto the banking on the straight, the front straight, heading back towards us to complete the first lap. Bizarrely, although I think it is raining heavier, there's blue sky around now and it's lightening up. But the spray is going to be the issue.
Get a car off.
And there we go, our first car off in 13. That is back behind the front stretch here.
And it's Paul Bonderson in the 42.
So Bonderson racing for a championship in the USA West Series. But right now spun out early, and it looks like he has continued underneath his own power. And right now still in the lead, we are Connor Hortzman, Austin Crines, Aiden Kenny, and Della Torre. McAuliffe is now dropped back. And there's the 170.
Sean McAuliffe goes off in turn 3. Meantime, behind that, I noticed Sam Parnigan was doing a fantastic run down the front straight.
Has continued.
The 157 car, which was a little bit off kilter from Sam. He started the weekend well, then had some damage to the left rear suspension. But in these conditions, he seems very confident, and he's charging back up through the field. He started down in the late teens towards the 20s, making up positions. It was 17th across the line.
So there we are, looking very comfortable out in front. Hortzman, very, very good. Look, two different lines as these guys, they see him switching lines, almost like they are racing watercrafters there with the rooster tail up so high in the air. But these two gentlemen doing a very good job of adjusting very quickly, because as you mentioned earlier, the line that you want to be on all weekend long so far for all the practice and all the qualifying, that's out to lunch. That's no good anymore. You need to make some immediate adjustments. Aiden Kenny in the 22, he gets a little bit sideways there in the W2W entry. Just hangs onto it. Meanwhile, our leaders, I wouldn't say are checking out, but they are making a bit of a move up in front of everyone else, kind of working together.
Torres down the inside, down into turn 1.
Can't even see Aiden Kenny in there in that smoke screen of water, but he is there. There he is. He pops out of it, almost hanging 10 and coming out of the barrel.
Oh, that's brilliant if he makes that one stick down the inside for Torres. De La Torre, Elias De La Torre, he was really on the ragged edge of adhesion there, using the ABS system, which helps you to a point, but only to a point. It's not magic. It still has to find some grip from the road. I would say that that fourth place car, the number 29, is looking very, very comfortable with Elias De Torre in that car. Still fairly young in his racing career, Sean, that young man.
Just getting into his first professionally run series, which is the Porsche Sprint Challenge Series here, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, and he just started off only a few races ago with us at up in Wisconsin at Road America, where he was fastest in practice. He was fast qualifier P2 in race number 1. Very upset about that. P1 in race number 2 for the weekend. And who did he battle with in both those races? The same gentleman he's racing with against right now, which is Aiden Kenny. The two of them, are they buddies? I don't think so. They don't even look each other in the eye.
Do you think it helps Elias De Torre, the fourth, that his PGP Motorsports car is sponsored by HPC Yachts? I'm just saying that. You know?
You know what? I don't think you're reaching that far. I don't think you're reaching that far. It's very, very possible. As we see here, our leaders. Oh, Austin Crines, he's got some good moves coming around through, basically going into 7, around 10, 11, 12, 13, all of that, gaining some ground. He had seemed as though like maybe he was pulling back just a little bit because of that smoke screen of water up in front of him. It's a matter of if he's got that gap in between himself in 3rd and 4th place, does he hang back a little bit until he knows he's in faster parts of the track where he's better than the leader, Hortzman? Or do you just sit right up there and just eat that water the whole time and mess with your vision? You don't want to ride right on his bumper the whole race because it's so slick out there. Most likely, if Hortzman in 114 has a problem, you might get sucked into it as well.
Recovery drive ongoing for Sean McAuliffe in the 117. He was off at the side of turn 3 a lap or so ago. He's already back up into 6th position. Past Jean-Francois Formela last time around, and Mark Smith as well, I think, on that last lap around, but certainly 6th position for Sean McAuliffe in the 117 car. It's about 1.5 seconds behind the car ahead, which is
fun has continued.
You know, and as we have been talking about McAuliffe, just in the last few months, he has really come into himself as a race car driver, getting more and more comfortable in the car. You could tell even a little more and more comfortable just walking around the paddock. He's just got a little kind of a bit of an air to him now that maybe he didn't have or he was lacking before. He's allowed to have some great qualifying. He's allowed himself to be up on the podium and lead some races. So Sean McAuliffe, really, really doing very well for himself the last few races. And now he knows he can be up here. He knows he can win. But he also knows he's only got himself just inside a half hour left of this race here. So if you're going to dig, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, and he's looking pretty confident as well. Good little battle going on behind Jean-Francois Formela with Mark Smith and Alan Sajadi. Alex Sajadi,
real sideways there.
Quick moves on the steering wheel, and you've got to be so gentle in all of your control inputs, whether it's steering, braking, or accelerating. You do not want to be unsettling the car. You're feeling for grip all the time, whether you're braking with the ABS system, whether you're accelerating and feeling whether those Yokohama wet weather tyres have got grip underneath them. A little bit of damage to the right rear of
the 117 of McAuliffe.
That is McAuliffe. That's where he was off. Well, I tell you what, he's gaining in on Derek Harvey there. He's taken about half a second out of Derek, and that's the battle for 5th and 6th. Alex Sajadi has moved up past Mark Smith, as has Henry O'Hara. No, sorry, that was just a little transponder issue.
Look at the 119 making the move for the lead here on the 114. Austin Crines already getting into
Bruce Cleveland.
The number 58, which I believe is going to be a lapped car already.
Correct. That is Bruce in the 58. He's just staying out the way there I don't think he was a factor in that, Sean. I'll be honest with you.
That was a pretty quick to get around him. Austin Crines right now, he's had several podiums looking for that win, and it might be happening here in the rain. Hortzman, who I'm not going to say was dominant in practice and qualifying, but really put it down. He was very, very impressive. Without a doubt, you can't take anything from him. But right now, Austin Crines, I don't know if he's just been out and just practicing in the rain. Maybe he's running the well dry at his house out in the driveway.
Oh, what
Austin
a save!
Crines, hang on there, buddy.
Wow, what was that? Sideways for a 2 or a 3 count?
Wow.
Tokyo Drift comes to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. My goodness me. I was going to say which should surely hurt his speed down the front straight, but I don't think it's taken that much out of it. He defends to the inside, the right-hand side of the track, and he's on the water again as the 7-11 of Ramsey Carrazzo is right ahead of him and pulls out of the way. That's good driving, Ramsey. Nicely done. As the leading pair go through. How about that for a sideways move? And he's there again. You know what it is? It's when he crosses. The track here is laid down
going from
in
inside to
strips.
outside.
It's laid down in strips of tarmac. And as he went across one of those bands, there it is,
right
just
there.
kicks away. And, I mean, that was extraordinary to save that. That really was.
Wow, very, very impressive to be able to save that and to be running so well. Oh, he's around
this is
the
off.
grass. Oh, that's a hard
big
hit.
one. That is a hard hit at 7. Full course yellow. Missed his braking.
119, safety car
that
speed.
is the end of the back straight going into 7. And
119,
from race
safety
control.
car speed.
So Austin Crines gets into the lead. Not what he wanted right there. Once he got into the lead, he had a little bit of trouble. It's almost as though once he got out front, he felt a lot of pressure. That's when some of the mistakes started happening.
Leaders in 12.
And right there, the 114 is back in the lead of Hortzman as Austin Crines. And you know how it is on these tracks, John. Once he got in the grass, it's almost as though he picked speed up.
Yes.
And he was just, as you mentioned earlier, he was then along for the ride.
It was interesting to me. I mean, these guys are more rally drivers than race drivers here because, yes, they know which way the track goes and they've driven it many times.
Next car to you on the front straight.
But they are literally having to determine the grip at each corner of each lap.
And it's not the same.
And it's not the same. No. This is old school. This is really old school driving.
It's a gamble. Every turn of every lap is a bit of a gamble coming in because the track is changing lap after lap after lap. It's if Porsche sports car racing and rally racing and motocross all came together and had this kid, right? Yeah. That's what it's a combination of all of it. And it's changing every single lap. And right now it just really bit Austin Crines, sadly, as he was looking so good out there. But now Hortzman in the 114, probably a little bit like, well, okay, all right, let's calm down. I just saw what could happen to me. I got to mellow out too, maybe.
I was going to say when he was passed, he's got a choice now. Does he try and stay with the new leader, or Austin Crines, or does he just run his own race at his own pace? And he seemed to be doing the latter.
Yeah.
He gained a bit of ground when Austin. We saw how hard Austin Crines was pushing in that 119 when he had that big sideways moment coming out of 14, and maybe just a little bit of inexperience there, pushing a little bit too hard in the braking area. Probably one of the first times that he'd been on the full racing line because he'd been favouring the left-hand side of the circuit there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once we recover the car.
So now we see we're bunching the pack back up here. That's the 114. And then it is Kenny, Delatorre, McAuliffe, Harvey, Smith, Shajati.
Just heard the best news there.
Yeah.
And you might have picked it up. The driver is out of the car and safety. And so that's good news. The banded tyres have done their job. So let's try and pick it out of this. So he's in the middle of the track, and as he brakes,
beautiful pass.
Turns. So that's the pass for the lead. Okay, so that was perfect. At the point where he will go off. So notice where he was there.
Collects
then the save in 14. So that was 7-14. And here's the next lap. Look how much further across he is.
Yeah.
And again, he's got the left-hand Yokohamas on one of those bands of the tarmac.
Wow.
But what a great job. I know they look fairly rudimentary, and some people would say old-fashioned, but banded tyres do their job. Look, they dissipated the energy of a car moving very quickly, and I don't think that's even quite got to the concrete there.
And Austin Crines got very lucky there. That could have been much uglier than it was, without a doubt there. But he came in there really hot, almost maybe if he had lost concentration for a quick minute, and really sad. You know, the Crines family, they're great guys, and the RS1 team, man, they always put their best foot forward. They win so many races. They have so many podiums. They're such a great team. And on a day like today, I mean, any time in racing you make a mistake, it's simple. But a day like today, man,
I really think it was significant that the first few laps he'd been off the racing line down the inside. He's walking under his own steam. That's the good news. The car's going to need a little bit of remedial attention.
Yes, so I think we're going to be under this full court caution here for a little while.
Yeah. I just think, as I say, come down the inside, which is driver's left on the previous laps, including the lap before, which is, you know, where he was making the pass for the lead. And that time he was much further over to driver's right with the left-hand rear Yokohama in particular on one of those bands. Let's head down to RS1 where Brittany is standing by.
Hi guys, I'm getting a few updates on Austin Crines, and I think he carried a little too much speed. Is that what happened?
Yeah, we're hearing he cut a little too much speed into the corner on entry, and with the current track conditions was a little too slick. The car didn't slow down enough, and he just flew off the side of the racetrack. So that's all we have right now, but he's safe, and that's the most important thing. So we'll review the video and data and see what went wrong.
Thanks for the update.
And there you have it. You know, like I said, you know, you got to look excited. Here's another replay of it coming in real hot. Lose it, gets up that curve. Oh, that was nerve-wracking right there. And then, boom. But once again, as you said, these banded tire packs, you know, they do dissipate the energy, and they did their job. But wow, what a wild ride it was there for Austin Crines. And I tell you, this year he has shown such great speed, but at the same time, he's just had the worst luck this year in 2022.
That's an odd one because, you know, he hit the curb on the inside as he was spinning away from the inside of the corner.
Yeah.
Where you would think he'd be nowhere near that curb. That's a really odd one to me. Whether something has just dragged in the car, or maybe on a downshift, maybe he did an extra downshift that he didn't need and it slightly locked the rear wheels.
Right.
Because that didn't look, now I've seen that again, that didn't look to me as though he was on what you would think would be any kind of racing line for that corner. I accept that you might be on a rain line on that, but he was pinching the corner tighter, not giving the apex of the corner some room. So I think that we may only find out about that when we've spoken to Austin and what happened there, because that looked rather odd to me, and I'm prepared to wait to hear what Austin's got to say about that.
Yes.
And whether there was something that went awry there more than him just making a small mistake. Now look, small mistakes in these conditions can have big consequences, yes, absolutely, but it was just the trajectory of that car. He'd made the pass the lap before. He was on pretty much the racing line. He wasn't all the way over to the right-hand side. He was maybe a car's width in. But as he turned in and the car broke away, it was so violent. But it was how close he was to the apex. The front of the car went over that apex curve and pitched him into the air, almost as if he'd turned in too early. But that was a really odd one there. I think we'll need to have a little chat with the lad afterwards and find out his thoughts on that. Let's hope that the tyre barriers have done their job and that there's not much more than a little bit of I was going to say scratched paintwork. It's not that anymore, is it? It'll be the wrap.
And what I noticed too right now, while we're under caution, when the cars are coming out of 14 up onto the front stretch, a couple of leaders real quick kind of were down a little bit lower the inside, and the water was rather deep right there.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we get into racing conditions here and we see those guys dipping down, right now they're all looking for detraction. They're all trying to find something new that they haven't done before. So for them to wheel in there too far to the inside in 14, which means if that's happening there, it could be happening on 1, it could be happening on 10 as well. And those are issues where things that could cause some major issues if we've got a good chunk of standing water right there. That's going to send you for a loop. As we are now 16 minutes and 38 seconds left to go in this session as we are under caution. If you're just joining us now, we are here, John Hindhoff, Sean Cermony here, and we just are into a caution due to our race leader at the time, right there, of the RS1.
Cal teams and update. Car has been removed from the scene.
And he got off in through the tire packs with some aggressive speed, if you will. But we are preparing to get ready to go back to green flag racing.
A little bit of tyre barrier repair to go. The guys from RS1, if they've just seen the same pictures that we have here in our global broadcast centre at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest 2022, I think they'll be quite heartened by that.
Yeah.
Because the right-hand side was the side that went in after the lurid spin. Yeah, all right, there's dented bodywork there, but it was towing. Yeah, it was a front lift tow, but the back wheels were in the right direction, and it needs a headlight, it probably needs a front wing, maybe that can just be hammered out. It's going to need a little bit of extra tape and vinyl wrap to put the livery back on it, but I thought that looked pretty good. Rear wing was still on it. It looked like maybe one broken mount on the rear wing as well. But for the most part, that might be bodywork and superficial. Can't know what's going on underneath, particularly at the back. Remember, mid-engine cars,
right.
Flat 6, 3.8. So the gearbox and the drive shafts, again, that would always on a sideways impact like that. You always want to have a look, make sure what the joints, the drive joints, universal joints and the drive shafts are doing in there. But I think that car has stood up really well to that, what looked to be a major impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, the safety is always the utmost of importance here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and in this series as well with Porsche. And everything did its job. The car did its job. The roll cage, all of that did its job, and all of the harnesses and inside, everything to protect the driver, along with the tire walls and everything. So everything came together, did what it was supposed to do, and he walked off. Maybe not with a smile on, but he walked off under his own power without any issues. So we're getting ready to go back to racing here in just a little bit. Keep in mind, folks, lap traffic already an issue early on in this race due to the weather. Some of the competitors out there just really taking it easy. I can't knock them. That's smart. You don't want to wad up your car right off the bat. We've got our coming down to our finals in Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas here in just a few weeks. You don't want to destroy your car now and not have it ready to go for Austin.
Good point.
So that being said, we are well into lap traffic early on, and things have gotten a little squirrely right off the bat here as we've got 13 and a half minutes left to go, still under caution.
Am I drinking from your cup half full, or is it brighter? It's brighter now, isn't it?
Take a sip.
Yeah.
Take a sip. It's brightening up.
The weather came from Speedway Turn 1, and over that way and over the other side of the start-finish grandstand, to the starter-stand side, there's bits of blue sky there.
Yeah.
The raindrops, I can still see them in the puddles in the pit lane. But I have to say, that is far brighter than it was when we started this race.
It is definitely a big improvement. And we are down here right now getting some information on what's going on in this very wet race, and an opportunity to speak with team member from Kelly Moss Road and Race, Brittany Kroll. What's going on?
Hi guys, I'm back down here with Victoria getting some updates on Kelly Moss and Horseman in the race right now. After we've had 2 laps already, is he a little more comfortable out there?
Well, he's literally getting his feet wet, and I think he's doing great. He's a great kid that has a good head on his shoulders, very mature for his age, so I think he's handling the stress just great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, he might actually be getting his race boots and feet
sure
wet in there,
is.
because race cars are not built like street cars.
Next update,
Yeah, you don't have all the water seals.
We've repaired more than half of the tire wall that needs to be repaired.
John
Still
Minsky.
working with that. We'll get back to you with more as soon as we have it.
So, and a great call.
That's great. We don't have to ask. We don't have. He just comes on and tells us.
Just tells us what's
else.
going on.
Yeah.
So, and you imagine if they didn't take the time to properly repair these tire walls and we had a car go off in the same spot again, now we've got a problem.
Yeah.
So,
exactly
yes,
right.
we would love to go back into racing as soon as possible. But right now, things need to be handled properly as they've got the USAC team here working at Indianapolis Motor Speedway getting together. And it gives a little bit of time for maybe some of the more water to run off a little bit. The rain is not subsided, but it's back down a little bit. When you see Sprint Challenges, Keeley and Philippa down there with their umbrellas down, that's a good start as far as getting a little bit better here.
Just going back to what's going on with the drivers, Connor Horseman may well be getting wet feet. As you said, these cars aren't as waterproof as a street car.
Right.
They've been stripped down to take weight out of the car. And nobody tells you that when you first go motor racing. It's something that you have to find out. And at least these cars are, based on street car shells. Now they've never been a street car.
Right.
They've been built as a racing car by Porsche Motorsport in Weissach, just outside of Stuttgart. But some of the racing cars I've driven down through the years, for example, open top sports prototypes, radical type cars, radical SR3 I raced in towards the end of the season at Donington Park, and nobody tells you how cold it is and how wet your feet get because there's water coming into the
especially
cockpit.
one of those radical cars.
Just unbelievable. And it is really something that you don't expect. And then, of course, if there is water getting in, does your screen mist up? If you have got a roof on the car, does your screen mist up? And how can you deal with that? You can't lean forward and wipe it with the back of your glove on these cars. The windscreen's too far away. On an old car, a classic car maybe, that you could do that. You can't here because you're strapped in with your 6-point harness and your Hartons device. And you can barely, your steering wheel should be just slightly bent so that you can get the heel of your palm on top of the steering wheel. You don't want to be stretching your steering wheel, but that's as far as you can reach, Sean. There's no way you're reaching the steering wheel.
Before you get
yeah. So, and you don't have electric windows and blowers on these cars. so let's keep an eye out to see if anybody's suffering the dreaded steaming up problems as we're sitting in behind the safety car. What tends to happen is at safety car speeds, you steam up a little bit, and then as soon as you get a bit of an airflow through the car as you're moving, the windscreen begins to clear off.
And you hope, because that steam in the inside of the windshield is far worse than the water hitting the outside.
Oh, yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah, correct. You can clear that with your wipers.
Yeah.
Hello to all of you who've braved the weather. Ironic that a gentleman there sitting in the grandstand with a Luftgekühlt T-shirt on, meaning air-cooled, of course. And we've got so much rain here. Racing on the track, well, we're not quite doing that at the moment, but we have competition going on right now at the eSports Arena in the fan zone. You can watch and participate in the driving of simulated Porsche road and race cars on the Gran Turismo 7 driving sleds that have been specially developed for us for this weekend. It's the national finals this weekend of the Porsche Esports Challenge USA. The 16 finalists came here. We're down to the final between now and around about half an hour, 40 minutes time. That's Roland, who's on there, closest to us in the white shirt. I met him in the lift of the hotel. He's come down from Chicago to be part of that. Won 2 of his 3 races yesterday. Big prize up for grabs. Big prize up for grabs. $30,000 in total, 15 of that going to the winner, as well as the cash prizes, podium finishes, getting a trophy and a Porsche design watch. And if you're looking for somewhere to take shelter before we go back to green, you can go and sit and watch that eSports Arena in the fan zone right now.
John, did you notice Roland's driving shoes? Did you pick up on that?
Socks. Excellent work. Excellent work. Great. And if you run a classic or collector car, you will know that sometimes this kind of weather is not your friend. Well, the Haggerty Drivers Club can help you out with that. It's the ultimate membership community for car lovers. And this weekend, we're giving away a Haggerty Drivers Club membership every hour. That's $70 a year in value. 24/7 emergency roadside service, automotive offers, the Haggerty Drivers Club magazine. And for me, I think the most important thing, if you have got collector cars, unlimited access to Haggerty valuation. How much is your car worth? How much is that car you're thinking of buying really worth? It's the biggest database of collector and classic cars in the world. Right through Europe, they look at prices in Europe, Middle and Far East, and here in the USA. And Ask Haggerty, of course, answers to all of your automotive questions from the team of experts. It's the Haggerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving, and loving our cars even better. They're in the fan zone. Go and talk to them and find out how you can win one of those Drivers Club memberships. We're giving away one every hour today. And if you don't win one, think about spending your $70. Come on, what's that nowadays? It's not even a tank of fuel now, is it?
It's $70. You can't get a tank of fuel for $70. I don't know what's going on over in your neck of the woods.
Oh, no, mate. It's £100 to fill the tank.
Oh, yeah,
in
absolutely.
any of the Porsches nowadays.
It's
so
outrageous.
$70, what's that? Over $6 a month? Not even that.
Yeah, and it's well
It's a cup of
worth
coffee.
it.
It's a cup of coffee a month.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it.
It's well worth it.
On the front of the tire walls and the belting. At this point, still trying to make something of this and trying to get back to a restart.
And so there you hear John Mason.
We'll update you as soon as possible.
And that's exactly what's going on. Trying to make something out of this race yet. So far, it was a short one. We only had ourselves upwards of about 10 minutes or so under green flag conditions, and we had ourselves what I would consider a pretty entertaining race going on.
Good battle.
Yeah, it really was. Until we just Austin Crines kind of ran into some bad luck, and you really can't take it away from him. In a day like today, it's pretty rough conditions out there. But he just pushed it a little bit too far, or something else possibly would have gone a little bit wrong there because it was funky the way it all happened. But right now, it is Connor Hortzman still in the lead behind him. Aiden Kenny, Delatorre the fourth. McAuliffe has moved up into P4.
Yeah,
McAuliffe.
he got Derek Harvey just before the yellow flags came out. Sean, where's this rain coming from? It's still raining on pit lane and in front of us.
When we look around, the skies, the clouds are starting to go away. It's very bright. There's sun popping out, but we're still getting rained on.
Guys on the eighth floor, can you turn the sprinklers off now, please? I've no clue where that's coming from. Having said that, the umbrellas have gone down in the pit lane. People are coming out from the easy ups and the awnings. There are still a few spits and spots, actually a bit more than that in the water in the pit lane.
Right.
But it's easing right off now. It's unfortunate. I think we might only get a lap or two here. It sounds like the problem that we're having down at Turn 7 is getting the banding, that conveyor belt style banding, reaffixed to the front face of the tyre stacks.
Right.
And that does such a good job as well in keeping them together.
It's got to be done proper. I mean, we want to go back and we want to finish this under green conditions here. But if we're going to take that versus safety, well, then that's just not the way it's going to be. And these guys will have an opportunity to go racing again one more time tomorrow for their second round of the weekend of racing here for the Cayman class. Once again, just tuning in, it's the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And we are here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a wet one, as it was nice and dry all day during practice and qualifying yesterday. A little bit of overcast this morning, awfully humid, to say the least. And then we rolled right into some pretty heavy rain a little before this race got underway. It went into caution roughly around 10 minutes into it as Austin Crines, who was our leader, just passing for the lead, had gotten himself off and into the tire wall. And now we are down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go with this race. Are we going to see green flag? It's looking like
I don't think we'll get back to green. Because
I don't think we're going to.
They did a 240.
We're not going to be able to get this wall the way we want it before we get back going again. We're going to continue behind the safety car.
Right now I'm getting Randy Hepbrink, who the man behind our road racing efforts at USAC. Randy Hepbrink is now in my left ear saying, Sean, I'm sorry, we're not going to get this back underway again.
Yeah, well, they were going to be tight even if they had got it done now, because they did a 2 minutes 40 and a half last time around behind the safety car. There's 2 minutes 12 to go. So, the white flag would have come out anyway. And so we're not going to get back to green. It will be yellows and checkers next time around. Shouldn't be any changes in what I'm going to give you as the rundown. Sean's going to be part of the formalities on that historic Victory Lane podium just to our right. But Connor Horseman, who started in pole position, will then come through at the end of this lap and win for Kelly Moss Road and Race.
Wrap this up. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pull top 3 and apexing award winner.
All right,
we're going to split those cars off at Gasoline Alley. We'll send the drivers down to the podium area.
So there you hear it. And John, what we haven't talked about is the Yokohama Apexing Award. In a race like this, and sadly, just the way it was going, Austin Crines could have possibly been the recipient of that. But the Apexing Award is it's a very cool award. The driver, the competitor that passes the most cars on track, no matter where they start or finish, gets the very coveted Apexing Award. It's kind of like an old school hard charger, if you will.
Right.
And
is it Sam Parmesan then? I think it is.
It very well may be. We're going to find out here in just a little bit, and I'll head over to the podium momentarily, and we'll get underway with our podium presentation.
By the way, remember we said that Sam started down towards the bottom end of the top 20. He'd made up 3 places early on. We haven't had that many green flag laps. He's up to 11th.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, that he just looked in a different class. It's as comfortable as I've seen him look in the car since FP1.
Safety car +5.
So, unfortunately, the incident at the end of the back straight of turn 7 that saw the then leader, Austin Crines, in the 119 RS1 Porsche Cayman into the tyre barriers has meant we've not been able to resume racing.
Starter coming to the white flag. White flag this time.
Ah, white flag this time, right, okay.
All right, so there you have it. White flag this time by, as we are going to be finishing up under a caution here. Sadly, we had ourselves a good race, a great battle. And the 114 right there, Hortzman, I'm sure he's going to be very happy to take the win. Of course he is. A W is a W. We get that. But at the same time, I would have to think the young man was enjoying that battle that him and Crines were having.
Yeah.
And being so young, neither of them have a lot of experience in the rain, most likely, especially in these particular cars. And so 2 very talented drivers out there learning from each other and experiencing that time together. And it was sadly just cut a little bit short. So there we are. Pace car still out there. We are winding down as the white flag is on the front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
A couple of drivers who have made up positions. Sean McAuliffe, well, he left the circuit at turn 3 and dropped down to the bottom part of the top 10. Sean got back to 4th position, passing Derek Harvey just before the incident that saw the yellows come out. Derek, Mark Smith and Alex Sajadi were having a great battle with Jean-Francois Formula in the lower reaches of the top 10. Henry O'Hara in 9th, Roland Crines. Roland Crines will be delighted, I think, with the 10th position, just keeping the car on the track. Then Sam in 11th position, up from, where did he start on the grid? I've got a feeling he started in 19th. Yes, he did.
Was back a ways,
yes. 19th, so he's made up 11 places there.
I would have to think that's going to be, and it's not going to be Sam Parnigan's first Apexing Award either. This year, I believe he brought home an Apexing Award at Utah Motorsports Park just a few weeks ago as well. So this is going to be another one for his collection of Apexing Awards up on his mantle. That's very exciting for him.
Let me just check that at where he was. I'll check that. He was in 21st.
21st.
Yeah. Now, who else?
Up to 11th.
Up to 11th, yeah. So
that's huge.
That's 10 positions in hardly any green flag laps. And the green flag laps that we had were in the worst of the conditions. So I think if he has won it, he's a very worthy winner because that's been well worked for. Looks like it's going to be Connor Hortzman, Aidan Kenny and Elias De La Torre on the podium with you in a few moments' time. And those 3 drivers then picking up valuable points for the championship.
Absolutely, they are. And right now, this is going to be great because Hortzman, relatively new here to the series, De La Torre knew only a race ago as far as the North America Series wins, so not racing for a championship. So then Aiden Kenny, who is, he's picking up a good chunk of points in that P2 spot right there, and then P3 points going to Della Torre. Sean McAuliffe, so being there in the 4th spot right there. So this is not a win for Aiden Kenny, but points-wise, mathematically, it's working out pretty darn good for him to be lined up in where he needs to be to continue to chase down a championship here for the Cayman Series in our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, as the checker flag flies here under some wet conditions here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and finishing up under caution as we had a great race early on and finished up under caution due to Austin Crines. But we are about ready to go down to the podium here and momentarily, and I'll be down there bringing you all the action here in just a little bit, as there is your winner, the number 114 of Portsmouth. So that being said, I'm going to head down to the podium. John,
you do that.
You guys are all in very good hands here with John, and I'll be seeing you momentarily.
So Sean heads away to the formalities with a lovely set of trophies already laid out there, and the drivers will head back around and they'll be split off. We'll find out who has...
top 3 cars, cars 1, 1, 4, 22, and 29. Stand by for the Yokohama Apex and Award winner. Again, we're going to peel these cars off at Gasoline Alley. We'll send the drivers down to the podium. Only crew members can take the cars to Park Ferme right away.
See if we're right with Sam and the 11th place 157 start 21st. So congratulations to Kelly Moss and to Connor Horseman. Really started to get a handle on the circuit and the car in the dry FP2 session and converted that into pole position in the qualifying. Led away from pole position in a single file start, and then had to give best to Austin Krantz, who took the lead, almost dropped it at turn 14 but held it, and then dropped it at turn 7 in a comprehensive way that has done enough, rearranged the tyres enough that we haven't been able to go back to green flag racing. See those top 3 coming in along pit lane now. Well, there's no asterisk alongside this victory for Connor Horstman. He has earned the right to be there. First pole position for the Kelly Moss driver. Man from deep in NASCAR, stock car country, Mooresville, North Carolina, plying his trade in circuit racing.
The Yokohama Apex and Award goes to car 157. Car 157.
Yes, we got that one right. We did the right arithmetic. John Maskey there, confirming the driver who made up more positions than anyone else. Good run out for our GT4 718 Cayman, which somebody has polished very well indeed, because that's just pulled in that green, that Python green paint. Looks as immaculate as it did in the sunshine on Friday when I was out for a very quick out and in lap in that car. And considering the amount of rainfall that we've had whilst that car's been out there, that is a very good job of preparation that someone has done on that. So just waiting for the lead cars to be split off and sent up to us here at the pagoda. Still to come this afternoon, Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And then tomorrow, another race for the Caymans in the Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. And we've also got the Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama, the 911, the Cup car category. They're having their own races this weekend, so one today and one tomorrow as well. Still plenty of track action to come, whether you're here trackside, braving the elements. I notice many of you coming back into the grandstands now.
GT3 Cup teams, GT3 Cup, obviously very tight turnaround here. We're going to move to pit lane and grid in pit lane in 11 minutes at 1:20. 1:20, there will be no grid walk.
So race control just letting the next group of competitors know what's going on. Sean is standing by outside. And as I say, I see you are coming back to the grandstands around the pagoda. Thank you for braving with us the weather. Still lots to happen this afternoon. That Porsche Esports Challenge coming to its climax, and we'll crown a champion this afternoon. Opportunity to go and talk to Porsche Club America as well. And if you're a Porsche owner, even if you aren't, to be honest, but if you're a Porsche owner, you really have to be a member of a Porsche club around the world. So just waiting for the drivers to extricate themselves from the car. We will have the top three. Single category here. So Keeley is up there from the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. The trophies have been polished. There's no champagne to be sprayed here because we have the Warsteiner moment instead. The German beer is ready to go. Well, it was difficult conditions that John Meske in race control decided that we'd have an extra formation lap and then the start would be single file, nose to tail. Connor Horseman brought them to the green flag. We were hoping for 35 minutes plus a lap of racing. Everybody spreading out very early indeed. Good start by the number 29 of Elias de la Torre. The bright yellow car, at least we could see that one in the mist. Battle for the lead at the front. Austin Kreins went through into turn 7, taking the lead away from the pole man, Connor Horseman. And then at turn 14, the same lap, an extraordinary piece of car control. He saved that one. He didn't get the next one. Something awry, I feel, at the back of that car as it went across the curb and into the tyre wall. The damage to the tyre wall was what kept us from going back to racing. Connor Horseman then resuming the lead after that incident and taking the checkered flag ahead of Aidan Kenny in second and Elias de la Torre in third place. And your hard charger, the Apex Award, Sam Parnigan winning that, coming up from 21st to 11th. Now, over in the esports arena, we are very close to crowning our first Porsche Cars North America Esports Challenge champion on Gran Turismo 7. $15,000 to the winner, $10,000 for second, $5,000 for third, and a Porsche design watch to each of them as well. If you hustle over there now, you'll see the closing stages and find out which of our 16 finalists who came here full of hope earlier on this week will be crowned the inaugural Porsche Sports Car Together Fest and Porsche Cars North America Esports Challenge USA champion here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, Randy Hembry is on the podium. Sean is on the podium as well. And rather sensibly, Sean has a laminated sheet that he is reading from in this particular case, given that we've had so much wet weather out of there. And we've got the drivers together. And for our first race of the weekend, we head on to hallowed ground, where Sean is ready to hand out the trophies and the beer for our first race for the Caymans this weekend. Sean, it's all yours.
All right, thank you so much, John. So it is time to get underway with our Cayman podium here for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. So no further ado, we're going to start right off with third position. We're going to bring all three of them up on the podium. First off, in third place, put your hands together for Elias Della Torre, the fourth. And in second place, make some noise for the 22 of Aiden Kenny. And up on top of the box, it's the number 114. It's Connor Horstman. All right, so we're going to start off here real quick before we get underway with all the pictures and the celebration. Obviously, it was a very wet one out there. Got a big smile on your face. First off, have you had much experience racing in that type of rain before?
No, I had one test session back in Road America one time, but that was about it. I just felt comfortable in the rain. I don't know, I like the risks, maybe. So it's just big balls, hopefully.
Right on it. I think I'm not going to repeat that, but I think you cover that category very well. As I know you guys would have liked to continue on and have the race continue on to where it was, but all in all, it's another great podium finish for you, man. And you've really been lighting it on fire since you've been here in this series. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that is Elias Della Torre the fourth. And we get over here into second place. We have an opportunity to sit here with Aiden Kenny. Aiden, I know obviously you wanted the race to go on to the very end there and get an opportunity to be up on top of the box. But the way it worked out with points-wise, with you doing the whole series, it's a great points day for you. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's definitely great for the championship overall. Just needed to finish the race, and yeah, here we are. Got a few more points for the whole championship and build upon the lead we had.
Right, and obviously we've got another race tomorrow, and you've got plenty left in the tank. I know you do, and hoping for a dry day tomorrow. Congratulations on a great podium finish today.
Thank you.
All right, folks, and up on top of the box, it's Connor Horstman. Connor, big smile on your face. It was a wet one out there. You and Crines had a battle going back and forth for a little bit, and then as soon as he got in front of you, it seemed like you were watching the best seat in the house. He was getting a little sideways all over the place, more than he was behind you even. And it must have been pretty wild to see him go off the track the way he did right in front of you.
Yeah, it was really tough out there, especially through 11 and 14. And I mean, every time you get through the apex of a corner, your rear will step out a little bit. And I could just see him going through there, maybe pushing a little bit too hard. And then eventually just some bad luck, it seems. And got caught in a puddle and had a pretty scary off. So glad he's okay. I saw him on the Jumbotron, so that's good.
And I told you, your team, we had a couple interviews with Brittany and your team, and they were very proud of you. They know that you were very capable to go out there in these conditions. They said that you were confident in your ability to be out there in those wet conditions as well. Just before we started the initial green flag, where was your head at?
A little nervous. You know, every time you go out on a wet track, you don't really know what to expect. But after you got those few pace laps in, I kind of had a good idea where the grip was going to be, and I was able to drive to the limit of the car and able to get the win today. So very happy.
Right on. Congratulations on a great victory. Looking forward to day number 2 with you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, how about a round of applause for your top 3 in your Cayman class? Gentlemen, trophies up. All right. And one more award to go yet. This is the Yokohama Apexon Award. And the way the Apexon Award works is the competitor that passes the most drivers on track, no matter where they start or where they finish, wins the very coveted Yokohama Apexon Award. So for the second time this year, after getting one in just a few weeks ago at Utah Motorsports Park, put your hands together for the 157 of Sam Parnigan. Where'd he go? Sam, there he is. Big smile on your face. Now, you probably know this better than me because it was pretty wild to even tell what car was what out there as far as calling the race. But you passed upwards 10, 11 cars maybe in just a very short period of time in a wet track like this, man. That's really, really impressive.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. My first time in the rain, actually. First time here. Had a couple issues qualifying yesterday, so started a little bit down further than I'd like to. But it was a really great time today. Had a really fun time on track and just, finding the puddles going around. And it was a really cool experience today.
Right on, man. Congratulations coming off 2 wins in Utah and now here bringing home another Apexon Award. You're on a roll. Very good, Sam. Looking forward to seeing you out there tomorrow.
Absolutely. I can't wait. Thank you.
Sam Pardigan, everyone. All right, folks, so there are all of your top winning competitors here for race number 1 of the weekend here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in our Cayman class. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit? Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know you
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
What a great job our race direction team and our volunteers and track services have done around the circuit to keep us pretty much on time here as we're heading into more race action this afternoon. Hello everybody, wherever you are around the world, here at the track or further afield, lovely to have your company on our Super Saturday, the middle day of 3 of the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If you'd like to get in touch with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre, the hashtag is Sports Car Together Fest. Dead easy. And just fire that through. It'll come up on one of our myriad of screens in front of us. It is coming up next. We have the GT3 Cup cars from the Porsche Sprint Challenge USA by Yokohama. And the teams doing a very quick changeover down from the back of Gasoline Alley onto the pit lane. And we'll expect to see those cars very soon. The worst part of the track in terms of standing water is actually the transition between the acceleration and the outside lane in the pit lane. And that was quite easily negotiated by the cars as they went out on their formation laps for the Cayman part of the racing for Saturday. Races, 2 more races for these 2 categories tomorrow, of course, and we've got a full programme. Gates again opening at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So please put us in your diary for a bit of quality GT racing tomorrow. If you have just joined us and didn't see the Cayman race, I won't spoil it for you. You can rewind on the world feed, or maybe take a look at everything that's happened today later on in the evening. So just waiting for the cars to appear, and as I say that, as if by magic, they're heading on to the pit lane. And for this race, we have a solid 35 cars coming out onto the circuit. So just getting out onto the pit lane now. You know what? This is going to be a tough call, isn't it? Are you going to put slicks on or wets? Well, let's see what the front row have got. I reckon Sebastian Carrazzo got slick tyres on there. The good news is he's parked right opposite me, and I do have a pair of binoculars here. We've got the 2 categories here, 991.2 and 992, and the respective pole sitters are on the front row. It is the number 89 of Jimmy Ibre for the 991s, who's on pole position, and he is on wet weather tyres, having had a closer examination to the 27. That's the blue and orange of Sebastian Carrazzo alongside him. He's on wet weather tyres.
3 minutes to a formation lap.
And looking back, we can't see anybody gambling on dry weather tyres as we go back through the grid. Alan Metney on wet, Dan Clark, both 991s. That's the 198 and the 641. They'll share row 2. Chris Bellomo and Michael Levitas. Good run for Michael Levitas, up to 6th position there, ahead of Shane Leathers and Kyle Washington will start on row 4. Mark Bowden and Roberto Totino on row 5. The rest of the cars still coming in. I mean, the pit lane's wet, Sean, very wet. There's puddles there. How quick is this going to dry out on the track is what I'm thinking.
I think if you look around the skies, we're getting some blue skies popping through.
Yeah.
We're getting a little sun trying to pop through. I would have to think once the cars get out there, the half of the front stretch is starting to dry up a little bit right now.
It's a drier line. I wouldn't say it was a dry line, but it's a lighter grey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a drier line. And so that being said, these Yokohama A006 rain tires, maybe in the beginning of this race, might be a great way to go. I would have to agree. But how's it going to be at the end if this track continues to dry up?
There's a lot of grip on this circuit, particularly on the oval in the damp.
Approximately 1 minute. 1 minute to a formation lap.
1 minute to roll out. That's John Mayski that you're hearing, our race director, effectively, clerk of the course.
And now, and John,
I think I might take a gamble. If I'm more than halfway back through the field, what have you got to lose?
Right, exactly. Because you know what happens with the rain tires, they're so gummy as well. We get out there and this track starts to dry up, they're going to be gone very, very quickly.
Correct.
Those
35 minutes around here.
Yeah.
If you are leaning on them and it starts to dry, then I know these Yokohamas are very good in the transitional phase. They always have been. Always have been. And their track tyres, the A008s and things like that are more straight to track tyres, they've always had a great reputation for
Safety car
that.
dispatch now. Safety car dispatch now.
For that transition time between wet and dry.
Right. So, and we don't know if everyone has their rain tires on.
I'm going to look as they go. I'm going to have a look as they go by.
And you know what I'm going to do? You take a look, and what I'm going to do is pack my binoculars from now on.
Safety car dispatch now.
Because I'm jealous at all the additional stuff you get to see, the details of here that I don't. I thought you were joking on the phone a couple weeks ago when we had our meeting. You weren't kidding, and now I feel as though I came ill-prepared, John. So.
Well, Brittany is telling us from the pit lane in our ears that everyone has gone the wet tyre route. That changes a little bit of the setup because wet tyres are a little bit higher in sidewall, and therefore they have a slightly larger rolling diameter. And that will just slightly change the gearing as well. Thank you, Randy.
So Randy Hembring comes in with the
He's
funny
brought
thing
us
is
a
we have a
half-
wonderful partner.
He's brought us a half of beer.
Oh,
the
more
thing is,
Steiner.
it's a half litre of beer.
And the thing is, and I didn't think of it until I got out there, that our last podium for the Caymans, there's now one competitor on that podium old enough to drink the Warsteiner beer. So Randy Hembring and brought it in here to John and I, put it in between us, and now we got to wrestle each other for it.
Single file start.
Smart. And I think...
Well, there's a reason for that, and the reason for that now isn't the same...
The car spun in turn 13. The car center track, turn 13.
So right off the bat...
Turn 2, sorry, turn 2.
Okay, that makes far more sense.
You confused me there.
Far more sense.
I think this is a different reason for a single file start than we saw before. Before it was because there was so much rain, so much standing water, and so much spray. And 2x2, it would have been a wall of water from row 2 backwards.
Yeah.
Here, I think single file start, because if you were too wide here, the difference between one side of the track and the other would give an unfair advantage to one side or the other.
Solid point. Yeah.
And I think, again, this is good officiating, good, sensible, pragmatic officiating. But out on the Foss, that's dry weather track. That's dry tyres out on the infield there. The wind has got up a little bit. It's had a little bit of sunshine on it. There's going to be some slippery parts around the... I definitely, if I'd been halfway back down through the grid, I think I'd been speaking to my team and saying, right, let's get some slicks on.
When everyone's rain tires start to go away and we're getting down to the end of the race, I think you might be right. It might be a little rough in the beginning, but if you're starting towards the back of the pack, you got nothing to lose.
Well, the problem will be getting heat into the tyres.
Right.
The slick tyres, The track will be cold. Oh, there's a nasty patch of water just coming through 14, though. I've just seen
it's
that.
really bad right there.
And that's where you're feeding the throttle in. It's all going to be about where the dampness is. But this is going to take... Now, this is going to add... Yes, this is a 35-minute sprint race, but this is adding a whole different... a whole different level.
Car 99 to the back of the field. Car 99 for the spin on the formation laps.
Oh, Scott Sedanis.
Car 99 to the back of the field. This is 12.6.2 in the regulations. Car 99 to the back.
So, causing an issue on the safety car, Scott Sedanis from 11th position, spun on the formation lap. He will have to go all the way to the back of the field, as per the regulation quoted there by John in race control. So Carrazzo and Jimmy Libre on the front row of the grid. 1992, 1991. And it will be, it's Sebastian on pole, is it? I thought it was Jimmy who had the fastest time, if I'm honest. But okay, fine. It mustn't have been by much. So Sebastian lines up at the front of the grid with Jimmy Heapley.
Safety car lights out. Lights are out. We're green this time. It's a single file start. Single file start. Using the start zone, the initial start zone, which begins at the pylon. Single file.
We've got enough sunshine now, Sean, to have shadows under the cars.
But we do, and Randy Hembring just came in, gave us some information, saying all the cars now that are out there on their rain tires installed, they have to take the initial green flag. There are going to be some to come in immediately to put on.
Again,
so,
car 99
was it declared a wet race then beforehand? So they had no choice.
Yep.
Right. That makes sense.
May pass the 99.
99 falling to the back. That's the Scott Sedanis car for spinning on that opening lap.
Yeah, Scott Sedanis, he's going to be very unhappy with his performance on that opening lap, spinning like that. That's something that's going to get him really frustrated. And Scott sometimes has trouble regrouping.
Well, if I'm Scott now, you're at the back anyway. Take the green flag lap, come straight in for a set of slicks. Be the first man on slicks. You've got nothing to lose at all.
All right, here we go. We are going green flag racing one more time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. This is GT3 Cup class. It is a wet track and it's a dry track. All is one, John, and we're going to see exactly how this unfolds. All of them have their wet tires on right now. Their Yokohama Advan A006 rain tires. They have to take the initial green, as we were just talking about. We'll see what happens once they get one green flag in, see how many, if any of them, pull in and switch over to the racing section. It's going to be at the Advan A005.
Interesting to see how many of the drivers at the start were right on the pit wall where it's damper down there because the water's run down the track. There's some damp spots to drivers left on the middle straight down towards turn 7. Carrazzo in the orange and blue car leads from Dimitra, the black and red car in second. Kyle Washington coming up through there in the yellow and blue. The Ukrainian flag car, iFly 198 is the all-white car, and that is Alan Metney. He started in 4th position. He's dropped back a few spots. So Kyle Washington's the one who's made up some positions there, as he'll come round in 4th position. Started in 7th, so he's had a decent start. Where's Michael Levitas in 36? I think he's lost a couple of positions as well. But job partially done by Sebastian Carrazzo as Washington's going for 3rd. He's in 3rd, coming through 14, sticking to the inside, looking for the wet on those tyres to try and cool down those wet weather tyres. Washington up to 3rd with Dan Clark into 2nd. And that'll be Jimmy Lieber down into 4th position. Wow, what a start for Carrazzo.
Very impressive start for Carrazzo and for Kyle Washington as well. We saw Alan Metney, who's such a talented driver. He's kind of gone backwards a little bit here. Kyle Washington, not to knock anything from him, but in the 132, you don't usually see him move up so quickly. But that's what's fun sometimes about these more challenging races when we have wet track, dry track, a little bit of that. You start to see some people maybe
they've got some talents we didn't know about.
Yeah.
And one of them may very well be Kyle Washington racing on a track like this, as he has very quickly moved up into third overall, second by class, with Clark being right in between the two of them in the 991. So very, very impressive so far for number 132 right there of Kyle Washington. He's just got to hold it together. But as we talked about, tires are going to be an issue here. The track is going to continue to get drier as long as we don't get any more rain. And how long are these rain tires going to work for them? Once the track gets dry, they're so gummy, they go away very quickly. But right now, it seems like it's really, really working for Kyle Washington, as he's looking very, very comfortable. He's got his eyes set on Carrazzo. He's just got Clark in between he and the two of them. He's got to get around him, and he just might be able to do it.
Looks like Chris Haunold came in, the man from Boise, Idaho, for Tatum Racing. I think he may have come in at the end of the first lap. He's certainly sitting in the pit lane now as the leader goes by the pit lane entrance, back on the straight. He's down towards the pit wall again, further back down the field. The battles going on. Robert Totino and Mark Borden battling, having a scrap over 9th and 10th position as they come onto the start-finish line. Mark Borden's the lighter blue car, and the white car ahead of him is who he is chasing down. What happened to number 99 car, Zadanas? There he is. He's made up 2 or 3 positions coming onto the start-finish line now, but he has, for the moment at least, stayed out. Will anybody jump and go for the dry weather tyres?
You know, right now, if nobody's doing it, one person, I don't know if that's going to be the hot setup. This is the Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Yeah.
If you pull into the pits and you take 4 on, that's a big, big gamble. And certainly, in my opinion, and I think you're going to agree that if you're one of the front runners, even a little better than mid-pack, that's a big gamble. If you're in the back of the pack, you know, I mean, why not? I mean, it's already not working out for you. You know, do what you got to do to move on up. That might even be something where perhaps that would have been a hot idea for Scott Zadanis to have done.
He's made up some positions. He's back up to 27th position there, Sean. The problem is, the longer you lead it with the pace that Carrazzo's got at the front, the more likelihood you are of dropping off the lead lap.
Absolutely.
So if you're going to do it, you've kind of got to jump early or just live with what you've got. You know, so it is a tough one. There's just a tiny bit of spray coming up from the back tyres of the cars as they come round the wetter portions of the circuit. It's marginal. Everybody's going to be looking for the wet patches down the front straight, and that's exactly what's just happened. Jimmy Ebert diving to his right-hand side. Spin for number 30. That's Stephen Ayres.
Stephen Ayres in the 30 goes around.
Wow, that's a turn 13. Now,
car 30.
Now, we've seen a lot of problems in this area here in the 13-14, but...
is he going for the pits? He is going for the pits. No, he's not.
Oh.
He used the pit lane entrance to turn around. All right, I'll give you that.
Well,
I think that was probably better than going contra race.
Yes.
He lost it on his own.
All on his lonesome there. He brought the car around. So Stephen Ayres having another problem here this weekend. He is in the Black Sheep Racing Team. So a little bit of a struggle for him so
Turn
far.
Turn 3.
But these guys are going to be doing everything they can
Car
to keep
575
these rain tires
has continued.
as cool as possible and continuing
Car
on
81
the race.
is still in turn 3.
Even if you're a Sebastian Carrazzo who knows how to save his tires. So he can only do that to a certain extent.
Jeff Istringhausen off at turn 3. And the 575 was in there as well. Possibly a little bit of a schmozzle towards the early part of the 20s, I think that one, bottom end of the top 20, in fact. So let's wait to see if Jeff gets going again. Yes, he has. What about this man out front, Sebastian Carrazzo? Doesn't dive down to the pit wall this time. Second, Dan Clark. Kyle Washington in third.
I'm curious with Carrazzo not dipping down there, trying to cool the tires down. And Carrazzo, I mean, I was just saying, he's very good at saving tires. He really is. He's one, as far as this series goes, he's one of the best. But it doesn't seem as though he's doing all the different things that you might need to do in a race like this to keep that cool. I know that's easy for me to say. I'm up here talking. You know, he's the one down there in the cars. Obviously, he's got a plan that he's hoping is going to work for him. But
he's going to have a lot of pressure on him if these tires go away sooner than later. There is Jimmy Ebre in the 89. Right behind him is Chris Balamo as well. Ebre is second in class, fourth overall. Balamo is third in class and fifth overall. So a lot of wild stuff going down out here on the track with it wet and with it dry. Speaking of different things happening, Brittany, you've got some information down in pit lane. Let's have it.
Hi guys, I'm down here with James, team owner of GMG. James.
All right. Right now we are back. There's Kyle Washington right there. Kyle Washington to 132. Looking very comfortable. Second in class right now. And it is the 27 of Carrazzo in 132 of Kyle Washington in P3. Overall, second by class. So a great run for him right now as he's looking to get another podium as he did with a podium at USA West. He had a first and another podium as well at Utah a few weeks ago. That was in the USA West Series. The field's a little more stacked here for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America Series here, but he's doing quite well sitting in P2 with number 132.
Now, a little possibly significant at the front of the field here, Sean. Carrazzo last time around a 37.7. Dan Clark a 37.4. 0.3 of a second difference. And that gap, which was up over 3 seconds, is now down to 2.5 seconds between the 27 car leading and Speedy Dan Clark in the 6.41 in second position. Different classes, of course, but there's honour about being first across the line in the overall. Kyle Washington still in third, about another 2.7, let's call it 2 3/4 seconds away from the second place, so that's 5 seconds away from
498
Sebastian.
Drivers left in turn 6.
That is Nick Irasi.
14th position.
14th position. Yeah, and drop back. There's the WeatherTech entry of Walmack in the 20. Hold his line with it right next to him, having a good race with the ACI entry of the number 24 as well of Ingerhausen. Ingerhausen had some problems earlier on in this race, but seems as though that maybe he's getting that stuff straightened out right now.
Alex Sedgwick coming out of the pit lane in the white 991.
Okay, 498 is with safety in a safe location.
In the 189 car. He has dropped off the lead lap after some earlier problems. I think he might have been on slicks as he drove by me, so I'm going to keep an eye on his lap times if he can get those slicks up. We've still got 25 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And I just want to finish that thought about, well, no, forget that. I was going to say, I wonder if Sebastian Carrazzo was overheating the tyres because he wasn't diving down, but he's put in a cracking lap, 37 flat, and he's back out over 3 seconds again to Dan Clark in second. Dan just easing away from Kyle Washington in third. 27.641, the Ukraine flag coloured blue and yellow, 132 in third. Then the black and red 89 of Jimmy Ebre in fourth. He's another 7, call that 8 seconds further back. So the top 3 are the class of the field at the moment, and the cream of that crop is Sebastian Carrazzo. He's going to be lapping cars in not so very long a time. He's got Don Sibilla in front of him, and then it's Richard French and Reinhold Kran, and that is going to be the next challenge for Sebastian Carrazzo.
And he's going to have to be smart the way he gets around some of these drivers out here on a track that's offering some traction and then getting very slick. You start getting into some of those lappers. Some of those competitors as well have had some struggles this weekend.
True.
So then you get up next to them, and it wouldn't take much for you to get collected in some of their bad decisions as well. As right now there is Kyle Washington
defending,
looking very comfortable.
Oh, and as you say
that,
he runs long in front. You absolutely cursed him there. He was defending down the right-hand side. Jimmy Ebre got a good run off 14. And Kyle just tiny bit long on his braking distance into turn 1. Jimmy back up into third position, and that's second, of course, in the 991 class. So that's been a good lap from... Now, hang on, was that Jimmy? I don't think that was, Jimmy.
No, that wasn't. I thought
that
it was
a lap
that
car,
was the
wasn't it?
189.
Yeah, it was Alex Sedgwick.
Right.
So that was Alex, who I think was a lap car.
He's got to be a lap car. We got Sedgwick right now. If you're looking at it here,
I think
he's all the way back in the 30th position with the 189.
Is he on slicks though? So was that Kyle and Jimmy battling it out? 132. Where's our leader? He is mired in the traffic at the moment.
He is.
Coming round.
He may have taken tires on the last lap. His last lap was a 2:52.49.
For Sedgwick, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was in the pit lane. I saw him go past us. We've also got the 99 in the pit lane as well.
Scott
Sedanis. Now, he went to the back. He'd qualified in 11th in the MGM car, and the man from Miami Beach looped it on the first formation lap.
Yes.
As per the regulations in Section 12, he has to go to the back of the grid. And he made up 3 or 4 places, and he's dived into the pit lane. But, no, hang on. There was something going on underneath the hood of that car. So that was something more significant than just a tyre change for tactics' sake.
I think Sedanis, he's got some bigger problems than just tire selection.
Correct.
Yep, absolutely. So here we are now out onto the front stretch here. We have a good look of several cars trying to work themselves into a bit of a draft section here, if you will. And it looks like still out front, right behind it is number 20. Right there, the WeatherTech entry. He is applying as much pressure as he possibly can right now.
It's 10th and 11th.
That is Totino in front of him in the 78. Womack right behind him, and Frank Vitello as well. So they've got themselves a good battle here, and we're looking at lap times. Pretty good jump from what we saw practice and qualifying to now.
But look what's going on with Sedgwick. Last time around, a 33.9 against the leaders 38.8. He's on slicks.
Wow.
It's time
Yes,
to come
he
in,
is.
guys. What we got? We've got 20 minutes to go here. Dan Clark has closed within 2.3 seconds of the leader, so he's taken about a second off. Now, Alex Sedgwick, he's not going to win this race. But what he is going to be doing is getting everybody up and down the pit lane rather excited about his lap times. And he may well charge back in that white car with the Porsche Works colours on it. He's got oodles of grip.
He really does.
He can pick a line anywhere on the circuit. It's much more dry than wet now. I'd say it's 80-20 dry to wet. Whereas not so very long ago, it was probably 60-40 wet to dry.
Right.
It's gone completely the other way. And his lap times are showing that. He did a 34.1 last time around, but he did have a bit of traffic. The leader did a 37, 136.7. So that's big times. That's big time differential
It
for
really
this car.
is. But he's got so much room to make up. Yeah, he's the fastest car on track, hands down. I mean, the numbers don't lie, but he's still got himself sitting back right now in a 29th position overall. That's a lot of work to do with a fair amount of gap in between some of these competitors. So, yes, he is the fastest car out there, but, boy, he's got his work cut out for him.
He's just over a lap off the lead, but he's made a pit stop. And so part of that was him being stationary in the pit lane. Four Line Motorsports, Thomas Hurd won the 641 a little bit further down the field. Speedy Dan Clark rather is a 641. And what's he doing? It's ebb and flow. One lap it seems to be Carrazzo who does the best of the two of them. He does a 36.4 this time, 36.9. And all of a sudden, for being 2.3 seconds between first and second, it's out to 4.1 seconds. Then another 6.5 seconds back to Washington. He did a 38.9 last time around. Jimmy Ebers, another 5.5 seconds further back. He did a 38 flat last time. 38.3 for Chris Palermo. At fifth position, Alan Mekney, 38.3. 140.1 for Michael Levitas. Now, that's why Sedgwick's time, 31.3 last time around.
That's huge.
From Sedgwick.
Absolutely
now,
huge.
So who further up the field is looking at that and saying, do you know what? we might be able to do this.
Yeah, might be able to make it work.
Because Sedgwick isn't in the fight here at the moment, unless he can unlap himself from the leaders. And that pace, he's not that far away from that.
Right.
But it's people further up. It's your Marco Chironis. Maybe would have a look at that. Maybe he comes out a 10th, drops back, but then makes the tie up. I think if somebody further up the field, somewhere in the top 12, comes into the pit lane, then the leaders have got to think about what they're going to do. 17.5 minutes to go, 5 and 6 seconds a lap on a 90 seconds lap.
That's a huge gap, but as of right now, there's just such a distance in between him and the people in front of him still, as you had mentioned. He still hasn't moved out of 29th position, and he's 3 seconds plus faster a lap. So pretty soon we got to start seeing him moving up in the order.
Dan Sibilia is the next guy ahead of him. He's 53 seconds ahead. But last lap around, Alex took 15 seconds out of Dan. So in four laps, he'll be past that car, and then there's a whole group of cars. He might get into the top 20.
Yeah.
He might get into the top 20.
Which
the
I
pace
think
is
would be a
going
great
down
run from where he was before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was right at the back.
But let's get up in the
report of debris on the front straight.
Well, debris on the front straight. I don't know exactly where it is, but we're getting a report
Must
of
be
that.
going down into turn 1, I think. That's the yellow and red flag. Often thought to be just for fluid on the surface, but it means basically there's something on the track that shouldn't be there. So it could be something that's come off one of the cars.
So the last lap as well for Sebastian Carrazzo, a 1:37.37, with Speedy Dan Clark with a 1:36.605. So Dan Clark in P2 is really putting in a heck of an effort right here.
Oh, Carrazzo,
boy,
the
I
leader.
just saw him cut to the inside of that turn there, and the 27 looks like he is broke.
Left front tyre, I think, out of the lead.
Wow.
Carrazzo, what cruel look now. Has he gone over a curb? He's hit something. He's got damage to the left front, and I think that was radiator fluid as well coming out of there. Plus the left front headlight is off. He's keeping well out the way as he comes down to turn 12. So there's been contact between the erstwhile leader and pole sitter, Sebastian Carrazzo. Clark's gone through into the lead. There's Washington going through into second in front of us. Jimmy Ibra goes through, across the line in third. So contact to the left front. There's damage there.
There's debris coming off the car.
And there's definitely a left front puncture. So has there been just a little touch of some description there? Maybe when he was passing lap cars down in turns 1 and 2 area. We heard that there was debris on the circuit, but for Sebastian Carrazzo, the worst part of that was the slow lap coming in, Sean. It's taken him a long time to get back to his pace. If that can be fixed, he's going to be well down, maybe even out of the top 20 before he rolls out of pit lane again.
And it's possible for going out there with with those rain tires on, and not cooling down like some of them, like some of the other competitors do. Maybe that tire just said, you know what, man, great job, but I've had enough.
It's over. I saw the hand across the throat gesture from one of the crew members. Too much damage under the left front wheel arch there, and at the front splitter. Left front tyre was not holding air. Sedgwick 1:31.4 last time around, a 1:30.6 the time before that. He's taking great huge chunks out of Dan Sibilia. This is the battle for 27th and 28th, so you might think, why am I getting excited about that? But we believe that Alan Sedgwick is on the slick tyres, and he took some 20 seconds out of Dan last time around. So Dan's pace is falling off as his wet weather tyres are coming to the end of their useful life.
I seem like a lot of them are.
Sedgwick is picking his way through. Now, a lot of these cars, he's having to get back on their...
Turn 10 with car's driver's right.
On their lead lap. And he's got a ways to do that. Now, who's that that's just gone around?
24-78, both spun in turn 10, both have
the 24 and the 78, both bring it around there, so not going to be happy with that.
That's Robert Totino and William Talley. They were battling for 12th and 13th. I think people have got grip problems now. I really do. I also wonder what settings the teams were able to put on the cars before the race. That was side by side between those two, Totino and Tully. Yeah, Totino and Tully coming together, battling for that 12th spot. And I just wonder, did the teams go to a full wet setup? Did they do a sort of half and half before they rolled them out? I'm really interested now to see these lap times. We're getting people lapping in the 47s, 48s, 49s in the second half of the grid. And there's Alex Sedgwick, even through traffic, down in the 32s. This is extraordinary from this number 189 car. He's not, I mean, it's good we're seeing him. I don't think he'll get on the podium or even in the top 10.
No,
but my goodness me, if this race was another 10 minutes longer, he might do.
He's putting in quite a run with 12 minutes and 2 seconds left to go here. Sedgwick has put in a great run. I totally agree. I mean, even inside the top 10, I think is going to be extremely difficult for him. But, you know, all in all, the story is he made an awesome decision. He made a great decision. That's what the story is there. Is he going to be someone that we're going to talk about post-race as a celebration? Not so much. But what he has done as far as the proper decisions, he has certainly done a great job. And there we're hearing about the 78 as well, having a little bit of trouble. As you hear John Maskey from USAC's Race Control. So the 78 with a bit of an issue as well. But still, 11 and a half and change yet to go in this race here. Clark's up on top, the 641. Kyle Washington, he's in P1 by class as well. And then we have Jimmy Ibre, Menti, Balamo, Williams, Levitis, Todd, Cerrone, and Bowden. That's your top 10. And we've got another car around, the 184.
Got a car off, looking to continue.
That is Marco Cerrone in the Mark Motors car. Well, Alex Sedgwick is from Southam. Oh, he got help there as well.
Yeah,
Those cars from turn 1.
Cerrone came around and got into another competitor as well. Kind of took him with him for a small bit of a ride there.
Quick word on Alex Sedgwick from PT Autosport, the driver being talked about. Alex is from Southam, which is maybe 20 minutes from where I live, right in the centre of the UK, just over towards Daventry area of the Midlands. So we'll be well used to hit and miss conditions coming from that area. There was some great driving and motorcycling roads around there as well. So he's carving his way back up. He's now taken the following. Well, obviously Sebastian Carrazzo was in the pits, but he's taken Sibylle, he's taken French, he's taken Davudi. He's up to 24th position. He's a second behind Reinhold Kran. He'll deal with him on this lap. He might even get Philip Martin as well, on this lap, because he is still lapping in the 1 minute. Well, he was 35 last time around, but he did pass 3 cars that lap, so I think we'll give him a free pass on that one.
It looks like Rob Lorndale's going down a lap by some of our leaders. We see Speedy Dan Clark making his way by Rob Lorndale. Rob Lorndale now sitting in a little further back than he'd like, in 20th overall in the 991 class. Had a little bit of trouble earlier this weekend. Got things fixed up, was going pretty good. And look at right now, we've got the 132 of Kyle Washington.
Second place and third place coming through traffic, Sean. That's
89 right on him. That is Jimmy Gibre right on his tail. So Gibre is making a run at Dan Clark. Dan Clark's up a ways, but he's got to get around Kyle Washington. Kyle Washington's putting in the race of his life today, as he made numerous passes early on when the track was a little bit wetter, and has put in a wonderful race here. But now he's getting into a lap. Rob Lorndale could cause some problems for Washington and possibly allow Jimmy Gibre to pass on by right now. But right now, Gibre's got his eyes set on Dan Clark with 8 minutes, 43 seconds left to go. Isn't enough time.
A little bit of the bodywork that we saw earlier on, about 3/4 of the way down the front straight. Into turn 1, and Washington's got by again.
And the 52 is also under review.
And here comes Gibre. Alan Metney a further 14 seconds away from the overall podium, but sits third in 991. Chris Palomo second in 992. David Williams third in 992. That's your top 6. 3 992s, 3 991s, and Dan Clark is leading in the 991 overall from Kyle Washington, who's under pressure now on the middle straight down towards turn 7. Ibrit to the inside. He's got the overlap. He's got the position. He's got the position on track, and he's got the position on the timing and scoring as well. Great driving by Jimmy, clean as you like, and now he sets off in pursuit of Dan Clark, 5 seconds up the road with 7 3/4 minutes to go.
Now, you want to finish as far up as you can no matter what class you're in. I get that. But for Kyle Washington at 132, he wants to win in his class. That needs to be more important. So to let Gibre get on by like that, the nice clean pass, and anything just, if you're watching, like, all right, listen, I'm still in the lead in my class. I'm looking good right there. That battle could have been a reason where there could have been an accident caused, and then he just loses his position altogether and drops all the way back to the tail end of the field. He doesn't want that. Right now, he's still got Mentney in between him and Belamo. That's huge, because if Belamo gets right up on Washington, Belamo's very talented, and he has the ability to make a pass on him. But he needs a little bit of a gap right there. And right now, out of that battle, he can just follow Jimmy Gibre, maybe learn something from him, and just run the best race he possibly can. Well, Gibre is now setting his sights on Dan Clark, as you said, 5 seconds ahead with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in race 1 of this GT class.
And the day gets worse for Mark Maccheroni. Not only did he have the spin in turn 1, he's been assigned incident responsibility, and he will have to have a drive-through as well for that moment that we saw earlier on. I just want to check back in with Alex Sedgwick. He's in 21st position now, so he did get past the 722 for Philippe Martin, and Rob Lawndale is his next target, who is 30 seconds up the road, but he took 15 seconds out of him last lap. He's gonna be in or knocking on the door of the top 20. That's extraordinary, considering he was almost 2 full laps down.
Yeah, that's huge.
When he came out of the pits, having changed on to slicks. Dan Clark, 37.5 last time.
Look at Gibre right behind him with a 37.54.
5.7 seconds and 5 minutes 57 seconds to go in this race. At this pace, that's 3, maybe 4 laps, depending on when Dan crosses the line. Dan needs to be a bit clever here to make sure he doesn't put too much stress on the tyres. Robert Todd puts his fastest lap in of the race down in 7th position in the 992, number 52. He's 4th in that 992 class, 136.6. So there's still pace out there to be found, even by those on wet weather tyres. So those who have saved their tyres may yet have a little dividend in the last 5 minutes.
Well, there we are right now. We're looking, Gibre still doing everything he can, but there's a lot of traffic in between he and his leader. Lap competitors have been bigger here than we've ever seen before. We know when we're not having cautions and things, the road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we often run into lap cars, but not so quickly and so many of them as we have here under these current track conditions here today. And that's been a bit of a problem for some competitors. It's helped others, as now we got another good look there of the 189 of Sedgwick, still sitting in the 21st position. Has he done some amazing things? Absolutely he has. The most amazing thing was making that decision to go with the A005 racing slicks and not go with the Advent A006 racing tires the whole race here.
That animal's clear on the safe side of the barrier.
Well, that was David Williams, who's in 6th position in the 37, the Tangerine black and white car. So he's unlapped himself to 6th position. That's how quick he's coming back through this field. Chris Belomo's just up the road in the 68, and that he'll catch him rather quickly. He might even, maybe not. I don't think he's quite going to unlap himself from Dan Clark at the front of the field, but this has been a very good run from the man from Southam, on the borders of Northamptonshire and Leicestershire.
And right now we are looking at 4.956 seconds. That is the distance in between our leader, Speedy Dan Clark, and Jimmy Gibre right now. So he has gained, over the last few laps, he's made up a second, but with only 3 minutes, 35 seconds to go in 4 seconds ahead, 4.5 seconds ahead. Is it possible? Sure it is. Anything's possible. But when you got Dan Clark in that 641 car, he's running so well right now. That might be I get it, and I don't want to take anything away from Jimmy. That might be a bit of a pipe dream right there for him.
Jimmy is pushing really hard. He was way off over the curbs at turn number 6. Kyle Washington still in third position, quite a lonely third position. Now then, Chris Palomo will come into sight in the number 68 car with Alan Metney right there. And Alan actually is right with Chris as the 60. They have the 17 car between them. That's Dan Sibile and Metney just trying to close in on that grey and orange car in the battle for 4th and 5th. That is 4th and 5th in the overall.
In the overall, right now, Metney, if he just hangs in there right now, he's kind of the excuse me, he's the 991 me and this 992 sandwich right there, if you will. And if he just hangs on where he is, he'll be up on the podium. I know that's not what he wants, but the reality of it is right now, Alan, is that he's not going to catch up and have a battle with first and second right now. So he just needs to be smart. Pushing too much to get by Balamo, it doesn't mean anything in the big scheme of things. But that's hard to tell a guy once he puts his helmet on.
2 laps to go, I reckon it'll be white flag next time around. I know it won't be because, of course, this is time certain.
Yes, it is.
So we've got 2 minutes to go plus a lap.
And it's all going to depend once they get down to
3 laps to go.
The start-finish line here. If the clock has run out, then the white flag will come out. If the clock has not run out, we have 1 or 2 seconds left. We're going to go 2 more laps.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's going to be. Just looking at Dan Clark and how he's driving the car, particularly through the changes of direction, that car is moving around a lot, yes, but it's flat sliding. Dan's obviously managed this very well indeed. Super experienced driver, has driven to the very highest level in open wheel competition, of course, and I think he's done a cracking job here. Because this is a dry track and he's not on the optimum tyre for this. Nobody is now, apart from Alex Sedgwick, who's into the top 20 now, by the way. So that would have been, I'm sure, one of his goals. He's into 19th position. Sean McCaig is 7 seconds or so up the road. He might actually catch him. No, he will catch him. He's 10 seconds a lap quicker. So he'll get Sean and he might get Todd Parriott. I think Alex Vogel in 16th is a little bit too far away. So I reckon maybe 17th position for Alex Sedgwick, which, considering he was dead last when he came out the pits, he'll be delighted with that. If only he'd made that decision earlier and not had the early problem.
30 seconds left to go. You see Dan Clark trying to go down to the inside of the front stretch, trying to cool the tires a little bit. And you were right. You watched Dan Clark's car. He's under full control. But he's like Bambi on ice out there right now with those tires. The car is in a 4-wheel peel all over the place right now, but he's down to 11 seconds left to go. This time by will determine if we're going to see a white flag or if it's going to be 2 to go. And I see a white flag in our starter's hand.
White flag next time by.
And there it is.
641, white flag.
So you're here loud and clear coming from Morgan and Race Control. Dan Clark, the 641, next time by, he will be seeing the white flag, as that will be about to fly for him.
Wow, Sedgwick has just unlapped himself from Chris Palomo. So the next car that he'll unlap himself from will be 3rd place, Kyle Washington. He's just going to fail to get back on the lead lap from being all bar about maybe 40, 50 yards away from 2 laps down. This has been extraordinary. It's been a great run from Dan Clark, though. Took his opportunity early on when the conditions were a little damper, but really he's done the best. I think, Sean, it's fair to say he's done the best in managing those wet weather tyres in the drying and now completely dry conditions.
Very, very impressive, to say the least, as our white flag is flying here for our leaders. That's Dan Clark, and behind him is going to be Jimmy G-Ray back there just a little bit in the 89 as well. But you are right, as far as tire management goes, in a situation that is less than ideal, to say the least, Dan Clark, man, what a heck of a job he has done.
Sedgwick crosses the line in front of us ahead of Todd Parriott, so he is already into 16th with 2.5 miles to go. I don't think he'll catch Alex Vogel on this last lap. He's 9 seconds a lap quick. Well, you know what? He might get 15th position. That's more than halfway up the field for the man from Northamptonshire. Speedy Dan Clark then. What a run it has been for him.
Starter, checkered flag next time by current leader car 641. Checkered flag. He's got a car in the runoff in turn 1, car 81. He's preparing to continue.
The Barrett Nichols, sorry Sean, the Barrett Nichols Racing Tag Heuer car will take the checkered flag. What a great drive. That'll be a big smile underneath the racing helmet of the driver of the 189 who we've been following. Alex Sedgwick, I'm not sure he's going to get anything out of this except a lot of personal pride. But Sean, at the front of the field, it's going to be a great win from Dan Clark.
What an impressive run it was, and just keeping his tires managed the best he can and keeping a car that was very slick underneath him as a checker flag flies here one more time for race 1 in our GT3 class. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought by Yokohama Tires. Kudos to Speedy Dan Clark in the 641. And it looks like the 89 coming along as well. And that's going to be Jimmy Gibre, 5.59 seconds behind in that class as well. Kyle Washington's going to be looking for another victory, as he had one just a few weeks ago in the USA West Series. Now he's got a victory as well here in the North America Series, the Sprint Challenge Series. Behind him is going to be Chris Balamo. That's 1 and 2, and the 992 class, Alan Metney, looks like unofficially is going to be the 3rd position in the 991s. And of course, Todd is going to be in our 3rd position, number 52 in our 992. So very impressive run. Any of these competitors that made it from where they did all the way to the finish are on the podium on these rain tires.
89.
Kudos to you and your tire management. Well done.
41, 89, and 198.
Alex Sedgwick did get Alex Vogel on the run to the line. He finishes 15th.
68
and
52. 138.
I'm just looking to see, he was just off getting back on the lead lap, I reckon, after all of that.
68 and 52.
All right.
Well, there's a
very
name to
impressive.
watch, I tell you. Alex Sedgwick, not sure how much of this racing he's done, the man from the UK. But it's one of his countrymen, the Bartlett Nichols Racing driver, Dan Clark, who I'm so delighted to see still racing. There was a time when he thought he was going to walk away from motor racing, and he's found his niche. Maybe not quite as high up the motor racing ladder as he had hoped for at one stage in his career, but he showed his class there, no doubt about it. And that was, it's not the 5.5 seconds at the end of it, it's the fact that he paced himself so well when other people's tyres were their performance were falling off a cliff, and that's because they were running them in conditions for which they were not intended. People driving around in 39s, 40s, 41s.
00, 30, and 56. 00, 30, and 56 for the podium as well for the PSCUW class.
All right, so there you have it. We'll have a couple of different podiums happening. I'm going to make my way over there right now. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of John here as we get ready to get underway with our podium presentations here momentarily.
Now, I'm dying to see if he's going to take the Warsteiner with him this time. Speedy Dan Clark then pulls in at the foot of the podium. There have been a few years ago that he might have hoped to have been there in an IndyCar and pulling onto that ramp for the Indy 500. Well, what a race! Single file start on a track that was almost dry, but certainly dry in. Dan Clark immediately up into 3rd position early on, and then took 2nd position in the early going in that Tag Heuer sponsored machine. Then the problem from Carrazzo, left front tyre, whether he'd hit a curb, whether he had just overheated it, but that was right on the start-finish line, and he had to tour back in. He was in the lead at the time. That left Dan Clark to take up the lead. Then the battle was between Kyle Washington in the blue and yellow 132, who was in 2nd, and the 89, the silver and black, going through to take 2nd, Jimmy Ebler. He would hold on to that until the end of the race in the overall. So Dan Clark and Jimmy Ebler, 1st and 2nd overall in the 991 class, 3rd overall and winning the 992s, Kyle Washington from Chris Balomo, and in 3rd position in 991, 5th overall for Alan Metney in the 198, And in the 992s, on the third step of the box, Robert Todd, who made up a couple of positions as well in the 52. Drying track towards the end, and proof that dry tyres were almost the right call. 189 of Alex Sedgwick, who pulled through the field from right at the back to 17th at the end, setting lap after lap of fastest laps. Nobody, I would have thought, within 4 or 5 seconds of his best lap time on that, but he had gone on to the 005 Advance, the dry weather tyres. Well, another helping of that tomorrow here at the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. But don't forget, it's not just about on the track here today. Later on, after racing has finished, it is our Haggerty movie night. And at 5:30 in the fan zone, it is Top Gun Maverick, one of the newest blockbusters around, on the massive Pagoda Tower screen. No further charge. Your entry ticket will give you entrance to that. Settle yourself down with your friends. Tom Cruise, big Porsche fan himself, reprising his role of Maverick, and that is at 5:30 this evening. And don't forget, if you own a classic or collector car, then you really should be part of the Haggerty Drivers Club. It offers you 24/7 emergency roadside service, exclusive offers, award-winning Haggerty Drivers Club magazine, listings, unlimited listings on Haggerty Marketplace, and access to Haggerty valuation. And, of course, all of your automotive questions answered by Haggerty's team of experts on Ask Haggerty. They're in the fan zone. Learn how you can become a member, or you could win a membership. We're giving away one Haggerty Drivers Club membership every hour this weekend. It's worth $70 a year. If you don't win one, think about it. But go and see them anyway. Have a chat. They're in the fan zone. Haggerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving, and loving our cars even better. So the drivers are out of their machines after that first of 2 races for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. The Cup cars parked up underneath our global broadcast booth. And Sean is ready to bring on our top 3 from each of the 2 categories, the 991.2s and the 992 class cars. It'll be Alan Metney in third for the 991s, Jimmy Eblet in second, and Dan Clark taking an overall and class victory, whilst in 992 Robert Todd will be on the third step of the podium, Chris Palomo on the second step, and on the top step of the box and third on the overall is the 992 winner, the number 132 of Kyle Washington. Well driven by everyone there in very tricky, changeable and crossover conditions. Now, we will be announcing the winner of the Porsche Classic Restoration Story. That was delayed from earlier on. We'll have those guys up on the podium later on this afternoon. And remember, gates are open again tomorrow at 8 o'clock here. If you can't make it, you can still tune in, of course, here in the US or further afield on our global TV broadcast. And thank you very much indeed to the team at Apex for putting all of that together for us and making sure that Sean and I have been able to see all of the action all around the circuit from our broadcast booth here in the historic Pagoda. A lot of hard work gone on there, and Clark and his team once again have pulled an absolute blinder, and we've still got a day of action to go. Now Sean is helping to wrangle the drivers here. Either that or it's a very intricate game of charades with his hand gestures on the podium at the moment. Yes, drivers, getting drivers together. The term herding cats comes to mind. Every person who runs a podium in the world and knows exactly what I'm talking about. 2 classes to talk about, 6 people on the podium, 1 man to do the formalities. Sean, it's all yours.
Well, I tell you what, Johnny nailed that one right on the head, just down here wrangling cats up. We're ready to go for our 2 podiums here for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. We're going to start off right now with our podium for our 992 class. Starting off in the 3rd position, the number 52, it's Robert Todd. And in the 2nd position, the number 68, back up on another podium again, it's Chris Balamo. And up on top of the box, following up a victory at Utah Motorsports Park just a few weeks ago, it's the number 132 of Kyle Washington. All right, so we got our top 3 up here, Robert. Long race out there, a little dry, a little slick, a little something special for everyone out there. That being said, being out here in the car, you got to feel good. You got a good smile on your face, man. Tell me about your experience here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, this is my first time in Indy. This race specifically, we qualified really well. We qualified P2 in class and 6th overall. But a penalty put us all the way to the back of the field. So we had to start from the back and make our way forward. And this feels like a win, honestly, to go to P3. So I'm really, really stoked. This track is amazing. PSC put it on. I'd like to thank Peels, Informed, and my team, BR Racing. These guys worked all night, changed an engine yesterday. And so, yeah, we had some things to overcome. But up here, it feels great. So thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's a huge win. Good job for you and the team, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, and moving on down here to Chris Balamo in our 2nd spot. Chris, back up on another podium here with me. We've been doing this a lot this year for both this series and USA West. Nothing simple about that race. Tell me a little bit about your experience out there with a wet track and a dry track all together.
Well, first, congratulations to Rob for coming from back and Kyle for getting P1. It was a challenging race, but it was super fun. It was great racing with Alan. Super fair and super clean, and just really happy with the way the Lizard set up the car and that I'm up here with you.
Congratulations on another podium finish. Well done, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, we're going to stop up on top of the box here. Kyle Washington, I tell you, brother, coming out of Utah with 2 podiums there, one being a victory, now back up on top of the box at what I'm considering the big house of motorsports here. It's got to feel good, man. What a run. And right off the bat, you just came out of the gate like a lightning bolt, just passing cars right and left.
Well, I think I missed the brake pedal. I think we got a little bit lucky. No, you know what? Was scared going out there with all the rain and stuff, but GMG prepared the car, all the coaches and team, my friends from Thermo Raceway, and everybody did a great job of getting the car ready. I just drove it.
I tell you, from racing sports cars and Porsches to off-road and everything, the last few weeks have been a big couple of weeks for you and your racing efforts, man. You guys got a heck of a team behind you. Who's helping you out with all the different racing that you're doing?
We have so many people, but GMG on the road side, Terrible Herbst and Mike Smith Fabrication on the off-road side, and just a great, tens and 20s of people on each team, and they all work hard, and I just get the fun part.
Right on. Congratulations on another victory. Well done.
Yeah, thanks to you guys.
All right, guys, how about a round of applause for your top 3 in your 992 class? All right. And now, as we prepare to get into our podium for our 991 class, in the 3rd spot, the number 198 of Alan Matney. In the 2nd place, the number 89 is Jimmy Debray. And up on top of the podium in the 991 class, it's the 641 of Speedy Dan Clark. All right, Alan, back again, having another podium conversation. We've been doing a lot of this year. Long weekend for you, racing a couple different series here. An awful lot of track time out there. All in all, if someone that has so much experience like you do, tell me what it was like to be on this track and making the decision on tires and part of it being wet, part of it being dry. Just tell me your overall thoughts on the whole program.
Yeah, I think wets were the right answer. I think that they opened it up for choices later after the start of the race, but I think wets were the right answer, and it was a lot of fun. Hard managing the tires. The tires got quite torn up, but it was a lot of fun.
Congratulations on another podium finish here in Sprint Challenge.
Thank you.
Well done, Alan. All right, Alan Metney, everyone. We're going to head over here to Jimmy. Jimmy, my friend, we've been doing a lot of these podium celebrations together, you and I, and you've always got a big smile on your face. And I was telling some of the fans here in Indianapolis that not only are you such a great race car driver, but you're a bit of a funny man, too. You like to have a good time, but today being up on the podium, this is certainly a day for celebration to have a good time with it.
Yeah, today was a really weird race, but I was learning in all the laps that we did, and for tomorrow we will keep pushing.
Congratulations on another great podium finish.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And up on top of the box here with Dan Clark. Dan, similar to what I was talking to Alan about, what was it like out there towards the end of the race with those rain tires on there, when you got the 8006s on there? It almost as though at times you look like a Bambi on ice under there, but you really managed the tires the best that you could and kept the car underneath you. It was very impressive to watch right to the end.
Thanks. Yeah, it was way more frantic inside the car. I've never driven wets in the dry for that long. It was really terrifying. And that was really torn as well because, you know, the guys were chasing you. You know, Jimmy was doing a great job closing in. So it's kind of like, well, you know, how fast are you supposed to go on wets in the dry? It's so bizarre, really bizarre.
And I'm sure you've got some great people behind you helping you get up on this podium and win this race today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're here again with the Bartlett Nichols team. And we obviously had a great time here last year. We were able to win both races. So this being our hometown, everyone in the team's hometown, it's really special for us to be able to come out and get a lot of support from you know, the Porsche Sprint Challenge series. They're really accommodating, helping us join late in the year. I'm sure it's a bit painful for them, but they're very professional and really help us get up to speed. So really wasn't sure how this race was going to go. But when the rain came, you know, I was really excited about that curveball. And I've never driven this car in the rain before, or this track, but, you know, it really came together. So I'm really happy, and thanks to everyone that helped.
Well done. Congratulations, and it's a pleasure to have you here. Good job this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, how about a round of applause for your top three in your 991 class? John McGinnis. All right, Stephen and John McGinnis. Stephen, another podium for you here. It was a wild ride up there. There's absolute hints of brilliance at times. Other times it was a bit of a struggle. But you always got a big smile on your face. You got yourself up on another podium. You got to feel good about it.
This is great. And thanks to my family. My #1 fans right here, Mark. Great race, thank you.
Right on, congratulations. And John, back again, having another podium talk here as coming off such a great weekend in Utah a few weeks ago, and then back up here on the podium again, but here doing it at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's got to feel good. You got to be proud of the effort.
Oh yeah, no, super happy. I'm a bit of a slow learner, so it's taken me a little while to pick up the track here, but no, I enjoyed the wet. It was, yeah, just tried to keep my tyres cool as long as I could, and then they sort of lasted till the end, and no, it's all good. But thanks to, you know, Sean and all the boys from Tatum, and of course Yokohama and USAC and Porsche, and yeah, I love that car. It's it's so cool. Yeah.
And congratulations on another victory. Well done, sir.
Sorry?
Congratulations on another victory. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, how about a round of applause for your top two in your USA West?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this weekend we've not just had action on the track, we've had action in virtual reality for the first ever Porsche Cars North America Esports Challenge USA. We started with 16 finalists. They were competing for a purse of over $30,000. And Gran Turismo 7 was the platform that we've been used. Let's get over to the esports arena now and find out what has happened. We're crowning a champion this weekend for the Porsche Esports Challenge USA.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. We said we were going to be ready for the podium ceremony. We've got the live stream going for Porsche as well. So thank you for joining us from wherever you are at home right now. This being the first Porsche Esports Challenge USA here at the Sports Car Together Fest in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, quite literally in the infield, just behind the Pagoda Tower. Sun shining back outside, but this was, I think, some of the hottest competition of the weekend, and rightfully so. 16 drivers qualified through, 8 in the finals, and we have our 3 champion positions on the podium now to present to you. Thousands of people qualified to be here in Gran Turismo 7. These guys have not done an easy task just being here, and what an experience it is. With that, we've got to bring them out. Mr. Consistent in third place was the one who I thought maybe today might be able to sneak through. He won the first race of the finals. Dean Helt was third place overall, but man, oh man, this guy is dead consistent. Scott DeVoe, the head of Porsche Motorsports North America, esports manager, presenting the trophies as Dean's on stage. We'll get a word from him as well as the others in a minute, but we've got to bring out the rest of them. Second place, thought it was going to be close as well. Yesterday was extremely good. 2 huge wins, the 2 biggest winning margins on the weekend. 9 seconds in the first race of yesterday's semifinal in a field that was separated in qualifying by under 1 second. So absolutely perfect on that race. Today he was equally as good, but not quite enough to get away with a strategy call from Haywood to win it overall. But in second place, Andrew McCabe, no easy feat, and a remarkable weekend from him. Again, the beautifully designed trophies. You can see the Sports Car Together Fest from the Porsche Esports Challenge here in the USA, but we can only have one champion, a $15,000 check to go his way. All 3 will get the beautiful Porsche designed watch, but only one can be the champion and can live in this moment forever. Our first ever Porsche Esports Challenge USA champion, Randall Haywood. And we'll sneak in here before the real celebrations get underway. They've told me you can't spray champagne in here, so we might send you outside for that. But we'll get a word from each of you. I'm going to start with you, Randall. Obviously, we just heard from you a moment ago. But really, it was the double points at the end. You would have been okay with second place mathematically. Were you aware of the points total at the time?
No, I was still going for the win because I noticed my race pace was better. My tire wear was okay enough to finish the race barely on the final chicane, but luckily it came through.
Were you aware of how close the tire was going to be? Were you trying to save tire early in the stint? Because a lot of drivers elected to make the change, and ultimately that's what gave you the gap when you came back on the track after the pit sequence.
At the start, I really didn't save them too well. I wasn't fuel mixing on the exits to lower the power on the exits to save my tires. So I kind of gambled in a way, but it worked out.
Worked out perfectly. And for you, from Gran Turismo, you guys all have a history within the game. You've competed lots. Is this the best win of your career?
Definitely. I'm winning 15K with the win, and my favorite brand is Porsche, so it's more exciting for me that I won in front of my favorite brand for manufacturer.
And how's the experience been? You want to be back next year?
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you. We'll slide over now. Andrew McCabe, you were dead on throughout the weekend, I think. Came into this today as the championship leader, but obviously double points at the end kind of got away from you. But you weren't even supposed to be here originally. You stepped in for someone else who couldn't be here, and throughout the weekend proved that you're worth. Yesterday, you were awesome throughout. How was your experience with it, and were you fully aware of the situation as well with strategy at the end of this race?
I was aware of the strategy for this race. I wasn't all that confident with the final, so I think I did everything I could.
You gave it a concerted effort. Obviously, you did go for tires. Were you thinking there was a chance you could close the gap down at the end, or was it a little bit too far gone?
I think he was just a little too far gone today.
Overall, how would you rate your performance, though? Pretty happy with the results?
Yeah, I can't complain about $10,000.
Yeah, I don't think many people would. I mean, if you want to complain about it, I'll take it for you, but I don't think that's going to work out. So, hey, look, awesome weekend as well. Congratulations. And then we'll slide over. Oh, you can stay in the middle. You've earned it. I'll sneak behind you. The Cayman's in our way, but it's better looking than all of us anyway, obviously, the GT4. Dean, you did super well this weekend also. Yesterday, I sat beside you on the way back to the hotel. You were actually giving yourself a bit of a kick because you had pole position a number of times and you didn't get a win.
Yeah, thankfully today I was able to convert at least one of those pole positions to a win at Daytona, so that was cool. Just unfortunately, when you're racing against phenomenal drivers like Randy and Doodle, it's incredibly hard, and you need to be that millimeter perfect. And unfortunately, this weekend I just wasn't quite there. But yeah, I'm happy with the result.
Absolutely, and obviously for you as well, this is a pretty huge experience. You've done some Gran Turismo racing as well, World Series and so forth. But how does this rate compared to what you've done in your career?
I mean, I've never gotten paid for one of these things before, so that's pretty cool. No, but I mean, like, it's very cool to be at home, in the United States, as opposed to being overseas. So it's very cool to win in front of a crowd that actually knows what language you're speaking. But yeah, no, this was a phenomenal event. The format, obviously, I wish some things had gone a little bit different. But in the end, I think the best driver won, and I'm just happy to be on the podium.
Yeah, very, very impressive consistency from you throughout. But Randall, you're the champion. One more time, I'm going to step out of the way. These are your 3 podium finishers, your 3 victors of the Porsche Esports Challenge of the USA.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Tri-wing, that's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter. Some things can't be forgotten.
thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait. Which car should I drive? You go, this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that.
Ik lust daar kein best voor eetje vlees. Dat is echt fantastisch.
Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase.
Feel the beat, such a mean courtesy of Women G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance. I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class in session. Let's go.
Where you going? Just a little sightseeing through the forest. I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy. What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go.
I love this car. for me. Ready for me. Ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
In a Porsche, the ignition switch is on the left. Porsche engineers placed it there years ago to gain a split-second advantage in endurance racing. It remains on the left to this very day. It's one small detail that, together with 10,000 others, create what the Germans call Gestalt, and what those who know call Porsche.
Well, there's been so much going on that we've barely had time to take it all in this weekend at Sports Car Together Fest for Porsche 2022. Sean has slipped out of our global broadcast centre over to the Porsche Zentrum. Well, we're going to find out right now who has got the coveted title for the Porsche restoration story.
All right, guys, here I am with Jonathan Sieber. Jonathan Sieber here with the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. Second year in a row we've done it. Last year, I really had a great joy with it, especially at the presentation things. It's amazing just the hard work, the sweat, the tears, everything goes in to making a car, just make it into this program out of the, 63 cars out of 62 dealerships. But then to be up on top of the podium here with the runner-ups and everything, what an effort these people put into this.
This year, the Restoration Challenge for Porsche Classic has exceeded every expectation we could have. As you mentioned, 62 dealers, 63 cars across the country. Wow. We're lucky enough to have 9 of the entrants here. They finished in the top 3 of the respective areas of the country. And for us, the Restoration Challenge is about restoring a car to the road. Yep. When you look at the progress that we made from last year to this year, the quality of the cars and the entrants, the number of the entrants was up 50%. The emotion that goes into it all, it's all been absolutely phenomenal from start to finish.
So all of that being said, with no further ado, you are going to announce our winner of the 2022 Sports Car Porsche Together Fest. I've been doing a lot of different things today. Got a little confused. That being said, our winner and winning team is?
After 10 months of hard work, I'm honored to present this to Champion Porsche.
Champion Porsche, come on up. We can bring all you guys right on up here. All right, so first off, let's get you all right up here in the shot. Let's bring everyone up here. Let's start with Champion Porsche. What is your name?
My name is Wilson.
Wilson, and Wilson, who are these great guys you have behind you helping you out?
This is Victor. We got Anthony and JR here. Okay. There's a lot more people involved in this car than just the 4 of us, but yeah, this is amazing. We can't believe it.
So now, did I catch that right? What John was saying? 10 months of work to do this?
Oh yeah. Maybe even shorter.
That's very impressive. And in the big scheme of things, that's not a lot of time to do what you've done.
Exactly. Yeah. Squeezing maybe a 2-3 year build into that short of amount of time.
Sure.
It was hard work.
Let's have you hop right up here. So that being said, tell me a little bit about the experience going through this. I'm sure there had to be some highs and lows. There had to be. Tell me a little bit about the experience.
When I first showed up, it was great. We thought we had not a bad thing to start with.
Sure.
And then as we dug deeper, we started seeing a couple of little nuances. It had some rust. The engine was modified. It didn't run very well. So there was a couple of bumps through the way. But with the team that we have back at Champion, everything worked out amazing. I mean, I can't say enough. Even the competition, it's just amazing. I mean, everybody else is here, and we walked up the rankings, and I'm shocked that we won, because everything else here is so amazing. Like all the cars, everybody, the Porsche dealerships, we're a big family here. So
and that's the thing, with the Porsche, it is a big family, not just in the restoration portion of it, but the whole Porsche pyramid, all of us working together from racing, from on the track to off the track, and all of you guys. But one last question, I'll have you answer this here. Other than this moment right now, what was your favorite part of this whole program, this whole restoration with you and the team?
I think the before and afters were pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And do you guys think you'll be participating in this again in the future?
That's all up to Mitra. We'll find out when we get home.
Right on. All right, guys. So right here, you can see it on their shirts. That is the Champion Porsche team bringing home the top honors here for this year, and very, very impressive stuff. Congratulations, guys. That is the Porsche Restoration Challenge National Champions right here.
The Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by VisitCaymanIsland.com, is reaching the end of its 2022 season. There are just 4 races to go. 2 of them this weekend as part of the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Festival at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The 3 championships are finally poised. In Pro, Kai van Berlo had a tough weekend at Road America, only netting 14 points. That's narrowed the class battle for the Al Holbert Cup. Parker Thompson collected 50 points at the same time that the Dutchman struggled. Now only 16 points separate the top 2. With 3 wins in the last 4 races, Trenton Estep, the first US driver to win a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, has closed the gap on the top 2, just 16 points further back behind Thompson and 32 away from the lead. Riley Dickinson is in 4th, TJ Fisher into the top 5, but a little further back on just 92 points. In Pro-Am, Alan Metney retains the class lead with 27 points advantage over the 2021 class champion Efren Castro. But it's Marco Cironi who has leapt into contention with 2 Road America victories, supporting an earlier season win at Laguna Seca. The Canadian now 59 points away from the lead. Kurt Swearingen moved up 1 point per 1 position at Road America. He sits on 132, with Matt Holcomb in the Mystery Machine car also in the top 5. The AM category has been where most changes have taken place over the last rounds. Mark Kawami controlled the early season, but missing Toronto pushed him out of the top spot. Bill Smith's 2 wins there moved him into the lead going into Road America. He have hurt his foot at home, missed Road America. Coming back to form at Road America, Kawami takes back the top spot in 2nd place finish by John Getz, moved him into 2nd, entering this weekend. All 3 are here this weekend. It's Grady Willingham, by the way, sitting in 4th place. And in the Entrance Cup, Kelly Moss is ahead on 255 points. JDX some 17 points further back. MDK Motorsports 30 points further behind. Hello everybody and welcome along. It's John Hindhaugh here in the global broadcast booth, live on IMSA Radio around the world, also on IMSA TV, and of course on YouTube as part of our Porsche Sports Car Together Festival broadcast this Super Saturday. We've had rain today. It's dried mostly. There's a few little puddles in the pit lane. We have 33 of the 35 starters to get underway, and here's how they will line up for the first of 2 races this weekend. In 33rd position, Grady Willingham for Goldcrest Motorsport. 32nd is Craig Conway for Irish Mike's Racing. On the 31st position, John Getz, championship contender in AM, and he'll have alongside him Jeff Myshak in the number 29. In 29th, Tom Collingwood for BGB. 28th, Richard Edge for ACI Motorsports. Then the next row back, it's Bill Smith back to health and hopefully back to form in the bright orange number 42 Top Racing Kung Fu Lounge car. On the 13th row of the grid, Joe Lombardo is back in the championship. He picks and chooses his races. The Kelly Moss Racing driver in the 92 finds himself in 26th position. On the inside of that 13 row, Kyle Washington in the yellow and blue GMG Racing number 32. On the 12th row of the grid, Mark Kawami for MDK Motorsports has Irish Mike's Racing Conor Flynn for company. And then on the 11th row, Jeff Gordon for Hendrick Performance Group. Yes, that Jeff Gordon making his competition return after 10 years away and 22 years plus from being alongside his former crew chief and championship winning crew chief Ray Evernham, who's running the car this weekend for Hendrick's Performance Group. Alongside Jeff is another Jeff Mosing for Top Racing. And then in 20th position, Mark Holcomb in the Mystery Machine, Goldcrest Motorsport number 55. On the 9th row of the grid, Adam Adelson has given up his number 24 and he'll run 120 for Premier Racing. He's got Marco Cironi, fine form Marco, coming into this weekend in the 84 for Mark Motors Racing. Ahead of them, Kurt Swearingen is on the inside of the next row forward for ACI Motorsport with PJ Hyatt for company. Alan Metney, the number 99 i5 Caddifrost racing car, is in 15th position. And on the 7th row of the grid, it's Efren Castro on the inside. The black and purple Kelly Moss Racing number 65 has Varon Chokski in the red, white and black Wright Motorsports number 13. Heading into the top dozen now, and it's Dimitri Dramakos in 11th position for the black and red 311 RS Motorsport number 11. Michael McCann for McCann Racing is his company in 12th position. Into the top 10, TJ Fisher for Top Racing is in 9th. Grant Tolke for ACI Motorsports in 10th position. 4th row of the grid, Travis Wiley on the inside for Top Racing. Michael McCarthy for Kelly Moss Racing with the lavender or purple flashes on the front and rear of his number 7 car for Kelly Moss Racing. They're all white and green, those cars for Kelly Moss. Let's move into the top 6. Trenton Estep for MDK Motorsports. Cracking run of form for Trenton in the number 6 has Lee Keane in the other 311 RS Motorsport machine for company in 6th position. The number 12 car is the red with the black cross on the hood of the car. Then into the top 2 rows of the grid. They were all into the pros, of course, for a long time. Matty Graham sits on the outside of row 4. The man from Stamfordham in Northumberland for MDK Motorsport has Riley Dickinson in Kelly Moss Road and Race number 3. That is the number 53 car. At the front of the grid, it's Kai van Berlo on the outside of the front row for Kelly Moss Road and Race, and Parker Thompson has the pole for JDX Racing in the Shell tap-up Sergey car in pole position for this first race. Single qualifying session, the first of their quick laps has set the grid for this particular machine, whereas the second quickest lap will go through to set the grid for tomorrow's race. All slick tyres have been chosen. The Porsche 911 Turbo S safety car leads them through the Michelin gate to leave the pit lane. That's the RFID reader, the RFID chips implanted in all of Michelin's racing tyres to keep a good handle on who is doing what to who. Do notice that 1 or 2 of the drivers are weaving out of the way of the wet patches in the pit lane, trying to get some heat into the tyres. So this, the championship season comes down to its last 4 races. It is now go time. Mistakes now will cost a pretty penny when it comes down to the end of the season. We're on the 14-corner, 2.43 mile circuit. Last year here, we actually ran with the carousel, which adds a little bit of track distance. Today, we are going straight through 5 and 6. Instead of cutting off and then coming back on just where the safety car has passed now, actually. That makes it a much longer run out of turn 6 down towards turn 7 and a potential overtaking manoeuvre. Hot spots are going to be down at turn 1 as we run the wrong way, of course, down the classic Indianapolis front straight. Into turn 7 at the end of that middle straight. And then again into turn 12 as you come down off the banking and just before you turn right back onto the infield. Essential corner, well, that's turn 13 because it is acceleration all the way through 14 onto the start-finish line and heading down into that braking area at turn number 1. I'm delighted to say that the conditions have started to play ball, and also to welcome to our global broadcast centre Sean Sammy, who is alongside me now. He is the voice of the Porsche Sprint Challenge here in the USA, and we've been sort of helping each other out this weekend. Could not have better conditions, Sean, for this one, and no. I'm really excited. The gaps in qualifying were minuscule.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And to just step back a minute, you said, this is Porsche's Sports Car Together Fest, and I couldn't have been more happier to be together with you, John, and doing this and being a part of having you part of my series with Sprint Challenge and being a part of your series as well with this. And you're right, the times and the gaps in qualifying are just absolutely mind-blowing. And I've had a real joy just watching how this goes.
It was .007 between Thompson and Van Berlo. That's what Thompson had in hand to take the pole position. I don't think there's .007 of a foot between them at the moment. They're really leaning on each other as we wait for the green flag, which is in the air now and waving and through immediately across the yard of bricks for this fantastic grid of cars. A really good start for Parker Thompson in the JDX Racing Porsche tap up, and there was a wee tap there as well between Van Berlo, the championship leader, and through comes Dickinson from the second row. Riley Dickinson sneaks through there on his teammate from the Kelly Moss Road and Race. So Dickinson with the orange accoutrement on the front and rear goes through. So it's 9. Thompson from 53 in second place. So the man on the inside of the second row got the best of that. There was a wee bit of tapping going on. Lights flashing in the background. That's Matty Graham, the man from Northumberland, Stamford, in the MDX racing car. He's been getting very much quicker as the weekend has gone on. Come up through a pretty standard route of karting back in the UK. Did some Porsche Carrera Cup in the UK back in 2020. But, this is by far the biggest challenge he's had so far. 3 wide as the third of the Kelly Moss racing cars. Michael McCarthy with the lavender flashes on the front and rear is defending and manages to hold on to, what's that, 6th position now, as the top racing, check that, the 311 RS car of Dimi DeMarcos was right in the mix there, and it looks like they're side by side coming onto the start-finish straight. Top 3 go across the line to complete the first lap. Thompson, then Dickinson, Van Berlo, Estep, then it's Michael McCarthy, then Matty Green, Lee Keane, Wiley Travis, Dimitri DeMarcos, Michael McCanny, a top 10, and they went through quicker than I could read them out as they went across the line. Michael McCarthy went wide into turn 1, but I think he was ushered off there slightly by Matty Graham, so those two might be dropping a little bit of ground. Lee Keane under pressure as well there. My goodness me, Sean, this is the sort of racing we were expecting from seeing the times. It's basically like lighting a firework. It's all gone off early.
You know, and right off the bat, a couple of cars got turned around in turn 1 of lap 1 there. They were able to get going on with their own power, and immediately it was just an explosion of everyone's looking very, very racy right off the bat. And as you saw there, Michael McCarthy getting a little bit of assistance, a little tap, a little here and there. We said earlier on today, not making a lot of friends, not on purpose, but Dad likes that. And so a little bit of Rubbins Racing putting the elbows up. That's okay for the young man. As right now we see the 23 off. I don't know if that was under his own power. Now that's a Pro-Am driver of
PJ Hyatt. Yeah, PJ Hyatt has gone around. 2 cars that had the problem earlier on, by the way. Joe Lombardo and Kyle Washington are right at the back of the pack. Meantime, side by side for the lead as they come back on to the banking and to complete another lap. For a moment it looked like Riley Dickinson might get the advantage. They drop to the middle and now towards the pit wall. Right in behind them, Kai Van Berlo, championship leader. Surely he can't have another bad weekend as he did here last year at the IMS. Top 4 together. The leader this time goes a little bit long, just slightly late on the brakes there. And here comes Van Berlo on his teammate Dickinson, and sitting in behind there, Trenton Estep, who's the man who comes in with the form at the moment. Thompson, Dickinson, Van Berlo, Estep, Matty Graham, just a little bit further back in the grey and black car. That's the MDK Motorsports. He's just in the 2 MDK cars, sitting in 4th and 5th position at the moment. Then as a wee gap back to the red car with the white cross on the hood. That is Lee King for 311 RS.
And I'll tell you,
sorry, go ahead.
You can't take anything away from Thompson. He felt that pressure. How do you not feel that pressure going into turn 1 right there? Obviously, he's a competitor that's out here that can win this race, and it has no plans other than taking home a sweet, sweet victory here. But when you've got that team behind you of Kelly Moss Road and Race pushing that early on, you're going to be forced to make mistakes at times, and it's just a matter of right now just trying to settle in. First couple laps, very, very racy, and I'm curious to see, are we going to continue this pace, this aggressiveness with one another, or is everyone going to settle in a little bit? Time's going to tell.
The answer is no one's settling it.
Okay, as I was saying it, I'm like, that's a foolish thing to say.
Expect that for the next 35 minutes and 30-odd seconds. It was a 40-minute clock that we set on this at the start. Let's quickly check the other classes. There are 3 classes. The silver-coloured wing end plates and mirrors are the Pro class. The blue are Pro Am, and Efren Castro is in a very creditable 10th position in the 65 car for Kelly Moss Racing, ahead of Kurt Swearingen in the number 17. That's the black and green car in Pro Am. Mark Kawami for MTK Motorsports has Jeff Gordon right up his tailpipes, and just going off at turn 1. I'll check that in a moment. It was one of the GT Silver cars, but it wasn't Jeff Gordon because he's got black on his. Mark Kwame leads Am from Bill Smith in second and John Getz in third. So that's your 3 championship contenders in first, second, and third in Am as well. 24, Jeff Gordon started in just on the top of the top 20. He's in 22nd position at the moment, and 15th in class. He's got Mark Kwame ahead of him. He goes side by side with the number 92. That could be a pass for position. Yes, it is. He's gone through. That's a nice piece of driving.
And you got to think for Jeff Gordon out here, you know, he wants to go out here and compete as much as he can, but he's smart and he's going to be respectful. There's drivers out here that are racing for championships, racing for points, trying to do the best they can and try to better themselves in their career. Jeff wants to go out there and put in the best performance he can, but I doubt he's willing to go out there and just ruin other people's hopes and dreams that are racing the entire series here with only 2 weekends left to go in the Carrera Cup.
The only time that Jeff told me yesterday, has driven here before, is in 2003 when he did a Mobile One driver swap with Formula One driver Juan Pablo Montoya. They both swapped into each other's cars. I actually remember doing that on Mobile One The Grid back all of those years ago and doing the voiceover for that, and they both did rather well actually. Jeff Gordon in the F1 car and JPM in the Cup car. As you can imagine, they had a lot of fun doing that as well.
That's quite a combination, those 2 drivers. And you think of everything Jeff Gordon's done and what Juan Pablo's done from racing all over in Australia and, of course, numerous different series here in the States. He's done it all, those 2 drivers together, and that's quite a fun team.
Canadian Parker Thompson leads out for JTX Racing as they turn sharp right back onto the infield at turn 12 with 33 minutes left to go. They were full of racing fuel when they set off. There's been a bit of tactics played with who's using what tyres in the qualifying session earlier on. Quite a few of the leading runners used 2 full sets of brand new sticker Michelin tyres. So they will be managing their sets and making sure they've got good rubber for tomorrow. It's not an infinite resource in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. So Thompson, Dickinson, Van Berlo, championship contenders all. Just talking earlier on about the possibility of the Porsche Young Driver Shootout going to someone from this championship, the American Championship. It's never happened before. This year, I think, with the drivers who are in contention, Estep, Van Berlo, Thompson and Dickinson, a little bit of an outside shot for Riley now, but any of those went forwards to represent this championship in the shootout at the end of the year, they'd have a really good crack at being taken on as a Porsche junior driver. And Porsche Motorsport North America, recognising the fact that they will have to do that shootout in a non-ABS version of this Cup car, throwing an extra $40,000 into the pot for whoever goes to make that challenge in terms of a testing budget to get them up to speed. Same tyres now, of course, with Michelin being the tyre supplier across this series and the other Carrera Cup and Super Cup championship around the world. So that's not so much of an issue, but really good opportunity for these youngsters. Kurt Swearingen, the 17, coming onto the top of the start-finish straight, and this is the battle in Pro-Am. Efren Castro in the black and purple car goes across the line in 12th, Swearingen in 13th, and ahead of them is Michael McCann, and Vern Chotzi is directly ahead of them. This Pro-Am battle, well, Efren Castro, Sean, has really been taking his opportunities in the last few races, and he's looked pretty settled here this weekend.
Well, you know, and it's no big surprise to see Castro and Swearington, both of them from practice one all the way on through, have had some absolute hits of brilliance here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway this year for 2022 Together Fest. And, you know, Castro out in front right now, it's where he wants to be. I would imagine, as well as this race rolls on here with over a half an hour left to go here, if we continue on, and I don't want to jinx this, we continue on in racing under green, they're going to start getting into some lap traffic as well. Efron Castro out in front, is he going to have a great race? Swearington absolutely is. I think he can stay there. I think he knows what it's like. He's been under pressure like this before. He's been a top runner in this class for a while now, and I think it's just a matter of as the race rolls on, maybe we'll get into some lap competitors and things like that, but I think Efron Castro has what he needs, and I think he's concentrating more on running farther up into the pro class than Swearington is behind him.
Yeah, Efron won the first 2 races here last year. Kurt Swearingen won the 3rd race in the Pro-Am categories. I think the lead 3 are being caught. Trent and Estep just sitting off the lead 3. He's being closed down by Matty Graham, the young Northumbrian, in the MDK car. Yeah, those 2 are nearly together now. It's been a good weekend by Matthew for MDK Motorsports. First time in a 992, raced in 2020, as I said, in Carrera Cup GB, but of course they only got the 992s this year. This championship, one of only 5 that debuted the new 992 Carrera Cup car last year. Super Cup, obviously. We had Carrera Cup Asia, Germany, to Carrera Cup Deutschland as well. How many's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. And it was Benelux was the other championship that got the 992 for the first year. So at the moment, Trenton Estep is as much looking in his mirrors as he is looking ahead, with the relatively unknown quantity of Matty Graham for MDK Motorsports right in his wheel traps, and having the temerity to flash the lights there on Trenton Estep, 3-time winner this season already.
How impressive is it that MDK coming into the series like this, not just this series, but others as well, and right out of the box being so extremely competitive. I mean, that's such an effort to put together, to have that whole MDK family come together from all of your technicians and your engineers and everyone to come together and right off the bat be winning races and doing so well. That's not an easy effort. And then on top of it, the leader, the captain, the colonel, if you will, the sergeant, Markwami, also out there racing for his own championship as well in our AM class. MDK Motorsports is really, really impressive in 2022. The future is very bright for them.
Top 5 now almost as one as that Porsche in the colours of Shell Tap Up, the number 9 car. Look, not really taking a defensive line here, so he's not. Dickinson's right there, but clearly to me, Sean, Parker Thompson, the Canadian in the lead car from pole position, he's not feeling that much pressure because he's not defending. Look at him now, he's right on the racing line. Let's see if he moves over to his right and covers the inside. Didn't feel the need to there at all going down into turn 1, so he's feeling comfortable.
I'm wondering if his team early on, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd lap going into turn 1 right there, as we just saw a few laps ago, he almost made a bit of a mistake, ran it a little bit long. I wonder if his team said, hey, listen, man, you got this, just calm down, just relax, and maybe he kind of, after that mistake, which could have been huge, he just had to kind of reset the buttons a little bit here. I think, as you said the other day, a little Control-Alt-Delete or something of that matter, just calm down here and just run his own race. It seems to be working quite well.
I misspoke, by the way. Matty Graham hasn't raced the 992 here in the US in this championship before. He has been competing in Carrera Cup GP this year with Redline, and indeed has won 3 races so far for the Redline team. So he knows the car, he's had to learn this circuit, and he's right among the lead drivers here. who've been battling the championship all year. Bill Smith back in the 42, second position in that bright orange Kung Fu Lounge car. He's chasing the black and GT silver car with the yellow mirrors. That is Mark Kawami, who at the moment is around about 4 seconds ahead of Bill. Nice to see you back, Bill. I don't know why I'm saying that. You can't hear me in the car, but when he wasn't racing at Road America, we did say, sorry to hear about your injury, hope you're back soon. I'm sure we'll be watching this back later. Let's check in on some of the other battles. A little bit way further down the field. The number 81 having a cracking trap. It's a green and black car as it comes across the line now. And in behind is Jeff Mosing in the 56. So they're battling for positions at 15th and 16th. Strat Tolkien, by the way, in that green car. Sorry.
Grant Talkie, a past champion in what would have been the gold class in 2021 in Sprint Challenge. Now moving up to Carrera Cup and being honest, saying, "Hey man, it's a big step to move up in the Carrera Cup and run well." And he was completely honest. He was on the podium at Road America for Sprint Challenge a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago. And as I was interviewing, he told me straight up, he's like, "Sean, I tell you, it feels good to be back up on top right here because it has been a very fast learning curve, and that's coming from a guy that can really drive a race car. He is no slouch whatsoever." But then again, as I've been learning this weekend, the gap in times from these top competitors is so minute that every little bit makes a massive difference.
You talk about the 1% advantage or disadvantage as Travis Wiley's on his own in the Apex Capital car at the moment as he comes back onto the start-finish straight here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're coming down towards half distance in a lap or two's time. You talk about those 1% differences. In qualifying, it was a 85-second lap, and the gap between first and second was 0.007 of a second. Not 0.7,
right?
Not 0.07, 0.007 a second on 85 seconds of a lap, 2.4 miles and 14 corners. Now somebody else can do the arithmetic on that and let us know here at RSL_studio or at IMSA Radio and work out what percentage that is. You make a small mistake in these races, these 40-minute races, not only are you not going to win, you're not going to get on the podium, Sean.
Right, absolutely, and it certainly shows. And that's what I was saying, we got a lot of competitors that are just top dogs coming into this, and it's a very fast learning curve, and there's no opportunity or no chance to be making any mistakes here if you want to be a winner here in the Carrera Cup. And it's just outrageous how tight the competition is. And that's not just by the drivers, it's the teams and everyone involved.
A bit of breaking news on the championship, and Bill Smith is in the pit lane in the number 42, the top racing bright orange car. He's not come past us, and I'm craning my neck to look down to the left-hand side to see if I can see that bright orange car. There he is. So now, that was a quickish start. I think they might have just changed one tyre. Let's see if he goes out through the RFID readers. He's just avoiding the damper patches in the pit lane. Yes, he's going back out on the track, and that's smart because he needs to pick up as many points as he can if he's going to continue to challenge when we get to Road Atlanta for the final two rounds. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as part of Motul Petit-Le-Mans, of course, in the last weekend of September, first weekend of October. We'll have those races for you live as part of our coverage on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Now back to the front of the field. Parker Thompson must be sick of seeing the front of that 53, and Riley Dickinson will know every decal, sticker and part number from the back of Parker Thompson's car, that JDX car. He's been sitting in there since the start of lap 2 when he start of lap 1 actually, when he nipped past his teammate Kai van Berlo, who started on the front row. It's not a disaster for the Dutchman in third. He's got his two of his closest competitors in sight, and the key thing is to have a car that can to be able to race with tomorrow. Oh, safety car's out.
Safety car is coming out.
Safety car is out. So the bright red, the guards red Turbo S is on to the pit apron and out in front of Parker Thompson. Now, who are we missing? I think it's the number 29 Jeffrey Myshak Goldcrest Motorsports car that has gone missing. Let me just check to see if he comes through. No, he has not. So Jeff, who was sitting in 4th position in the AM category, has come to a stop out on the circuit and requires recovering. Bad news for Jeff, good news for Bill Smith, who then, as he will come around this time, will get back up into 3rd place in the, 4th place in the AM class. Now,
and I'll tell you, not necessarily bad news for Kai Van Berlo either, because he started off up front and then back into 3rd right now, but now with a restart.
Gets another chance.
Yeah, gets another chance at it. So, one driver may be not happy about one thing, but the other is. And right now, if you're Thompson, you're like, oh man, bummer. I'm out in front. Now I don't need that additional pressure. But if you're Dickinson or Van Berlo or Eastap, you're like, yes, okay, maybe this is something I can work with.
So that is, I think, yeah, that's coming out of turn 10. That Jeff's ended up facing the wrong direction in the gravel. That's an odd place. So 9 into 10 to be ended up in the wrong direction, facing the wrong direction and in the gravel. There may have been some outside assistance there, is all I'd say. Wait to see what race controls say on that one.
And that gravel's out there a little bit on turn 10.
Yeah, it is, exactly. That's my point.
It's not like he didn't just step off the track. It's out there quite a bit. And so I think you might be right. It being very possible had some real assistance getting out there.
So Riley Dickinson has the fastest lap, which will gain him championship point there for the Pro. Efren Castro leading Pro-Am has their fastest lap, and Mark Kawami leading their class is in the AM category has his fastest lap. 1:26.331, the fastest lap for Dickinson, 27.8 for Castro in Pro-Am, and 28.8 for Mark Kawami. Kelly Moss, road and race. That was Victoria down in the pit lane, just keeping up with everything that is going on with all of their drivers. Drivers in every class for Kelly Moss.
Kelly Moss road and race, just an outrageously talented and good team from all the different series that they're involved with, and as you said, running numerous different classes as well. But what an absolute powerhouse they are as far as Kelly Moss road and race. Just putting out some of the best products and breeding some extremely talented young drivers and have been for a long time.
This is not going to be the work of a moment to remove that car from the gravel, and I see the leading cars weaving left to right. That will be as much to keep the tyres clean as to keep the heat into the Michelin slicks. There's 2 trains of thought on weaving around to warm up your tyres. 1, it's absolutely the best thing to do, and 2, it makes no difference at all. And I honestly, I've spoken to racing drivers who are absolutely in the it makes no difference at all camp. Cleaning the tyres, yes, cleaning the surface of the tyres. A number of drivers will tell you that it's much better to accelerate and then brake hard, accelerate and then brake hard, and use the heat generated from the brake rotors to then come up through the racing wheel into the tyres.
And that wheel will help hold some of that heat as well.
Yes, correct.
Yep, absolutely. Well, sometimes, and I'm just kind of, maybe I'm making this up, but I've always felt at times, especially in road course racing, the drivers might just keep themselves loose a little bit as well.
That's a good point. I mean, even if you do it on your road car, in fairness, look, we're at Porsche Sports Car Together Festival. Tyre pressure sensors and monitors are something of relatively new technology in road cars. Race cars have had them for quite a long time. The latest Porsche 992s have a temperature and a pressure sensor. If you keep leaning on one side of the car going through a number of traffic circles, for example, and you're leaning on So obviously in the UK we drive on the left-hand side of the road, so most of your traffic circles you're going left, then the long centrepiece is the right-hander, and then left again. So your left front, you can see that go up a little bit of pressure and temperature into it.
So, we got
so let's see if we can work out what happened to Jeff Myshak. And he was on his own. He was on his own. That is a very...
strange. That's a very strange spot how that happened.
He got well over halfway around turn 10 there, and he was heading towards turn 11. He just sort of disappeared stage left backwards.
Yeah. And it didn't look like he had any assistance there. That happened all on his own.
I'd agree.
Wow.
So Jeff's made it back to the pits, and they're having a look at the left rear, so maybe there was a little issue there that caused that rotation. So I think there's something in both of that. As I say, you can see your pressures and your temperatures go up if you're leaning on the cars.
Sure.
Tyres, a little bit of sideways flick there, all karting style for Parker Thompson, trying to keep the heat in his tyres. I am noticing that the front of these cars, all of these cars, as the safety car lights have gone off, by the way, are not as clean as before. So there is still a little bit of spray and dirt coming up from the track after the rain we had earlier on. Now, stand by for the restart. Just going to be about 14 minutes to go as Jeff Myshak is leaving the pit lane in front of us. The Turbo S 911 will pull out of the way and leave the field under the control of Parker Thompson for JDX Racing. He's got a clean front end of the car because there's nobody been in front of him other than that safety car. He's backed them all up. Coming to the restart zone at 14, gets his foot down. 1-2 cars lengths between him and Riley Dickinson. That's a nice restart by the Canadian and JDX Racing car. And the top four space out just a little bit. Maybe Trenton Estep has a chance down at turn 1. Dives to the inside and gets covered. Oh, Kai van Berlo, was there a touch there? That's a huge defensive chop there.
Wow.
A big block thrown by van Berlo. Now moving in reaction to another competitor here in the US is really frowned upon, and race control will be looking at that. That was
huge.
That was a big reactive move there, Sean, for me.
A couple different things here. I mean, Thompson's restart, textbook.
Yeah,
absolutely textbook. And then that reaction from another competitor there, as we're going to take a look at it right here. Watch this. Whoa.
Yeah, he goes, and I think there's a touch there. Estep had to check right up. Meanwhile, behind, Lee Keane made up a couple of places in the 311 RS, the bright red car with the white cross on the front of it, and he's now up into, I think, 8th position, maybe a little bit, even a bit further up the field. He was certainly pushing on. Vadon Choksi goes ahead of Michael McCann as well, and that was a position made up, and Grant Tolke goes ahead of Efren Castro as they went across the line.
Now that's going to be a race. We've seen this race before in other series as well with Tolke and Castro, but the difference is Castro, did he let him go? Tolke's in the pro class, Castro's in the pro-am. They want to beat one another just because it's just bragging rights. You know, they're two guys that you do see off the track talking to each other, and they seem to get along. But Grant Tolke right there moving up, now sitting in the 12th spot in the pro class and 12th overall. Behind him, Efren Castro, number 1 in the pro-am class. TJ Fisher, he's the buffer in between that and Castro and Swearington right now. That's a good buffer to have. TJ Fisher, he's quick, and that's someone who it's going to help Castro a little bit. And then, of course, then we get down into Adelson. He is back a little bit. He is in 14th spot right now. That's the 120, normally running the 24. But as we talked earlier today, Jeff Gordon here is a 24. And Adelson, the gambler, he was more than happy to relinquish that number to Jeff Gordon.
Castro then in the 65. With a little bit of dirt on the front and the side of those cars. These guys are pushing the limits all the way to Mr. Roger Penske's immaculately manicured grass. The greenskeeper at the golf course, which is part of this facility, has been given the responsibility of looking after the green areas on the infield here since the takeover by Roger Penske and the Penske Group. And my goodness, what a job he's done.
Absolutely.
It is literally like racing through a country park at the moment. Beautifully manicured lawns. Leaders across the line, Thompson, Dickinson, Van Berlo, as quick as you like. Then Estep, just a little bit further back now. He's fallen into the clutches of young Matty Graham. Diving to the outside, to Marcos, has a look down the outside of Travis Wiley, drops back in. It is doable at turn 1 if you get the overlap into turn 1 on driver's left and come all the way around the outside. You get the inside line for turn 2, but you have to have cooperation from the guy that you're passing.
And if you're going to make that pass in turn 1, not only cooperation, but 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 have to be superb. To set you up for that. It's not a matter if you come out of 14, get on the front stretch and say, okay, I'm going to pass now. You need to be setting that up all the way around and be absolutely perfect and right on the money. And then, as you said, John, a little assistance from the person you're trying to pass isn't going to help anyone or hurt anyone either.
Now, Efren Castro's put TJ Fisher between himself and second place Pro-Am driver Kurt Swearing for ACI Motorsports. Then it's Adam Adelson between Kurt and Alan Mekney. But Alan has got Jeff Mosing and Marco Cerrone right behind him in the AM category. Mark Kawami, picture height's just gone past Mark, and that means Joe Lombardo is not that far behind and has no cars between him and his class leader. Joe won one of the races here last year. John Gertz is the next car up. So the 3 AM class first, second and third running cars, 24th, 25th and 26th, now have got a proper battle. Bill Smith back with us again in that 42 car. Always an easy one to pick up, that bright orange, that opal fruit orange, for those of you with long memories of confectionery that tasted like flavoured plastic. Across the line he comes, down into turn number 1. Thompson with a scant 3.5 tenths at the head of the field. Riley Dickinson still with the best lap of the race in Pro, 1:26.331. There's nothing between these guys. In fact, if anything, Riley Dickinson just closed in a tiny bit on the leader last time around. We're talking about 3 or 4 tenths, but that's all. Joe Lombardo in the white car with the black and red stripes on the left side, and the black car with the white and red stripes on the right hand side. As my father, who was a police officer for most of his life, and God rest his soul, would have said, it's not pretty, but it confuses the witnesses.
And there we are, looking very good. The 92 looking great. We've got some great racing all the way through all of our classes. Those who just turning in now, of course, we have 3 different classes out here. We've got our pros, our pro-ams, and our amateurs as well, as we get back on front here with Parker Thompson, Dickinson, and Kai Van Berlo right out there. They are having a great battle. By the lap times, they are very close to one another. Best lap so far is a 1:26.505 for Thompson with a 1:26.331 for Dickinson, with Van Berlo with a 1:26.463. Still very close. Not as close as what we've seen in some of our qualifying sessions and things, but these guys are right on top of one another, John. It's very, very impressive how these guys push each other right from start to finish.
Bill Smith has been passed by Grady Willingham last time around in the battle for 4th and 5th in the AM category, so we'll keep an eye on Bill's car to see if he's having any problems. Top 3 have broken away a little bit from Estep, and I just wonder if there's a little bit of damage on the left front of Estep's car when he went for that overtake and was really repelled with a swoop across the nose of his MDK Motorsports number 6
It
Porsche.
definitely seemed like there was contact.
It was just that little wiggle that you saw, and almost a little jump sideways. It wasn't massive.
No,
I'm not saying that it's knocked anything out of true, but it was rear right of Van Berlo to front left as Kai swept across to defend his position into turn 1.
I think that was, it was just kind of a reaction to it, but not the right one.
You've got to be so careful, particularly at the speeds these cars are going. Well up over 165 miles an hour from second gear out of turn 12 into 13, accelerating in that space of time through 14, and before you brake, nearly 170 miles an hour in these 4-litre flat 6, 510 or so horsepower cars, normally aspirated. Beautiful sound to these engines. Long live these flat 6 4 litres. Porsche have got 2 flat 6 4 litres in their street cars. You can get this engine in the GT3 and the GT3 Touring. There's also the 4 litre, the other 4 litre engine normally aspirated that's in the 718 GTS 4.0s. That's a derivation of the 2.9 twin turbo. That's taken out the 4 litre with no turbos on it.
And John, we got to mention as well, though, it's not just the almost 170 miles an hour. It's over 100 miles an hour difference. Going out of 13, they're around, mid 60s, 67, 68 miles an hour to almost 170 and back down to 68, 69 miles an hour in turn 1. That's a massive change. And then we see similarities to that again coming out of 5 straight through 6, staying flat, digging all the way down into 7. Not quite the top speed we're seeing on the front stretch, but once again, a massive jump in speed with massive braking as well. There's nothing simple about getting around this 2.43 mile course.
25 points for the winner of both of these races. Another 2 sets of 25 in the final 2 races, plus the fastest lap and pole position points. Maximum you can get over a weekend is 56 points, so there are 112 remaining on the season. So that actually means that there's quite a lot of drivers still in the championship hunt, but realistically it would mean that the guys ahead of quite a lot of them would have to have an absolute horror of a weekend. But 3 of the contenders are out front at the moment in the pro class. Thompson, Dickinson, Van Berlo, JDX versus 2 Kelly Moss racing cars. Don't expect necessarily those Kelly Moss racing cars to work as a team, because both Riley Dickinson and Kai Van Berlo want to win the championship. Matt Holcomb's gone around in the Mystery Machine with the portrait of his dog on the hood. So that isn't Scooby-Doo on the front, but it does have a passing resemblance. And that dog was here last year and often does come to the racetracks. Matt's carrying that Mystery Machine livery for the last season or so. So Parker Thompson trying to get once again into the battle. Oh, that was a big early lose.
I guess so.
For the number 55.
All on his lonesome. And just really early into that, lost it.
Was that 12 or was that 1? I find it really hard to tell. I think it was 12.
I believe that was 12.
Yeah, I think so.
And we've seen a fair amount of that, but not as much as we have as 1. But yeah, I believe that was 12, and that was coming around on him very early on. The second one in this race where we've seen things happen a little funky, a little sooner than they should have. As you see right now, still looking at our leaders, Kelly Moss Road and Race right there, second and third. That's Dickinson and Van Berlo. 2 of them are they working together. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're both chasing down the leader. Neither one of them want to be third. They both want to be first.
Oh, Kai Van Berlo round the outside of turn 7 to get the inside for 8 and 9. Can he make that one stick? No, he can't. He drops back in. And this is great news for Parker Thompson. Oh, he's got
really
down the inside.
Putting it in there.
Stuffs it into the right-hand door of Riley Dickinson. Well, walking a tightrope. Kai Van Berlo, the championship leader, feeling the pressure. They're both pointing in the right direction. The team hoping that they'll both come through this. Now, how's that going to be viewed by race control? Thompson loves this. He's pulled out a second and a half, and that's Matt Graham. Matty Graham's now up into 4th position ahead of Trenton Estep. So Estep's pace just falling off since that little rub on the run down to turn 1. This all started going into 7. Van Berlo without the orange stripe on the front of his car thinks he's going to make it. Drops in at 8 and 9. And then, wow, down the inside to turn 10. That's not really an overtaking manoeuvre. I'm not even going to say that was a bump and run. It certainly wasn't a gentleman's, excuse me. That was just stick your nose in and hope for the best there.
I'd have to agree with you, and I wouldn't want to be in race control. But at the same time, you got to think we're down at that time. We're just over 2 minutes left to go. He felt as though that, he's got an opportunity to win this race maybe. And, yeah, they're teammates. I get that. Was it the cleanest pass? Absolutely not. But, when you're chasing down a championship and you're chasing down a win here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, at the biggest place you want to win races here in the United States, you know what? Call me crazy, but I'd move someone out of the way too. No doubt about it.
Now, here's another championship spoiler, potentially, as the number 91 of Matthew Graham for MDK Motorsports. Porsche Carrera Cup GB runner. They've got the 992 this year. He's had 3 wins for Redline. In the 91 Moser Consulting car, is right with the top 3. 1 minute and 2 seconds to go. and the gap at the front is a little over 2 seconds. Look to our left-hand side as onto the front straight. Here is the Shell Tap-Up car. White flag. So 2.5 miles, give or take. 2.439 if you want to be totally pedantic. Across the line in seconds. Big slide going into turn 1. A little bit of a squirrely moment for the second place. Kai van Berlo in the number 3 car. Then Dickinson. Then Graham. Then Estep. Then a gap back to Mike McCarthy. Then Lee Keane. Travis Wiley to meet me to Marcos. Vern Choxey in 10th position, then Michael McCann and TJ Fisher for your top 12, all of the pros. In Efren Castro ahead of Kurt Swearing, and they've had a race-long battle. There's 2 seconds between them now. Alan Metney looks like he's holding on to 3rd in Pro-Am, and it's Mark Kawami from Joe Lombardo in 2nd place, and John Getz in 3rd with Grady Willingham in 4th ahead of Bill Smith and Jeff Myshak, who had that incident that broke out the safety car earlier on. Half a lap to go for our leader. In fact, less than that. He's coming out of turn 10 now and into turn 11. And this is going to do his championship aspirations no harm at all. The gap to the leader of the championship was 16 points. He's going to take 25 for first place. And it looks like Kai van Berlo's going to take the 2nd position points coming through. If that stands, haven't seen anything from race control about any investigation for the weaving or the contact. And as we come through to complete the race, round 13 of Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Cayman Islands, we'll go to Thompson from Van Berlo, the championship leader. We'll see his championship lead cut even further. Dickinson in 3rd puts pressure on those ahead. Matthew Graham from the UK in 4th position ahead of Estep and McCarthy in Keane. And in Pro-Am, Efren Castro. Well, that's a brilliant run for Efren, who will close in a tad on Alan Metney.
I tell you, another amazing run here, not just in our pro class, but in our Pro-Ams as well. And our amateurs, once again, the Porsche Carrera Cup brought to you by VisitCaymanIslands.com has not disappointed here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. John, what an absolute joy that race was, with some great action right down to the very end. Some of it questionable, but I love that the entertainment factor is sky high in this series.
It's been like this all of the previous 12 rounds, to be honest. 3 rounds to the championship. We go 1 here tomorrow, and then we're off to Road Atlanta. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as part of the Motul Petit Le Mans weekend. The championship gap closes down by another handful of points. Riley Dickinson got the fastest lap, so Kai van Berlo is feeling the pressure. I think we saw that in the way that he was driving there, if I'm honest, in that race. In Pro-Am, Castro ahead of Swearing, and Alan Metney in 3rd position will hold on to his championship lead, but see, it's slightly diminished. Mark Kawami has established a good championship lead and extends it, as Joe Lombardo was second. John Getz in 3rd position, so he'll hold on to 2nd in that championship, as Bill Smith could only manage a 5th place behind Grady Willingham. Wow. I think I better take a breath now. I don't think I have for the last 40 minutes. Exciting stuff, undoubtedly. Great entertainment, great action. And Parker Thompson then with his victory there to add to the 50 points. 2 victories that he got at the Road America round. And that will be sweet, sweet music to JDX. I've seen Jeremy Dale here this weekend, but it's, he normally tries to get to the races. And Harrison Bricks, his partner in crime for the racing. So let's check the results then. Obviously, these are pending post-race inspection. And JDX Racing take it ahead of the Kelly Moss duo, with Matty Graham coming across from Porsche Carrera Cup GB. brilliant run from him into third place, from the young man from Stamfordham. In the classes, Efren Castro from Kurt Swearingen, 13th and 14th. Adam Adelson, having given up his 24, fired up into 15th position. And Marco Cironi down in 4th in the Pro-Am. And in AM, Mark Kwame in 23rd overall, ahead of Joe Lombardo and John Goetz. And Jeff Gordon in 22nd position in his debut for Hendrick Performance Group in the Porsche Carrera Cup. Sadly, that does mean now that his 100% win record in IMSA competition has gone. Now it's only 50%. The only other time he's competed in IMSA competition was at the Rolex 24 Daytona, which, along with his team, he won. Parker Thompson then. Wow. Wow. Is he finding momentum? Is he finding form? Is he finding confidence at exactly the right time of the season? His last 3 results would suggest so. And he is very, very happy indeed. And he gets to park the Shell car in the famous pit lane. Please don't hurt your ankle when you jump off the roof of the car. That always worries me when they do that. I've seen backflips go horribly wrong from the window sides of cars. Well, the young Canadian then is really pressuring the Dutchman at the top of this very international championship. Kai van Berlo, though, consolidating himself into second place, will lose a couple of points there. Neither of those two got the point for fastest lap, though. That goes to Riley Dickinson for Kelly Moss Road and Race, 4th place in the championship coming in this weekend. Trent and Esther perhaps will be the least happy about that. He was only down in 5th. Stand by for action. Let's hear from the winners. Here's Sean.
All right, here we are, Parker Thompson on top of the podium. What a way to start your day here at Together Fest. Congratulations on an amazing win. Well done, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, my hats are off to the JDX Racing crew. We didn't get to test here. I tested with ACI Motorsports. They gave us a little helping hand on our number 9 car, but I can't thank Luke, my engineer, enough. That guy is an absolute rock star. The fact that we're going up against the teams we're going up, and we can still put this number 9 on the top step is a testament to everybody on this team. Jeremy Dale, Luke, Larry, Daryl, my mechanic, and all our partners. We couldn't do this without Byers Porsche, Sergere IoT, Rainier Construction. Jersey Mike's is here supporting. Everybody's here for a home win.
Congratulations, and I don't want to hold you up, but we need to kiss the bricks, my man.
Yeah, we do.
Let's get to it, Parker.
Let's give her.
John Doonan, president of IMSA, congratulating our winner, Parker Thompson. And good to see some of his competitors down there as well, making sure that they shook his hand. There's a real sense of camaraderie here. And Parker Thompson, a young man who, I think by his own admission, and I know I've talked to him about this on our midweek motorsport show over on RadioLeMans.com, has often said that he probably didn't take this seriously enough when he got the first opportunity to come into this championship, and he tried to combine it with still doing some races in open wheel. He gets to kiss the bricks, not for the 500, but for the first of 2 rounds this weekend for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by the Cayman Islands. And the championship feels even closer now than it did 40-odd minutes ago. We'll re-rack them and send them again tomorrow for the 3rd to last race of the season. Another 25 points up for grabs at the front of the field, and things are tightening up down to single digits now, with Parker Thompson on a rich vein of form, as is Efren Castro, who's won Pro-Am, and Mark Kwame, who won the AM. Make sure you join Sean and myself tomorrow for more live coverage on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Thanks to NASCAR Productions up in Charlotte and the guys and girls from Apex here at the circuit. I'm John Hindorf. Super Saturday has turned out to be exceptional. Pewee is all I'm going to say for that. Well, I tell you what, whoever's writing the script for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Cayman Islands, they need a pay rise, because we are getting drama and excitement laid upon each other. Tomorrow's race could bring the championship down to nothing at the front of the field. And then we have 2 more races at Motul, Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. We'll have the formality, so don't go too far if you're with us here. And don't forget, there's plenty going on this afternoon. And we're getting set up as well for our Haggerty Saturday night movie. I always like Saturday night at the movies. I won't burst into song now, although it was in my head there. Benny King and the Drifters. I'm singing it in my head, okay? It's not any old dusty midnight movie that we've pulled out of the back of a whole stack of VHS cassettes either, by the way. Recent blockbuster. I've not seen it yet. It is Top Gun Maverick. If you gather behind the Pagoda, it's going to be on the big screen there, pointing back into the fan area. And that will be going live at 5:30 this afternoon. So what a great way to finish off a little bit of a difficult day. Well done to everyone here, including yourselves, for staying with us. And a reminder as well that we're giving away every hour this weekend a subscription to the Haggerty Drivers Club. It's worth $70 and gives you all kinds of fantastic benefits, including 24/7 emergency roadside service for your classic or collector car, 6 issues of the award-winning Haggerty Drivers Club, automotive offers including 10% off Corker Tire, 10% off California car covers, exclusive events and experiences, Haggerty Marketplace, unlimited listings, and if you're selling rather than buying or buying rather than selling, Haggerty Valuation, a brilliant tool to work out what you should be asking for your car. And for me, I think probably the best, the Ask Haggerty features, where the team of experts have answers to all of your automotive questions. It's Haggerty Drivers Club. Visit them at the Fan Zone to learn more about how you can become a member or potentially win a membership valued at $70 a year. Haggerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving and loving your car even better. So the formalities about to get underway. We've heard from our winner overall. And we have 3 podia to go through here. And looks like Volker Holzmeier, the new head. I say new head, he's been in position for a year. Hello, Volker. He's got the trophies standing there ready to do his duty. Sean's just waiting for the drivers to get sorted and come out. I see the first of them coming through. So the next voice you will hear will be Sean on the podium.
All right, folks, so here we are, about ready to get into our podium here for our Porsche Carrera Cup, brought to you by VisitCaymanIslands.com. We've got 3 classes we're going to cover. We're going to start off with our pro class, but before we do so, I'd like to bring out the president and CEO of Porsche Motorsports North America, Mr. Volker Holzmeier, will be presenting all of our trophies. And so for no further ado, in our pro class, the number 53 in 3rd place, it's Riley Dickinson. In 2nd place in our pro class, the number 3, put your hands together for Kay Van Berlew. And in the number 9, up on top of the box, it's Parker Thompson. All right, gentlemen. Hats on. And trophies up, gentlemen. Another round of applause for your top 3 in a pro class. And Michelin hats, please, gentlemen. And trophies up one more time. And one more last and final round of applause for your top three in our Porsche Pro class. And gentlemen, champagne, time to celebrate. All right, as we reset our podium for our Porsche Pro-Am class, once again, President and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America, Volker Halsmeyer, passing out trophies. All right, in our Porsche Pro-Am class, in the third spot, it's the number 99 of Alan Matney. And in our second position, the number 17 of Kurt Swearingen. And up on top of the podium one more time, it's the number 65, it's Efren Castro. All right, gentlemen, visit Cayman Islands hats, please. And trophies up. One more round of applause for your Porsche Pro-Am class. Michelin hats, please, gentlemen. And trophies up one more time. All right, another round of applause, and it is time to celebrate champagne. All right, as they are preparing to reset the podium one last time, it is time to get into our Porsche AM class here momentarily. And once again, President and CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America, Volker Halsmeyer, giving out the trophies for our Porsche AM class. In the third spot, it is the number 57, John Getz. And in second place, the number 92, it's Joseph Lombardo. And up in first place at top of the box, it's a number 43, the man, the myth, the legend, it's Mark Kwame. All right, Cayman Island hats, please. Well done, gentlemen. A round of applause for your top three in your amateur class. Michelin hats, please, gentlemen. Trophies up one more time. All right, and as your top three in our amateur class, time to celebrate. All right, folks, and that concludes your podium for all three classes here for our Porsche Carrera Cup North America With our title partner, visit CaymanIslands.com. A lot of racing yet to come as the weekend rolls on. So come back. Make sure you check us out again tomorrow. A lot to go as the weekend rolls on. Later on tonight, it's going to be Top Gun. You're going to be put out right out here. A lot of great stuff as the weekend continues to roll on. There you are.
I feel the need for speed.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up.
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir. Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive. It is a beautiful day for a drive. Riggs, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode are the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right.
All right.
Let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight. It's so controlled. It is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far we've gone and how fast we've driven, I thought I was going to be at way less mileage by now.
We'll see how the car does on this next detour. The only American Porsche factory driver, Patrick Long, is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so I come well equipped, the 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
It's a sweet-looking road.
Here they come. Cars are on the move. Cars are on the move.
Hill climb.
All right. Keep my eyes on those guardrails.
That amazing view is so spectacular in these things.
Woo!
Definitely a few white knuckle moments here. Sweet.
God, it handles good.
That's like taking a ride on motorcycles. I mean, honestly, that's like coming up a canyon on a bike.
Spider doesn't mess around either, though.
Woo! Alex.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they're called challenges. They shouldn't be. They should be called adrenaline spikes.
So, how much charge do you have left?
I've gotten some regeneration on the drive.
You have?
I'm at 48%.
You're at 48.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm at 43. So we're on the 405 heading southbound.
Yeah, we've almost made it the whole leg of the run down to the PEC.
Hi, this is Mark Hotchkiss from the Porsche Experience Center. This is a closed course, but these are very powerful cars, so we'll be coaching and guiding them through the modules.
Are they going to put us in a skid pad? Are we going to get to go play in the water? I've got 39%. I hope I can do everything.
Roll camera. Trying to keep that Taycan right on the banking itself.
Oh, yeah.
The brake power is so strong. I love it.
The Taycan holds the world drift record for an electric vehicle with 219 revolutions. Let's see what Alex and Keanu can do out here on our drift circle.
Try not to catch the slide. You need to turn to the left. It's a little bit of understeers. Unwind the wheel, Alex, and slowly build your speed. Stab it hard. Stab that throttle.
Throttle's all the way down, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, it's going off the course.
Not yet, not yet. Don't rule me out yet. Woo!
You're a natural, brother.
It's like wacky racers. Gotta do some of that over by the camera for a change. Uh-oh. Sorry, camera. Thank you.
I'm just going to go in a circle. Da, da, da. All right.
Almost. Super close. Do that again.
I'm going full hooligan.
Build that speed. I got it. You're getting the hang of it now.
Keep it in there! Ah, come on, I can get it! I got it! I can feel it!
Try to get that rear end rotate, Keanu. You got it. Throttle, Keanu, yeah! Woo. There it is.
I think I'm drifting. Yes!
There it is. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome job.
Can we do that again?
What a fantastic day. Amazing car.
Great experience. Just thank you so much.
Woo! Woo!
Was that a woo-hoo, Alex?
Woo!